Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship 2025 Winter Split Day 2. We're still on the seeding stage, so no one is getting to be promoted as a viewer, but you're about to reach that mark. My name is Alexandre Asharamaya. I will be your host for the day, but I'm never alone. I have a wonderful team with me, and you have no idea how interesting it is to say this. Welcome back to the desk, Traveling and Duckling. How are you doing? She's back. But now you're on desk.
Oh, I don't know the direction to look. That's actually the right way first time. Impressive. No, it's great to be back. I mean, I'm happy to be back for the new. Obviously, great working with you, Trouble, as well again. It has been quite a while, right? So, I mean, I'm excited to be back on the desk. I am really looking forward to, the most exciting year in NLC history.
My microphone was muted, apparently. Hello, hi. Lovely to be here working with you both.
Welcome back. It happens. Duckling. Is that a beard?
It is a little bit of a beard, yeah. I'm glad you noticed, Ashram. I mean, it's not as impressive as yours, but, you know, I am also a bit younger, right? It's taken 15
Can you
days
do
to get
this? Can you just do this? Oh, it actually is a beard. I thought it was like a draw or something.
Oh, you thought I was drawing it on? Yeah. I did that out in the bathroom before I went on to the show.
I have some too, guys. If you're interested.
I mean, you can join the club, Trouble. That would be very much appreciated.
Well, it's a group. It's the boys. So, yeah. Hey, the boys are not the boys without the ones casting in the game. And we have someone we love and provide us with content on NLC. We know him. But also someone else is returning. Welcome, Middlecott. And your mother!
Oh, Archer, it is so good to be back. Oh, I have missed the NLC. We had the Aurora Cup. We've had a couple months away. So much has changed, but I'm still here, and I'm so excited. I can't wait to get into today's games.
Wait. Everybody be quiet. Jamada, say anything.
Yeah, hi. I know. It's been 2.5 years. I went and did the math. 904 days since I've been on the NLC. It has been a long time, but I've done my world travels and I'm back, and I'm super excited to be back just because of, well, where we are, what's going on with the NLC this year.
And both of you casting these games were played like day 2. I'm really happy. Like, this is a good duo. This is a good combo. So I'm really proud of you both. And it's funny, by the way, Milocott. I don't know if you know this, but as soon as I joined the gym, Jamada left NLC just so it doesn't work on legs. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, let's go back.
Slander.
I've always said, like, no work ethic. That's what I've always said.
No work ethics. I don't
work
understand
ethic
this.
at all.
Oh,
Cheers,
I'm
guys.
appalled. Back to the desk.
What he said also, he's like, I've been around the world. LEC, LPL, here's where the real deal is. And you know what's better? He can't reply right now, so that's great. I'm just saying it, and it's a fact. Facts.
Jamada.
Clip.
Well, there you go. Also, look at this. This is a poor chair. This is a horrible chair. Duckling, where are you sitting?
I'm sitting on the most squeaky
We
chair
don't
in the world.
care.
It's horrible.
We don't care about that, but that one in the middle, look at that name, look at that, Arozzi. By the way, if you want to be sitting on one of those chairs, it's up to you right now to head on to Twitter, follow NLC, to head on to Instagram, follow Arozzi Chairs, and then like and retweet the post on Twitter X. It's that simple. Come on, everybody can do that. I know Duckling is hard stuck on iron, but you can click on those ones and be able to receive one of these beauties at your home. I'm still waiting for mine. I believe I got robbed. I don't know who's going to be delivering it. I should have this share by 3 days, but it's gone. So I'm also heading on to this giveaway. Everybody's allowed to participate. So please try and win this from me. This is a beautiful chair. So step up your game. I'm still waiting for my chair, actually. So, yeah.
Rage is ready to throw my way out and saying I'm iron. I'm pretty sure I'm higher elo than you, buddy. Take me on in the rift and I'll see who comes out on top, huh?
I've played with you on solo queue. You don't want to do that. Also, we had a few games yesterday. Trouble, you were casting those games. How did you feel? Casting NLC?
It's been absolutely amazing and a pleasure to be back on the NLC. I think this is the biggest event that's ever happened to the league. I used to cast the Nordic Championship before it even became the NLC. So seeing, you know, the turns and turbulations through the way. And honestly, thank you to everyone who's tuned in for the first day. There's many more amazing to come. I cannot wait to see. Like, I've heard we have like world's finalists playing today on like different roles again. It's gonna be crazy.
Again, I love the again because that's actually happening, by the way. So for those of you who missed day one, I don't know where you were, but you can also recap with us. This is what happened. North faced Los Ratones on the first one, and Los Ratones took them down. Bulldogs were also defeated by Verdant, and Los Ratones brought home a 2-0 lead at the beginning of the first day, with LLS losing versus them. Then it was time for revenge from North. It was an interesting game, and the last one, LLS started so well, dominating the map, but somehow Bulldogs went in and took them down on a beautiful counterplay, even though they lost the entire early game. So if you want to see those, go back onto the VOD and watch them after today, because we still have a lot to talk about today. Correct, gentlemen?
Very correct.
I love this. So what do we have for today, though? Do you want to see the schedule?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we have another juicy graphic? Bring it on.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Okay.
I mean, just
Treble.
look at all the stacked action coming your way, right? I mean, Rich Gang and the Ruddy Sec starting it off. And just looking all throughout the schedule, I'm seeing banger after banger, man.
Treble, guide me through the rest. I want to hear your voice.
I mean, it's gonna be super interesting, especially when you know what's happening behind the scenes. Well, behind the scenes, I mean the rosters of all these teams. We've got Radisac versus Chaos, Venom Crest, RG, Chaos, DMG. We have so many cool teams, and I feel like this particular group, the first group, is really hard. Group A that we had over yesterday is really. This one is completely split wide open. I know that the Radisac are coming in as the favorites, especially when you guys hear the names of the team in there, but I feel like every single other position in this group is completely up for grabs.
I agree 100%. So we're going to start with this one right in a few minutes. But until then, well, we do some predictions. We try to understand what's going to happen throughout the day. We always miss. Don't care about that. We're horrible. Just show predictions. I want to see where we land as a desk. So far, okay, Duckling, I like where you stand. Explain thyself.
I mean, I think the Ruddy Sec are far and away the favorites. I said this on Twitter as well. They are by clear definition the favorites in this group. But my main takeaway from looking and researching into these teams and players as well is if there is one team that on paper should be able to challenge them, it is Rich Gang. And that's why actually I'm backing them here for game one, to really show that I think this group could be closer than people expected. But I do want to make it very clear, like the rest of the prediction show, the Ruddy Sec are the favorites.
Understandable. Well, this is what we expect to happen through the day. Tell me,
I kind of felt like he was trying to excuse himself for what's about to
100%.
happen. He's like, yeah, the Rodgers are so good, but I had to choose another team to be cool and fun. Okay, buddy, we get it.
You did your predictions with AI, didn't you? You used AI on this one. Yeah.
No, I sent them in myself, and you know, if you look at my tier list that I have made on Twitter, I have actually put both the Ruddy Sec and Rich Gang at the same tier, battling for top 4 in my opinion. So I think those two teams will be closer than people expected. I do say again, Ruddy Sec are the favorites, but Rich Gang, people are sleeping on them. They have some players in my mind that can definitely challenge.
So imagine this, I'm a new viewer. I tune in on the NLC. I know we have a lot of new viewers, by the way. We love you very much. Welcome to the show. And I have no idea. We're talking about Ruddy, we're talking about Venom Crest, Chaos. Who are they? So let's start introducing the teams for Group B. We already had Group A. Let's start with Venom Crest, because they're the defending champions, correct?
Defending champions and also champions of Division 2 in 2023. I think they made a great up-and-coming organization. It literally, Arjun, we're here in 2022. Venom Crest came in 2023 when none of us was here, and they made such a fantastic road for themselves. Division 2 winners over in 2023. They went over 2024, won the NLC 3-2, took Ruddy down in the finals. What a fantastic turnaround. Of course, the entire roster is completely different from the previous year, so we'll need to hold the brakes on that one. But I feel like coming in it as defending champions in Group B, I feel like they have great chance of proving themselves once again.
What I think is the most crucial point to take away from Venom Crest, the fact they did this not with big names, but by picking up unknown local talent, right? Some from the scene. We've seen a few here, Lofty this time around on the roster this time, coming through the Swedish scene, but in particular France as well, right? They plucked out Lenny, rookie of the split in spring, one of the best top laners we saw in the league last year. He's now playing in the LFL coming into 2025. Theocax in summer. And I mean, they're plucking this talent out of nowhere. And yet again, many unknown quantities on this roster. But I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because they became champions of the NLC by taking these lesser known talents and bringing them right.
I like this on Venom Crest, but what about Chaos? You talked about new talent, newcomers. What about Chaos? I know you have some information on them. Duckling, explain to me. Who's Chaos?
Oh, Chaos, I mean, I called them the Crystal Palace of Norway because they are consistent, if anything. You always know what you can expect from them. They can always challenge for the top, but they haven't quite been able to reach it themselves. But they have had these surprise victories. This time, though, not a full, 3 Danes out of 5 in this roster qualified them in to the NLC. The biggest success the organization has ever seen, and they are looking for the top here. I'm excited. I talked with a few of the players about what they expect. And while they by no means are anyone's favorite to win the whole split, I do think they will turn some heads and people will have to put some respect on their name.
I thought we evaded Gulbok 2 years ago, man.
It's back.
He still lives on. He lives on in him.
You feel it, don't you? I don't know. It's like when you're bored in Denmark, you're obligated to talk about his many
I'm
Danes
waiting
as
for
you
the
can.
wristband to return and the mug, you know?
He has it. I know he has it, by the way. Talking about developing talent and being the newcomers. Well, they're not newcomers, but DMG, a team that promotes building up the talent, building up these new players, and actually investing in the scene itself, and then bringing a new team as well for DMG. Any thoughts about them?
I know that Duckling had like a very big will to talk about this particular team, DMG, because he really
has a
believes in
notepad.
he really does believe in the way that they develop talent. And it's really cool because this is the NLC, and a lot of the times you won't necessarily see the biggest names coming into the NLC, but it seems like DMG really do care about their ecosystem.
Yeah, right. It's about developing a pipeline. Every single national league, because below the NLC, we have a Danish league. I have a team in that, actually. We have a Swedish league, Norwegian league, Finnish league. And we have all these leagues. The UK as well, and there are 4 nations. Has to be mentioned. Great league. And in each and every one of them, DMG have a team. They have a regional talent manager who is, finding the gems in each of our nations in the NLC, giving them, a space to grow and shine. And if they're good enough, they'll be brought through the pipeline up into the NLC. And we're this time around on the new roster, it's Bisgaard from the Denmark team who has made the cut into the NLC. And I'm very excited to see if my Danish brother there can land on his feet.
They're all
I
brothers.
had to get it in, man.
I just love it. Everybody's a brother in Denmark. Rich
Hey,
gang,
man,
though.
it's a small country, okay?
It is.
I understand. I understand.
You know what?
Beautiful
For Chaos, he literally said they picked up local talent. They were walking up to the grocery store. They're like, "You play League of Legends? Get in."
Hey, Mom, have you heard about this new game, League of Legends? He's coming here with us. He's a new player.
Bring your mom too.
Talent. Rich gang, though. I love this one because as soon as I saw the roster, I'm like, ooh, they have interesting names. They have Banderas on the top lane. We'll talk about him soon enough. But what about the rest of the team? Because you said Ruddy should be the group headlight, obviously. But Rich gang is extremely powerful. Why is that?
Well, first of all, luckily, they have no Danish person that is a brother to Duckling in this one, but they do have 3 Norwegians on the bottom side of the map. And I kind of want to hone in on Hoho. People will remember him as Hoho, never lucky. Because he's a maniac in that mid lane. Playing Zillions, playing all the weird champions. I feel like this is what the ERLs are all about, is bringing out players that can bring out the wacky picks and then forcing other teams to having to deal with them. And Hoho has been a staple in every team, bringing in all those weird wacky champions over in the mid lane that people don't know how to deal with, drawing bans for himself. I think this is so important, especially when we're heading through those best of ones.
I mean, I'm so excited for Rich Gang, right? I think there's a lot of potential here. 4 out of 5 of these players have won the Norwegian National League before. They have the all-time GOAT Norwegian player in Nomi, who's won, I believe, 5 titles down in Norway after a long career there. Hoho is the perfect player to highlight because I've seen him down in the Norwegian team play tank Sejuani mid lane while their top laner was playing Ilaoi in competitive. He can quite literally play everything, and that is not a joke. Banderas as well, great carry top laner, NLC champion multiple times as well. So I mean, they have some great proven ERL talent and some Norwegian GOATs who are now getting the chance to prove themselves on the NLC Division 1 stage. They have a brilliant roster, and I'm very excited to see if they can continue to follow their motto of shattering expectations.
For those of you expecting meta picks in NLC, I'm so sorry. Full chaos. This is what we have built brick by brick, by the way. We have to say them. I saved them for last specifically. I know there's a lot of people, by the way, watching presently, like a live event. So we'll talk about that later on, but welcome everybody. Ruddy now have a new name, by the way. I have to say it. It's Ready Sack. So who are they? What's this team? What's the fuss all about? I know everybody's waiting for Ruddy. Like, who's Ruddy?
I don't know. Do you know, Duckling?
I mean, I know a little bit about their organization and their history, but apparently these players this time that have won something called the MSI and a world finalist. Apparently, I mean, there is no hiding here, right? It's a brilliant team with Jankos in the jungle, Perks in the top lane, role swapping, not for the first time in his career, having won MSI as an AD carry and not a mid laner, right? And then it gets even better, right? In the mid lane, you have leader, former, very, very hype prospect and LEC player as well. And then in the bot lane, you have the American Hums. I mean, this just keeps getting even more crazy. And then they bring back a veteran LEC player, or EULCS I should say, back in the day from 2015-16 in Hoslin, who played on a Giants roster that, didn't achieve much, but played with a fabulously incredible Sunstar, who I remember vividly from back in my childhood. So it's a roster of nostalgic memories, but new hopes as well as Ruddy look to claim their first ever NLC title.
Trouble when you look into this roster and being a fan of League of Legends for this long.
If you were telling me in 2025 that the Perks and Jankos in the NLC, I'd call you crazy. This is 4 LEC players stacked in one team, and Hums, this is his first ever competitive season, and if I'm not wrong, he might also be the first American player to play in the NLC. And this is so great because it pairs up with the story of Los Ratones as well. A lot of experienced players and Velia in the jungle. Here you have so many experienced players and Hums as their AD carry. I think it's such a great testament to actually bring in rookies to those teams with so much experience. And I think my binoculars are actually set onto Perks because I'm like, buddy, this is your third role swap. Let's see how you do there. His other one worked wonders when he role swapped to AD carry for G2. This is a first though, but he can bring a lot of the AD carry and the mid lane champions over in the top side.
Trouble. We've said this before constant times. Hey, NLC will win EMEA Masters. I mean,
oh boy,
I'm feeling it. I mean, come on, come on.
I'm with you, buddy.
Hey, I know it's too soon, but hey, I'm just saying. And with that in mind, you back at home, okay, a lot of new teams to look out for. Group A, Group B. What do you mean groups? This should be a league. Well, we changed everything. It's full on chaos. Don't expect the usual standard, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about that. We have a new way of playing League of Legends on NLC competitively. And for that, we have a video voiced by Medic himself. It's all stars. All the stars running in an NLC. Take it away.
Hello everyone. 2025 is fast approaching, and along with it, big and exciting changes to the NLC ecosystem. Sharpen your ears, get comfortable, and let's dive right into the changes that are coming to the NLC Division 1 and below. Starting at the top of the ecosystem with NLC Division 1. In 2025, we are waving farewell to the old NLC format and are replacing it with a new, dynamic, and more exciting league format. First things first, the league moves to a 3-split format like the rest of the ERL system, bringing more action across the year. Now to the actual format changes, isolated to the NLC. With teams competing in the ecosystem with many different countries, it's time to see more of them compete at the top. To achieve that, the number of teams will increase from 8 to 10, just like you once knew it. For each split, the teams will compete in a 7-week format consisting of 2 stages, a seeding stage and a playoff stage. The seeding stage will consist of a single round robin with teams divided into 2 groups based on the standings of the last split. From the seeding stage, the teams will be placed into one big double elimination bracket, which will be played out from week 2 to 7. This is where all teams get their chance to show what they've got in a best-of format. Say goodbye to best-of-1 matches and say hello to the potential of historic runs. Moving on to the changes to the layers below our top division. Let's take the biggest change first. NLC Division 2 will be removed completely. While this might seem like a drastic change, it's all with the intention of improving the system as a whole and making the national leagues more impactful like back in the day. It's time to bring national rivalries to the forefront of the ecosystem, and this is a big leap towards that. With this change, you can look forward to seeing the national leagues flourish even more as they get closer to the upper level of the ecosystem. With the removal of Division 2, the NLC RPS will in 2025 transition to an annual promotion tournament between NLC Division 1 and the national leagues, where the teams competing in a national league will accumulate championship points across the 3 splits to qualify to the NLC RPS. And that's not all. Let's look at the long-term plans moving forward, because the 2025 changes won't be all you'll see coming to the NLC. From 2026 and forward, the league will take a structural shift, which is set to enhance the importance of the national leagues and boost competition across the board. As these are big changes for everyone involved, 2025 will be a transitional year to get everything set in place. Starting in 2026, the NLC teams will join their respective national leagues and play on a national level alongside their participation in NLC Division 1. This change is meant to further bridge the gap between NLC and the national leagues. Each national league will have slots that lead into the top division. Teams can change on a yearly basis, with the NLC being played alongside the national leagues throughout the year. National league teams will accumulate championship points throughout the year, and at the end of the year, the teams with the most points from each national league will have a chance to promote to the NLC the following year. To boost the new system, we're introducing NLC Roadshows, which will take the competition to live venues across the NLC countries. Expect awesome live events that bring the action closer to you than it's ever been before. That's it. The NLC plans are set in stone to bring you competitive action like never before. Keep an eye on the NLC social media channels for more updates on the new format. Are you ready?
Start the game, casters. I got you. Chat, I got you. Let's go into Champion Select instantly. You already know the game. You already know how the league works. It might be confusing, but we can talk to you through the day if you need to. If you have any questions whatsoever, I'll be able to tell you that you can reach out to NLC, not me. So with that in mind, we're going to be tossing to the first game. Champion Select of Rich Gang versus Ready Sack. Are we ready? Because we also have some subs.
Yeah. We have some very interesting substitutions, right? I am in particular excited to be watching a game of Yamato Cannon in the mid lane. I mean, Yamato Cannon. I mean, it's been I think I'm too young actually to have seen him play competitively before. I remember him as a coach when I was younger.
You're doing like that, man.
But no, I mean, I think that's the first time I get to see this in my lifetime, so I am very excited, right? The Cassante ban instantly coming through makes sense, as Banderas has had plenty of success throughout it, and the man will never fall out of the meta, it seems.
Oh man, I'm so interested to see what Perks is gonna play over the top seven. The fact that Cassante is gone out of the picture, I mean, it's fair. As a top laner, you never want to play against this. However, I want to see what the prioritization is. Yesterday, we saw Kallistas, we saw Auroras. I just want to see what kind of champions is going to go over to the first pick right here. Kallista wouldn't be a surprise, very lane dominant. You also need to keep in mind that whatever top lane you go with, lane swaps are a thing right now. Bulldog Esports looked very lost in that last game when the lane swap happened against them. So you always need to be prepared for that. But like Perks and Yakos, they've lived through the lane swaps, man, like all of them.
I mean, they've seen all of the history, right? I mean, they've seen every single thing happen in League of Legends. I think the bans here make a lot of sense, in particular the AD carry pool being trimmed out, right? The Varus, the Ashe, two very utility-heavy AD carries that they would expect the substitute of Rich Gang or Ragnar to play a former face in the NLC returning after his last stint was in NLC 2024 spring. The Skyler to trim out a bit of Jankos' pool as well. That adds a lot of utility to the lineup. So mainly not these carries taken away, maybe except for the Corgi and Draven, you can say, but taking these utility AD carries away from Ragnar.
Aurora, as you stated, All Trouble is available. Other priority picks as well in terms of AD carry champion pool was kind of trimmed. Wukong was used yesterday, and this is a powerful one. You can pair with pretty much everything in the map.
I love the Wukong in general as a first pick. I don't think he necessarily has any hard counters. Plus, if you go up against tanks, he has a lot of shred through his kit. He builds into Black Cleaver. That also helps later on the AD carries to deal damage. Let's see the answer right here coming in from Nyx. It could definitely be something like another bruiser in the jungle or something that will pair up well with a control mage like the Victor right here. I'm surprised to see instantly the Victor locked in from Ho-Ho right here. I'm like, bro, you have so much to offer. Really, Victor?
Yeah, disappointing NLC debut in terms of showing off his champion pool there, I think it's fair to say. No, I mean, I would have expected him to pull up the Sejuani or something, right? Or the Cillian, he is the only player to ever get a pentacle on, by the way. So, I mean, the Victor, it makes sense, right? It's strong in the meta and giving some agency over to their Spanish jungler Nyx. They get him on the Viego, obviously matching with the jungler that the Ruddysack has already locked in. Quick double rotation here from the Ruddysack as they lock in that rail and get Hums on an Ezreal, so he has a lot of agency to stay safe himself in lane and not be caught out.
I'm wondering here if you want to pair up something like picking up your AD carry right here. 4 AD carry bans. Ezreal already picked away, so you're going to get trimmed even further if you don't pick up your AD carry right here for RG. It's going to be the case. There is a Sivir hovered right there, which is a pretty good pick into the rel, especially with the spell shield. I do love me a Xayah, so from the side of RS, I'm expecting a Rakan ban for sure coming through. And then all eyes on top lane. You guys don't know it, but we had a Banderas versus Perks matchup created for you. You might get to see it in the post game as well. But I feel like they are the highlight of this game.
Yeah. Banderas is so known on the ERL system. We say Banderas, by the way, but he's so known and he's such a good top laner. So stable as well. Perks, we have no idea exactly. Like in terms of top lane, we just have no idea. The Galio could have been used as a flex regardless of how you look into it, since we still don't have the top lane and the mid lane for ready. Yamato Cannon, we know his champion pool from back in the day, but nowadays it's a lot of question marks. The Rakan, as you stated, has to be removed. Xayah Rakan, especially versus that team, would be a powerful one. And probably you can take another engager or disabler like Alistar if you want to trim on that one for Eski, but now he's going to be removed from Perks.
Yeah, trimming out the top lane pool just a bit, right? As you'd expect Ruddysack here to keep focusing on the support pool. Eski about to make his NLC debut, champion of Norway just last split, but I mean, with the pool now having removed the Rakan as well, taking one of his more comfort picks, I am intrigued to see what he will pull out here in his first game alongside Ragnar, right? An unfamiliar duo. Eski and Nomi won the Norwegian League together, so it's unfamiliar territory, and I'm really looking forward to see if the Ruddysack will be able to utilize this unfamiliar bot lane duo 2v2 for Rich Gang.
I want some engage coming through for Rich Gang right here. I feel like there's a lot of safety with the Xayah, with the Victor. You've got Viego for the resets, but something needs to be starting these fights. Something needs to be peeling for you as well. So the Alistar being taken away here is a huge hit, because usually you want to be playing that Alistar into the rel and vice versa. So the thing that you have left right now is probably something like a Nautilus. You could play Braum if you really want to do this, but picking into a Braum, you're pretty much peeking on peeling constantly throughout these fights. You don't necessarily have a huge engage tool on your side, unless this is the Braum here, so then you can go ahead and maybe R5 and Ornn, but Banderas is not really the guy who would just wait for R5 to pick up an Ornn. I'm expecting more of the Camille side of things from Banderas, but right here we're gonna get the mystery solved. What does really Perks want to play towards the top side map? Is he an Ambessa kind of guy?
Ooh.
Okay. So Yamato Cannon getting to play the Orianna. Luckily for him, a champion that did exist back in the day when he played competitively, right? Won't be throwing out the way or anything new here in his game in the mid lane. I mean, all eyes on the top lane match, right? They're all last picking it here. What will be Perks' pick as he's about to have his first game as a top laner? He might go for the safe pick. Yes, he takes the Ornn Banderas on his homecoming to one of his first organizations in Norway, right? He won the Norwegian National League in 2021 with Rich Gang. It is a romantic return to his ex, you can say, as Banderas. What will he log in? He's not one to shy away from a challenge, and the Fiora pick certainly could be that.
I'm so confused. It's Ornn into Braum. This is not legal. It's Ornn into Braum. This is the only... versus this team, this is the only spell that Braum needs to pull his shield up for. It's going to be huge from the side of Eski to be able to block the Ornn Horn. And you've got, in conjunction, a really good matchup into Fiora on a side lane that none of these champions on the side of Ruddysack is going to be able to side lane again. So Banderas has got a lot on his back right here, and let's see if Nyx is going to be able to roam towards the tops of the map to get him even further ahead.
Wait. We had this yesterday. Just because you're subbing in doesn't mean they're going for those specific lines. So Perks might go on to mid lane, pulling a fast one on everybody.
That's not what we signed up for.
Duty. Oh, we got you baited. Oh! And Banderas will be facing Yamato Cannon at the end.
All right.
I mean,
well, it's still the same thing. Still Ornn versus Fiora, so...
Yeah. I mean, Yamato Cannon will certainly be under pressure. I think the Ruddy Sack, they will have that decision-making put under pressure. It has to be perfect, as Banderas will certainly be a menace in the side lane. It's a hard to execute comp for Rich Gang here. No real hard engage. So I'm looking forward to see this game. A lot of pressure is on Banderas here as he returns to his former home in Norway, Rich Gang, right? Can they continue to shatter these expectations? Or will the Ruddy Sack get an expected victory here in game number 1? I'm excited to see what happens.
So shall we start hostilities between each other? Who's gonna predict who? Let's start with you, Trouble. Who do you think is gonna take this one? With the mid laner that actually played mid lane.
Oh boy, I mean, one team is playing all the way for peeling, but until I see an EU team, whether it's ERLs or LEC, play collectively towards that split push and successfully towards that split push, I'll always be rooting for the other teams. I think Ruddy suck on this one.
Okay, Duckling.
I mean, she goes Ruddy Sack. She did also predict it. I predicted Rich Gang here, and I think they've put Banderas in a prime position to show what this guy is all about. I'm very excited to see him back in the NLC again. It's always a treat to see him here. So I'm gonna go with Rich Gang. They're gonna play the side lane, and Banderas, he's gonna break the decision making of the Ruddy Sack, and they are gonna get on the board and continue to shatter those expectations.
I love it. We're tied up on the desk, but what about the casters? We're about to jump onto the first game of day 2. And without further ado, it is Middlecott and Jamada casting this one. Good luck.
Let's go. I am so hyped here. Jamada, we've got Ruddy Sack, we have got Rich Gang, going to be hitting the rift for the first game of day 2. I just can't wait to get into it, mate.
Yeah, I mean, 2 favorites of the group, I think many would say. Ruddy Sack, obvious reasons, right? RG, Rich Gang, a lot of very well-known and in some cases very well, what's the word I'm looking for? Titled out. They've got titles underneath. They've got belts from their own previous journeys and stories amongst all of the ERLs throughout the system. So many people looking towards RG as kind of a team, perhaps, if you're new to the NLC or the ERLs in general, who you'll be saying, yeah, maybe this team can kind of upset some of these big streamer teams, these teams with a lot of hype behind them. Oh, we're here. Summer's Rift and an early invade by RG. Look for some information, perhaps.
Yeah. Ruddy Sack, though, in a position where they can absolutely collapse on these guys.
Yeah, they know they're
They
there.
find themselves separated. Ho-ho. Could be stepping into that banana rush. Yamato Cannon also moving down. RG do not have the numbers advantage as it stands. Yamato with a little bit of a bait. Rich Gang just far enough away that Ruddy can't find the engage. Looks like it's all going to peter out into nothing. Nothing too crazy at the level 1 here, Jamada.
Yeah, it's really awkward, right? Because RS, they know. Ruddy Sack, they know that they're there, and they're still kind of poking around here. So Ruddy Sack, they're trying to play for a lane swap, but they're playing against Braum. It's a really rough one, but they're getting a lot of poke in.
It's risky. Hustling going for the engagement. Maybe he's gone a little bit too far. Eski has to flash away. Yamato kind of getting the knock up here onto Ho-Ho. He's not lucky. First one going down in favor of Banderas. Here comes the resets for Nyx, but he's got to get on out of there. Bodies hitting the floor at the level 1, and Rich Gang, the beneficiaries as it stands. 2 for 1, the kill score.
Goodness me, it's a bit of a fiesta. Is Yamato dead? I mean, Banderas, no flash. Maybe if you could have got like an auto flash reset on the Vital was doable, but Yamato was able to walk out. And like you say, 2-1 kill score goes up to Rich Gang. Where do those kills land? 1 on Banderas, 1 on Rek'Sai. It's actually the worst 2 candidates. You could maybe think about those kills going over to. And on top of all of that, Ho-Ho, he gets the assist, so he's going to be slingshotted forward in that passive as well as we take a look at the replay. And it's always a risky thing going into an engage against the Braum. Hustlin's engage only lands onto Braum. W misses everyone else. And down here, Banderas just gets a free look in on Hustlin. And again, like we say, resets not super impactful here, but again, just takes Nyx out of the fight. He's not targetable. He can't be hit down. And Hamza also loses his flash trying to chase down another kill. So he's potentially vulnerable. He's on Ezreal for the next couple of minutes, as just to track some of the spells as well. Nyx lost his flash, Banderas, Eski, and on the opposite side, the bot lane and top side of Ruddy Sack. So we're very vulnerable maybe on these side lanes for the time being, as we've landed in this lane swap. Sort of set up, right? Bot laners in top in bot. So technically standard lane, just on the flip side of the map as we're going in.
Ragnar needs to be careful. I think that Hustlin may need to take care as well as Yeah, getting in the way, preventing a lot of that damage from going down, and Hamza, the only one really in this bot lane in the top side that is looking all that healthy, and he wants to play with his HP a little bit. Ragnar, one Mystic shot away from going down, the stun coming up, but Eski throws up the shield, his AD carry stands behind him and goes back to base, just about alive.
Yeah, just about. Eski's the MVP so far for this Rich Gang bot lane matchup as Banderas, a lot of free time, right? It's the Ornn matchup, just harassing Jankos in his own jungle, trying to get his clear in. Jankos will now be left undisturbed once again, but you can already see how much freedom Banderas is going to be afforded in this 1v1. Already up a lot of CS2, some of that in part, of course, because of that level 1.
Yeah, but also, right, some of that because he is playing against a substitute like Yamato Cannon, very, very good player.
Still off-roll. Right.
Still off-roll, still hasn't played a competitive game in over 10 years, so it makes you a little bit rusty.
Yeah, just a little bit. Still the GOAT, you know, one of the best voices in esports and all the rest of it.
Oh, of course.
But well, I guess also calling him GOAT kind of apt. He's playing on, I suppose, so it's not the worst thing to call him. It seems like junglers for now just going to trade out skulls, a little bit of vision maybe at best, and take their resets. So, hectic level 1, and Hamza and Hustlin already, you know, putting down a lot of pressure up on Ragnar and Eski, but it's not actually turned into anything just yet.
Yeah. Must note, though, that obviously with the chaos of that level 1, First Blood, one of those feats of strength, did go over to Rich Gang. And if you happen to peruse Twitter, or X, or whatever we're calling it this week, few people are quite upset with the power that you can get from those feats of strength with the tier 2 boots and all of that. Nix is...
Well, I'm gonna devil's advocate you here though. The boots are real bait. You know, it's a big time.
Yes!
It's a big time. It's a psyop, honestly, to be completely honest with you. Mostly in part because I think they're new, right? The tier 3 boots, of course. So what you're seeing a lot is players will get access to them at level. I think they're locked behind. Is it level 13? And then also if you hit 2 items,
you got to have
legendary items, right?
two legendaries,
whatever comes first. And so players are very excited, tier 3 boots, all the rest of it, and then they just kind of buy them, and they're not really super gold efficient, but also they delay your 3rd item, right? I think people forget League of Legends is an item-oriented game. Items you buy, they change how your champion works a lot of the time. So you buy tier 3 boots after 2 items, just delaying a 3rd item. It's pretty bad. As mid lane, Squirtle's going to see.
Could be pretty bad. Still a slight over. Look at me. Both jump top side. Being able to get first mover to maneuver towards those. Like, I can't believe that I'm saying Yank in the context of the NLC game.
I know, it's crazy. He's secured the first grub. I'm not sure how Radisak is going to be able to stay on the rest, though. Hamza has second move, and if you take a look at the minimap, Banderas has actually moved over as well towards the mid lane. So I think this might be a 2-for-1 exchange or a fight. Both these teams still jostling. Another grub goes over to Nyx.
Yeah, and I love this positioning from Ho-Ho. The Victor, with that level 6 especially, has so much zone control and is just preventing Radisak from moving in. Although they may find an angle towards the top side. Hustling, flashing, going forward. Shockwave drop down onto Ragnar. The Ignite as he ticks down, just about gets away. Meanwhile, in the middle of the river, we've got an Ornn ultimate thrown down and Banderas in the middle of absolutely everybody. Eski's going to be able to grab that kill as Hustling now potentially in danger. It's a second kill for the Rich Gang top laner. And for all the big names on Ruddy Sack, it's Rich Gang who are doing better in the early game.
Yeah, the fight just doesn't look so good, right? I mean, for Ruddy Sack, it's a difficult angle to engage from, and like you were mentioning, Ho-Ho's positioning makes the fight so easy as Jankos is going to be donated over to Nyx. Gets himself a kill, so it adds an additional kill on top of the 2 that we just had from those grubs. Goes from bad to just a little bit worse for Ruddy Sack, but great for Rich Gang.
Yeah. Especially for the man in the top lane with all those NLC belts. Banderas 2-0-2. Ticked over to level 6. Meanwhile, Hustler looking for something in the middle lane. Ho-Ho with a smart flash to get away. But looking as we went through that champion select, so often we see R5 top lane picks not really utilized to their fullest potential. But this Fiora completely changes the way that both teams have to play the game.
Yeah, exactly. We'll touch on it touch on it in a moment. Just looking at this replay, because the engage is good from Hustlin, right? Q flash onto Ragnar. And Shockwave as well connects, but it's one of those awkward shockwaves where it doesn't really drag him anywhere because he's right up next in the terrain. Ultimate comes across from Yamato Cannon on the Ornn, but it doesn't really have any impact. And again, it's all about the positioning from Rich Gang, right? They always had the slightly better angles in. Ho-Ho, AoE, kind of gets to hit the back line for free because Ruddy Saka trying to move forward on that bot lane of Rich Gang, as you're seeing proxying from Banderas. Jankos does have level 6.
Ooh,
but
yeah.
Banderas is, he's going to throw up the OK emote. He knows he was maybe overstepping his bounds a little bit too much there.
Ragnar and SK, it feels like whenever they want to go aggressive in the bot lane, kind of just can do. It's going to be first dragon picked up there from Nyx, and again, Rich Gang just stacking up these early advantages. 2,000 gold to the good as we crest 9 minutes, but that might change. Smart flash out from Nyx, and I think that's a couple times now. We saw it in that fight in Rhythm, we've just seen it there. These flashes being burned from Rich Gang, just keeping them alive in pretty important scenarios.
Yeah, and they're going to be really important to track throughout this game as well, right? I think when you take a look at how these compositions work, 1-to-1 as Perk's going to use the ultimate there just to clear out the way, but also get a nice chunk out of Ho-Ho, is that it's ready set all of these agency tools, right? The entirety of Real's kit, Jankos on the Wukong, the Ornn, of course, they want to force fights on their item spikes. 2 items, maybe 3 even for Orianna, maybe a little bit far, but that's kind of what you're looking for. On the opposite side, though, Rich Gang, it's just all about the disengage. It's all about positioning and just letting Banderas play out the side lane. He's going to outscale Yamato Cannon on this Ornn. And eventually, what's going to have to happen is, I mean, at best, you try and send Ornn. You try and send Orianna, rather, down towards the, the side lane to try and clear out the waves. It's not going to work, though, for long. At the end of the day, Fiora will still outscale eventually, so it will get rough. A bit of a timer, you could say, Ruddy are on, but we'll see how they handle this side lane as we go on.
Yeah, so if you are Yamato Cannon right now, you do have the privilege of being a coach that can actually directly tell his players what to do in the game. What are you saying to them? And if you want, you can give me an impression as well, Jamada.
Look, early career, a lot of people used to say, oh, Jamada, you've got a great voice. Like, I really like your voice for casting. I never really got it. Part of it, some of the feedback was deep voice. I can't go as low as Yamato can, man. It's too... It's ridiculous. It really is, and I've got to say, hearing it also in person, it's even more ridiculous than hearing it through the screen. As on our screens, Rich Gang, they're getting probably all 3 grubs here. Ruddy Saka not really in a position to contest this at all, and again, as well, a little bit of first move over from Banderas. So much freedom afforded to him on the map.
Yeah. You know what's worse than a Fed Fiora? A Fed Fiora with a load of void grubs.
Yeah, it does feel a little bad, as by the looks of the screen, seems like Banderas may have had some kind of connectivity issues.
It does feel like potentially that is the one win condition for Ruddy at this point. Is
hey, like, it's all about the shenanigans over at Ruddy.
Yeah,
maybe they've sent someone over to Banderas' house to just snip the internet cables. The early running gag of the NLC was that Nymera got his spot on the NLC because he came and snipped my internet cables for a summer. And that gave him some time on the show. Maybe we're looking at a similar kind of deal here, right? Hey, more time in the league for Ruddy if they can snip Banderas' internet cable nice and early and give them a win against a direct compare. I think a lot of people going back to that point. People will be looking at this lineup as, one of the other favorites, as Ho-Ho is the victim of a 3-man dive.
Yeah, I was going to say, really nice dodge on the rail queue, but unfortunately there are 3 people there, so you do just end up dying. A little bit of fight back coming through from Ruddy, though. That's going to feel good for them, as it's just popping back into the mid lane. And Banderas, just doing this again. Is this just a proxy league now? Is this all we do in the NLC?
Faust is here. People are going to feel a little bit possessed. I mean, Hums does need to hit a Q, though. That would definitely help in the DPS department. He's landed 1, but now he's starting to miss the wave. And Banderas isn't going to get the cannon. So there's that, right? Take the wins where you can get them. However, take a look at this bottom side, and it's a bit of a catastrophe, right? Starting to see Ragnar and SP get some of these plates online. Of course, the 5 grubs going to do a lot of help with that. as now Huston and Jankos are here to assist. So I wonder if they're going to try and make a play with the Ornar. They have to, of course, think about Eski having his shield, but she's going to be a step away and a reset. So not really much Ruddy Saka going to be given in terms of an opportunity.
Yeah, really nice ward actually placed there, just spotting out Jankos and hustling behind that tower. So no oversteps going to come out from the Rich Gang bot lane, and I mean, we're already really starting to see as Fiora just completely take over whatever side of the map she's on. Like, Hamza can't stand against her. Perks is going to be moving up now, and yeah, you've got that range advantage, that wave clear that the Orianna's going to provide, but how do you deal with a Fiora that is this fed this early?
Yeah, I mean, here's the neat part, Middle. I don't think you, I think you really can. You know, it's something that you kind of just have to. You try to stem the bleeding as much as you can at important timings in the game, whether that's objective spawns or just kind of what we used to call dead time on the map, where there weren't really too many objectives up and available to take. Though, of course, in this new season, it feels like there's pretty much an objective every 2 minutes, so that downtime will be limited. But the general, you know, Baron spawning later and things like that, Atakan coming up at 20 instead, it also kind of plays into Fiora existing a little bit more free, because there's no threat of an early Baron, or in this case, for Rich Gang, with this kind of lead, it means that they have more time to play around with the Baron, more likely than not, as the second Dragon has spawned up. It will be a Hex Tech. And Rich Gang, it feels like they're the ones with all the setup to get this one, so this should be a relatively clean pickup if they want it. And they're also going to get this tower done here, no more plates, so first tower drops, and that will be Feast of Strength over to Rich Gang 2.
Feeling good to be Norwegian right now. Feeling good to be a Rich Gang fan. I will say this isn't completely uncharacteristic from Ruddy. They do tend to start the split a little bit slow, a little bit shaky, and then by the end of it, they're just this unstoppable behemoth that makes it to a final before inevitably losing. But yeah, not the most auspicious way to begin a campaign.
No, it isn't. But of course, under the circumstances as well, substitute in. Can't be fully faulted for the time being, as they're looking for a play onto Horhor. Has flash again, but he's 3-man. He's
going to use it. Chaos Storm. Nick's dropping the stun down onto Huston, who is going to be dropping, and that's going to give a reset to the Viego. The Victor is dead, and Jankos is a little bit too strong for Nyx to tangle with at the moment. Eski making a maneuver over, but not going to result in any more action. I'll say that he has to flash back away from the wall, but Nyx is going to follow him, going straight over, dropping the ultimate onto Jankos. It's a killing spree for the Rich Gang jungler, and Perks is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC, as Hamza, the Egyptian Draven god, is not able to make it out of there. Rich Gang are running the show.
Rich Gang take over on the clap back to that dive. Ruddy Sack, it was an alright play, but I've got to say the shockwave timing choice from Perks was a little odd. We'll look at it in the replay, because I think he had an option for a 2-man. Maybe they just thought they didn't need it, right? You'll see as he steps back, it just takes him a while to get the ball in, and then he ends up shockwaving now, but Nyx has got the reset, so he avoids it completely untargetable. And then it's about the re-engage, right? They look for Eski because he face checks in. Eski drops the passive on him, and Nyx just goes crazy. Flash over the wall with the stun, and the chain CC is there. Nyx, again, he just doesn't end up dropping either to any of the kind of throwback damage from Hamza, from Perks, and the rundown just super easy with these Braum passives rather being applied. Flash forward from Ragnar. And easy as you like. Kill does go over to Eski. Still not the worst in the world. Speaking of, the Braum yet again being caught out as they're on top of Rift Herald, and they will secure it as we come out of that replay.
And Hustling going for another engagement. He's able to catch out Ragnar! That's more like him from Perk! Shockwave on 2-3, but Ruddy are still in a rough spot. Even when it's pixel perfect, it's only a 1-for-1.
Yeah, criticize the timing. Didn't get it wrong that time, as he's just going to use that Heartbreaker out. Shockwave was nice, combo was great, but they still lost out on the objective. Ruddy, so Rich Gang getting everything they want. They're up 4,000, almost 5,000 gold. They're looking for there as be a nice shutdown.
Yeah, Jankos flashing away, both players flashing away from each other. Neither confident they'd be able to make it out of there without dying themselves. So it does just end up fizzling out, but what confidence we're seeing coming out from Rich Gang. They just keep going for these plays, backing themselves as they're working. Definitely not intimidated by the big names on the other side of the rift.
No, definitely not, right? And once you see this composition start to come together from Rich Gang, all 4 members, you have to remember it's so much pure, right? So much utility in CC when you're the one that's reacting to a play. You're already coordinated, and, you know, in the case of Ruddysack, maybe you're a little bit disjointed, maybe one person's out of position, whatever it is. Things can get really messy really quickly. The execution floor is weirdly high because of the tools available to Rich Gang, despite what is, you know, on paper, a theoretically very easy comp to pilot from Ruddysack. As maybe thinking about a play onto the Fiora, of course, just lost her flash. But it looks like a reset will be the par for the course, though Perks is, of course, a little bit high up. We'll have to stop that one as the Herald dropped mid. They just want to break it, seems like, and with 5 grubs too, and no one really here to answer beside Hamza. That one's going to go.
All the outer towers now taken by Rich Gang. All those early objectives saved for a single Void Grub in favor of Rich Gang. And these guys made a massive splash in Division 2 last year, but I don't think many people will have backed them to make a strong start in this league, particularly going up against Ruddysack as their first game. But they have come here to play at a roster that I think in splits past would have been anticipated to be right at the top of the NLC, is showing that, hey, they're pretty damn good at League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, streamer teams be damned, right? Doesn't really matter. I'm sure the ERL purists are rubbing their hands. Happy to still see a team like Rich Gang's roster come in and perform very well from the offset here. As the 3rd dragon spawning up, Ocean Soul and Rift will be what's on offer. And again, you know, Rich Gang, this is what you want. You're the team that kites back. You're already in the river. You're the one with the setup. Force the other team to come into you. Sounds like a dream to me. And Fiora's on the top side. They're pushing that again. Bar is still here from Jankos. It looks hard.
Yeah, I mean, Perks is keeping in, but the Dragon's already gone. Ragnar going to be popping the ultimate. Nyx out of there. Even if the Xayah drops down, you've still got a Fiora on the top side just wailing away on that turret. I don't think that's worth it, Ruddy.
Nope. It's going to be tier 2 almost certainly dying. 5 grubs and Fiora, though the wave was a little small. I think she can probably tank this out, though. And it's a large chunk of pocket change going into Fiora's back pocket, who's already very close to a 2nd item, and it's actually just an easy rotation over the Atacon. Because Ruddysack opted to try and cross-map, get a little bit of gold back. And no doubt, I think Rich Gang, again, mentioned how those ERL purists can rub their hands together. I think Rich Gang, same thing here with this Atacon buff.
Yeah, and Ruddy, they're not content with letting this one go over completely for free as hustling the Yamato Cannon in the area, but too little too late, unfortunately, for the Ruddy fans.
Does feel that way. And I mean, the other kind of concerning thing for Ruddy was all of this fighting happened kind of before they're at their spikes, right? They're at their spikes now, but the problem is you kind of look over at the other side and like, well, Fiora's at 2 items now, plus that pickaxe. Viego also at 2 items, a whole item ahead right now of Jankos. Well, half component, but those components not exactly the strongest. Eski, I mean, even if they kill him, he's gonna use the flash.
Even if they're not gonna, Jamada.
Yeah, that GA is still on the table, so he can just take a reset, get his health back, and with nothing really to play for on the map, right? It's an open map right now. It's not really a thing. I mean, frankly, I don't even think he should have flashed. I think you can just very happily let
take the L, yeah,
just take your L, let your GA die.
Stuff like this from Nyx. They're very active shadowing, moving into these lanes, and Ruddysack looking for a bit of a group up in the mid lane, but you look at the side lanes and Banderus, Hawthorne just getting that priority. It's going to need to be answered, and yeah, there's nothing objective-wise on the map that Rich Gang really should be looking to take at the moment. But it doesn't bode well for 2.5 minutes time when we're starting to look at Ocean Drakes, we're starting to look at Barons, and we're starting to look at a fight in the bot lane, and Jankos just goes splat as easy as that. Banderas going into the GA in the mid lane after taking down Hamza. And Rich Gang are pretty wealthy right now. Multiple thousands of gold to the good and looking for some inhib towers. And this, he might even just be looking for kills, diving on top of Perks. He's going to get taken back to the fountain. Ragnar flashing forward, looking for another kill for himself. Still with the Atakan buff on his back. Killing him is going to be, well, absolutely impossible for anybody in this situation. He's just trying to buy as much time as we can.
He needs to be careful here. Atakan buff, yeah, he can run into the tower. Atakan buff was about to time out, so good timing on that one, but not able to get the objectives of those towers that they were probably hoping for. But at the end of the day, damage is done, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're still picking up multiple summoner spells on the opposite end. More importantly, of Hamza, of Perks as well, 2 carries. And like you mentioned in the call, you know, they're playing for that tier 2, maybe even a tier 3 mid lane. Banderas is just solo killing.
Oh no, he's in shop! He's in shop!
Hamza.
Oh,
brother.
wallahi, he's finished.
Hamza, brother. Oh, that's not good, man. That's not good.
And then he comes straight back and dies to Yamato Cannon. So I'm not really sure what happens here.
All right. Well, yeah, taking a couple tower shots. He queued as well, so he's playing for the Demolish proc. He forgets that Ornn deals damage, and that the tower ramp damage is also significantly higher this season. So can't quite get away with that one. You yeah, there's not much to say about that.
Do we call...
Well,
might call that a whoopsie.
Yeah, I think we call that a whoopsie. We just let that one slide. Most NLC titles in this game, right? Pretty sure. I don't think anyone's got multiple, so you know, just let it slide, right?
He's allowed to. He's allowed to.
He's got that one under his thumb. 15 seconds until this dragon spawns up. But again, for Radisac, even if they're at their item, you know, some of their item breakpoints, it just feels so rough to play out as Yankos. That's a flash over the wall. I don't think he had a clone.
Didn't have W.
Otherwise, sure he would have used it. How can play middle cop?
How can play? Don't think can play, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think Radisac are going to play, but whether they're successful, I think, is pretty up in the air. As where on earth is the damage? It's completely absent. Oh! Gets 1, gets 2. What's the rest of his gap? Reset against the ground. I get the drag.
It's a clean ace for Rich Gang. They get the soul. Oh no, they actually did lose the dragon, so I take that back, but they will get the Baron for sure. And Banderas is an absolute devil in the backline. Solos out Perks, and I think he got all 4 vial procs, so the healing was crazy. He was 1v3, even after Perks died, and even though Hustlin's engage was great, unfortunately, didn't really have that follow-up like you mentioned in the call. So, great stuff from Rich Gang, and Baron goes over, mid lane inhibitor drops to Banderas, and now they're just going to be able to move over to either side of the map and play how they kind of feel like playing. Now, for the next moment or so, unfortunately, as you probably heard from Middlecott, I'm going to be alone, so we'll see how I can handle the cast. As a Hustler's engage is great. It was a 3-man, 4-man, all on top of him, but Perks is being soloed out by Banderas, and the ultimate from Yamato Cannon is parried onto Hums, so Hums is stunned and can't return the damage that he probably could have found to finish off Banderas, and the rest of Rich Gang continue to follow on and find the follow-up. As now we come out of the replay, 4 strong on the bottom side for Rich Gang, and again, Radisac so far behind now at this point, it feels a little bit untenable. Save a miracle engage. I'm hearing whispers of Middlecott, but I don't know if that means he's back.
Maybe
back.
See.
Yeah, maybe back. We do love the trials and tribulations of casting online, as Eski won't be able to block that one up. Yankos is on the back line right now, and there's a big knock-up on to Ragnar, and he might just about drop, but the follow-up damage is crazy! Ho just puts everyone in the dirt with that Chaos Storm, and Nyx is getting the resets. The dive comes forward as well. from Banderas, untouched yet again. As Rich Gang, they're going to take down this inhibitor, and they're going to make their way onto the Nexus Towers and go 1-0 in their group against Ruddy Sack. A very strong showing for their first game of 2025 here in the NLC. And streamer teams be damned. Los Ratones looked pretty infallible yesterday, but Ruddy Sack, under the circumstances, unfortunately not right now. And we'll see how they bounce back later on today. I don't know if I'm going to be by myself once we come out of this transition here. No, Middlecot's still with me. I don't know if Middlecot is audible. And he is in my ear, so I'm going to assume, oh no, it's not looking great, is it? I mean, look, I took your job for one team fight. I think I did an all right job. I haven't play-by-played since I got soloed in the LPL in like 2023. So yeah, play-by-play, Jamada, not too bad. But great showing from Rich Gang, right? Top to bottom, everyone had pretty good expectations of this roster overall. But to see them come and play so confident, a very reactive draft, I think, to what Ruddy Sack were putting together, and just dismantled them top to bottom. Banderas was the clear win condition in the side lane. Disengaging off any engages from Ruddy Sack on the rest of the map was the other part of that. I think, Middlecott, I'm just going to keep you quiet. We're going to throw over to a break as we eventually do send over to our analyst desk after an exciting game number 1.
There's an old saying in Twitch that Twitch chat is always right, and they predicted Rich Gang. Trouble. You are in trouble. Oh!
Trouble, you're muted.
Are you muted?
Okay, I'll say it twice for the people in the back.
Do it.
Ornn into Braum? Like, okay, I understand the situation with obviously having to have the sub in, to have Yamato in. Well, so many other tanks you can play over in the top lane stabilizer, and I think it's a little bit scary going up against Banderas as well. You know, the guy plays Camille, he plays Fiora. He's not scared to pull them out into the into the Ornn. And also Braum right there, he only had to raise his shield for one spell and one spell only, man. And that was the engage from Ornn. I'm gutted.
I see your point, but also Rich Gang stepping up. That early level, like that level 1, in my opinion, was pivotal towards the entire map, especially now with strength, like feats of strength. This is the way you pronounce it. Feats of strength. I think First Blood is so pivotal, and it was such a mess. It was a battle royale. Everybody jumped in, like, hey, let's fight level 1. We don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the replay we can bring up, I'd love to see it, right? I think the key takeaways from it is not just the fact that they got the feat of strength with blood, it's also the fact that the first blood on Banderas, the Fiora that will be then later snowballing as we watch it here, Ragnar, remember, a substitute as well who had a great game, I want to add, also getting a kill, so the kills goes on to the right target for Rich Gang, and they're just instantly set up for success. Yamato can enforce recall, and it felt like outside of getting one kill back, everything that could go wrong went wrong for the Ruddy sec here.
I'm just gonna say that playing the level 1 into a Braum is always gonna be a very hard fight. I feel like a lot of the teams usually stray away from fighting the Braum level 1. Had Haslin hit someone with the crash down from Rel, I feel like this could have been a whole different fight. But I felt like Rich Gang did a fantastic job. But the second they saw the Rel in, one member walked forward, the other 4 stepped backwards, and it didn't hit no one. I think it would have been a completely different level 1 from what we just saw. But again, Braum, such a powerful champion on that level 1, and they did manage to bank in not only kill on their Fiora, but also kill on their Xayah. So both of their carries were fed off the get-go.
I also want to bring the light into the way they played Rich Gang, not only because of the First Blood, but also the way they just didn't shiver. They were like, oh, I don't care, you played Worlds, I'm on NLC, I'm just gonna take you down. Times and times, countless times again, they faced these champions, they faced these players that are just known, probably they were fans of these players, and they're like, yeah, I'll take the challenge. And this is so interesting, see this talent being brought up by NLC, facing these legends, and they don't care. They just don't care. Fights and fights and fights. And we have another one. I think this is just an eye candy to relay what we saw.
Right? Hustling gets a great engage, but the carries can't participate because Banderas is 1v3ing in the backline. The guy does not shy away from a challenge, call it a 1v4 even, as Jankos joins in on the chaos as well. And Banderas doesn't go down at this point. You just knew the game was there was no way coming back from this. From Ruddy. It was done and dusted. The Ruddy sack, they were packed up in the sack and sent home for game number 1. Luckily for them, they have another game to redeem themselves here today, because this wasn't the performance they wanted to show. But for Rich Gang, shattering the expectations when they land in the NLC, I am more excited than I ever have been for this team, and I was already pretty much in the moon with these guys. I'm so excited for them.
I'm not gonna lie, I just want to see the Ruddy sack with a draft that is playable. I feel like not only was the First Blood really hard, but how in the world does this Wukong ever play the game? Into the Braum, into the Xayah, diving into the backline. Also, it just becomes really difficult, right? Your Ornn Horn will always be getting stopped. There was no way. You saw, like, Haslin got a fantastic 4-man engage onto there. There's no follow-up. Orianna cannot step up. Wukong was caught on the Braum. The Ezreal cannot step forward because he needs to poke for it and then go in. So I feel like there were so many pieces that just necessarily didn't work for Adisak. And also, I do want to see Perkz top lane. This is what they owe us. So for the next game, I'm anticipating that top lane Perkz.
Hey, when you see this Orianna, he's a top laner. He didn't play top, but when you look into these stats, they're not bad for the first game of a top laner, you know? Keep it real. That's the only thing I have. Also, with that in mind, they played with these subs at first game, but this is only one game. From now on, for the rest of the day, Yamato will be a coach. He will not be playing Ornn. From what
Leader's back. assassins on the pool. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm very excited for that, and I do also want to give a special shout out to Ragnar, right? He's someone coming in as well as a substitute here for Rich Gang. He has been in the NLC before without really showing many. I mean, he's been alright, but he's never been one to stand out. And I thought this game, I saw a Ragnar who stood out, who took the duels, who won some of them as well, and looked really confident. It was great to see him back, and I mean, wow, even if it is just one game, I'm happy to see him shine on the NLC stage.
So even if we bring like that lights into Banderas, we only brought 2 replays. If we had another one, we're not gonna show it. Banderas did Banderas things. I mean, I can't let him go away without at least teasing him a bit. That dive on the mid lane with no minions, nothing. It was like, yeah, I'm versus Yamato Cannon, so I can tank a turret. I don't even know what they did on the update of the game and how turrets work nowadays. I'm gonna do it. So Banderas is still Banderas. That is good to know. You can have like good Banderas, and then you can have the other Banderas.
Yeah, I think the play.
You mean great, good, and great.
There are levels to it, right? I think the play
the
really symbolized the play symbolized all of Banderas, really, right? Because he started off by diving Hums and 1v2ing him underneath 2 turrets, died with the Artican buff, went back to base, TP'd straight back in and said, I have not had enough, went for another round and lost it tremendously, right? We saw the good and the great both times there, and forgetting that the turret ramp-up damage now lasts for 5 seconds instead of 3, going out of the turret, thinking it's back to dealing pretty much no damage. Did forget about the extended timer, and he got absolutely cut down. Yamato getting that solo bowler, and he will always have that on his record. He has now solo killed Banderas.
Again, I just want to reiterate, because I know a few people might be still wondering why in the world was Yamato playing. So he's not going to be playing anymore. That was just for one game. A couple players were suspended just for one game. Don't worry, you'll have leader in the next time that we're going to see the Roddy sack. And also, we'll also have Rich Gang on full roster further down the line.
It happens. We move on. I think we can wrap this one up with Rich Gang and Reddy. We are waiting for the interviews. As soon as we have them, we'll toss them into you. We're still waiting for the other lobby to be set up. I know, hey, Casa, start the game. It happens. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. But can we just talk about
Pedro?
Actually, yeah. I was gonna blame Jamada, but yeah, let's go for Pedro. But can I just talk? I want your opinion, okay? Trouble. I want your honest opinion about Atakan.
I think it's really cool. Okay, so I've seen more Atakans spawn than others. I think there's like a little bit of a mismatch on the percentages of which ones drop. But I love the fact that it just forces fights. We have been talking a lot about, you know, the lane swap meta and how boring the early games were last season, and then everyone playing a little bit of a more slow, calculated game, going for that late game. But I feel like Atakan gives you also a sense of comeback. You take that Atakan, you have the revive, you can force a fight, TP back in, like Duckling said, with Banderas as well, and sort of change the tides of the entire game. And also, it just adds another element of the game that the teams need to think about. You know, at minute 14, you see where it spawns, you need to change suddenly your whole macro. Who goes top lane, who goes bot lane, who pushes what wave, who has teleport. Like, the whole map could just swap over one spawn of Atakan. And not to mention that teams like in the LPL have been extending the timer on how long they keep Atakan alive to snowball it into an early Baron as well.
And keep that in mind. When you get the Atakan buff, you can die once, which is called withdraw, but you don't do it again. So you don't teleport back into the lane and feed the enemy top laner. Who am I talking about? Banderas, welcome to the interview. Let's toss to the interview.
Wait,
no, I think it's Banderas.
Oh,
hello there.
Yes.
Hey,
Hello. How you doing, Akram? Long time.
A long time no see. How are you feeling, Rich Gang? Good team. NLC completely improved. I mean, you popped. How are you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling good, man. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm wondering. So you know that you're only allowed to die once with the Atakan buff, correct? I'm just.
You know, I wanted to be the first player to be solo killed by Yamato Cannon, so you know, like, I had to take that honor, you know, one way or another, you know.
But this is enough, like a really good start for you. As Rich Gang, Gannon versus Ruddy. Everybody was saying that Ruddy is the top of the pack, and now you're leading the pack. What do you have to say for the rest of the matches and the rest of the teams on Group B?
Yeah, I mean, first shout out to Yamato for subbing in, and shout out to Ragnar for subbing in. I mean, it wasn't the team's full display of strength, you know. It kind of makes them a little bit one-dimensional, no offense, you know. Like, so it makes it really easy to prep for us. I just didn't expect the Fiora to be open if you're like planning on planning Horn and stuff like this, you know. But I think that team is going to be very scary because Jankos is really good, and I think Perks can be really good in top as well. So I was hoping to play versus him today, get some practice. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking towards later stages of the game.
Maybe on playoffs you'll get that opportunity. Tell me something, Vendettas. I've been looking into teams and I enjoy making this question. If I look into Rich Gang, imagine I walk into a bar. We just serve juice in that one, by the way. And I see you and I'm like, hey, Rich Gang, who's that guy? Describe Rich Gang as an individual.
Rich Gang is like, it's like the cool uncle who is like, doesn't really care that much, but like when he's there, it's good vibes, you know. Like we bring entertainment, and you know, we're here to have fun.
Where do you think the ankle is going to be at the end of the split?
I mean, honestly, like, I mean, not to say too much, you know, but I think our team is, we have like some friends, you know, we're 4 Norwegians, and Nix, you know, we're slowly converting him to be a Norwegian, but we're basically a group of friends, you know, people who used to play pro, and, you know, we still play pro now. It's just not as full time as before, and we're looking forward to, you know, like with the power of friendship, shatter these good teams, you know, like we just did.
I love it, Vendettas. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, man. I missed you so much. And hey, best of luck for the next game. I'll let you rest, and I'll see you soon. See you, Uncle.
Bye-bye.
I like the way they have to introduce the teams to make it complicated as well. Well, we'll wrap up this one after we have DMG versus Venom Crest. And interestingly enough, DMG betting on the talent, but their roster, it's not like betting on new talent, let's be honest. They have an amazing roster. On Venom Crest, defending title, but they bring the unknown. And this is not like Elsa into the unknown. This is like, well, they've done it before 3 times. Can they do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to sing Trouble. I'm not going to sing.
They have been the surprise, right? Venom Crest for all throughout 2024 coming into the league. We didn't expect them to do much. Well, they made playoffs. Had rookie of the split in Lenny, who they found in the French scene. And then in summer, right, plucked out Theocax. They won the whole damn thing. They are the perennial underdogs, but I don't think you can coin them as that anymore because we know this strategy works, and they have plucked out more talent here that I'm excited to see. I don't know much about these guys. I don't know much about Kiki in the jungle. I'm gonna be honest, but I know that Venom Crest rate him, and if they do, I do, because they have had success with this the entirety of the past year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually want to hone in a little bit more on the drafts as well. This is going to be best of ones between the 5 teams in each group, and they're so incredibly important. Again, one draft that can be played very easily. I feel like Asing was talking to you about this yesterday in his interview, where he was like, you know what, these best of ones, you have to exactly know what your draft is about, especially when you're going into the game and executing this. And now with all the added extra feats of strength, especially with the first blood, especially with the first tower, especially with a lot of the lane swaps that are happening, we saw a couple of teams crumble under the pressure with the lane swaps, and you need to be very careful, especially when you are picking a top lane, or when things like the Cassantes, things like Sion, Zac, who are incredibly strong in terms of lane swapping, and you've pulled like a rumble against them, which absolutely guts them in lane. But then if you get lane swapped on, you're actually in a very, very unfortunate position, like me addicted yesterday.
I 100% agree, and at least from DMG, we know they're capable of handling that pressure and adapting. It's also interesting. I made that question for the Vizisachi, I think it was Vizisachi yesterday, on how can you adapt towards this one, because it's only a best of 1, and sometimes, like, okay, on the best of 3, you bring that experience that you have, but on the best of 1, you have to adapt within the game. So it's really complicated to deal with this seeding stage, but it's also extremely important because you then are thrown into playoffs, best of 3 through the rest of the split. I think the split starts as soon as you get the seeding on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the teams will bring here, right? In the best of 1, anything can happen, especially as those bans don't count, and they really have, you know, everything to pick from, right? For DMG, you mentioned a bit about the fact that they are about talent development, but not only that, right? I talk with a lot of DMG. I'm a big DMG enjoyer, and what they're trying to do here is, right, is they are combining the talent, but also making sure it's a stable environment where they can grow, right? They've gotten one of your favorite support in the league, probably Komsky, right? A veteran, a Portuguese veteran, right? Get him in there, Fatesky as well, who's been in the NLC back in 2022, to make this stable environment. So someone like Bisco isn't coming in with 5 other rookies, or for the rookies who doesn't know what's going on, but he comes in to a settled environment where he can focus on developing his game and getting ready for the biggest opportunity of his life now, playing in the NLC with DMG, right? So I like that idea of focusing on a few specific rookies and making sure the environment around them is there so they can grow.
Also a huge reminder right here that the NLC has stepped up. The people that are playing it right now, the orgs, the histories, the experience behind players. We've got Worlds winners, we've got Worlds finalists, we've got MSI winners. And even if your teams from last year were good enough to win, now they need to step it up 10x to be able to face off against. And right here, DMG versus Venomcrest are gonna have to step it up. Remember how we said yesterday, some games are must win for teams, and I feel like for these ones that are playing against each other right now, this game is a must win. You never want to be on 0 at the very end of the day, especially when the 5th place will not be moving forward to playoffs.
Well, it's time to get into that champion select. The Kalista is gone, the Corki as well. Will Varus meet his fate as well? Skarner so far 100%. Nobody likes the Scorpion. And Jace from Arcane also being removed. But I think Victor is the one getting all the highlights.
Yeah, and
There you go.
Out to the
He's
bench.
out.
I mean, I'm looking for the Cassante as well, right? Elijah and Bucci, players we know very well in the NLC from last year. The rookie of the split and the All-Pro top lane of the split going up against each other here from 2024 summer. Both of them very happy about this Cassante. And I'm genuinely wondering if Venomcrest doesn't ban it here, it could be a realistic first pick. It's so safe, you know, Bucci's brilliant on it. And I mean, it opens up for all the crazy stuff later on, right? And you don't have the last pick either way. So let's see. Yeah, the Cassante instantly hovered, locked in. I mean, was there really any doubt about it as Bucci gang is back in the top lane?
Now, here's what I wonder right here. Do you ever reply with something like a Rumble and possibly open up yourself for a potential lane swap into the Rumble as well? Oh my god.
No way.
I just really hope that Venomcrest do have their eggs in the right basket when they go into this matchup, because this Rumble is going to be extremely volatile. I feel like DMG are thinking, ding, 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 this is a lane swap scenario. God of lane swaps. Cassante never getting dive. Even if you do, he'll take one with them. Rumble cannot do the exact same thing, so I really hope that, especially when it comes to level 1, you've got really strong level 1 champions like Ashe, like Braum, that you can actually cover your lanes, and you can cover with deep wards to see if that lane swap is actually happening from DMG.
Yeah, let's see now with the Varus being picked up, it wouldn't be a surprise to see something like the Ashe or maybe the Israel if you want to match on the range, right? These utility AD carries really finding their place in the meta. Especially the Varus and the Ashe, as she has also had a new build, but instead jungle could be the priority here for the second All-Pro jungle in 2024 Summer Pizza. The Jarvan is the hover, but I think an AD carry is pretty much a must here in your rotation, right? Otherwise the pool will get trimmed out, and they do luckily agree with me, DMG, going for the Israel I mentioned as well.
I thought you can go for the jungler, but yeah, tell me.
I think a jungler right here wouldn't be bad. Something like the Wukong has been very prominent, especially over in the LPL as well. Yesterday we did see that whenever you've got immobile AD carries, Jarvan comes out. I think Los Chatones played Jarvan as well in their first game with Velia piloting that. And now you need more mobile mid lane, if you will, to try and actually dissuade the Jarvan from coming over to the mid lane. And you only have the Varus that's sort of a sitting duck. Now the problem here is, I say that when Jarvan jumps in, he sort of traps people in his ult, but when you have things like Rumble and Varus, are you trapping them or are you trapped in there with them? Because that can get very heated very quickly.
So might as well focus on champions that can get out of it as well. You have the Ezreal, you kinda are safe from that Cataclysm and the Molten Pool, let's call it this way. With the Viego as well, ways to get the resets. I don't think it's easy to get a reset on Jarvan or Cassante. Those are kind of beefy, and Ezreal can keep a distance. But let's see how they pilot this one as they wait for the second phase. There you go.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the mid lane pool trimmed out here, right? Both of these rookies about to make their debut in the NLC. If you can notch them off some of that comfort champions here and make them a bit nervous in that first game, could definitely be the edge. Lofty, someone I've heard great things about, even though he is a Swede, sad to say. I asked my Swedish friend and cast a sleeper. I was informed that he was guard tier in the Swedish league, winning it with Bloodline in the summer, and coming through the Invulnerables Academy in the NLC 3rd Division or 2nd Division as his Syndra does get banned out. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see full-on focus here on the mid lane, and yeah, with top laners already locked in, I'm expecting Venomcrest to get that counter pick in the mid lane matchup.
wonder if they care about Orianna right here. Tail as old as time, Orianna and Java, the perfect wombo combo. He has literally the exact same range, almost as Shockwave together with the Cataclysm. And you do have 2 sitting ducks of carries on the side of Venom Crest. And something else to keep in mind right here is that Venom Crest are heading towards a very BLG-esque composition, which is 4 carries and 1 support that does it all for you. And unless that mid laner is beefy, and Galio has been taking out the pool, so other beefy mid laners don't really come to mind very easily right now. So I'm assuming that Venomcrest are going to play 4 squishes and 1 engage support. So Lower is going to have so much weight on his shoulders to carry this one out.
There you go. There's the engage. That's the rel. You can bring other things to pet it up, but I believe rel is the key, especially to keep people magnetized around you. So equalize it is even more interesting. But what do you reply on DMG?
I mean, you could obviously, right, there are a lot of pretty much support pool is untouched. You could go for the Alistar, you could go for the Braum. There are so many things to choose. Komsky, we know a big Leona player. We saw that just last bit when he was on Verdant, right? So many options here as the engage support. Komsky will likely respond with the same to follow up on that angle. I'm more excited for the mid lane. The Leona does come through, as I mentioned, for Komsky. I'm more excited to see what Bisco will pull out here, right? 4 mid laners banned just in the last 4 bans there, and more when you look deeper into it. So I'm unsure what he will go for here with his comfort taken away, and he needs another carry in this lineup, I want to say, because they are lacking a bit of damage. And it's their way. Okay. Bisco getting the way.
I woke up and it's early 2024 again. Get me out.
Yes.
Get me out.
So, likely to be a full lane mage matchup here in the mid lane as Denmark versus Sweden go head to head with their promising rookies, it seems, with Lofty and Bisco. I think Lofty, from what I've heard, could also play different things, but no, goes for the Orianna instead. Adds more just to the pick composition, you could say. I think that they have the potential of getting on Venom Crest. I think they have a hard to execute combat, to be honest, with a lack of frontline, but it could happen. It could happen. I'm really excited to see them show off their new toys here with these young rookies.
Venomcrest, cover your jungle, get in, get deep wards, because if you get lane swapped here, this is going to get south real quickly. Jarvan thrives in the early game. Viego, if he gets invaded, he falls behind. He kind of wants to be able to get those research early on in the fights, but you have 4 squishy carries and 1 engaged. Lori, so much on his back. I want to see if Venomcrest are going to fall into the same trap that Bulldog Esports did yesterday, and how they can handle a potential lane swap coming in from DMG.
Extremely squishy with a lot of damage. The other one is all rounded with Xanta that can do it all. So the question arises, DMG or Venom Crest defending title, or DMG with Bucci on the top lane? We know he's like Banderas, he can bring it all, but also he can throw it all. So do let me know, Duckling, where do you stand right now?
I mean, you know me, right, Asher? I'm always someone who advocates for DMG, and I haven't said this to anyone,
happening.
But I've had this on the whole day, man. It is DMG through and through, man. I can't give up. I believe it. Bisco is the greatest player on earth. You know what's gonna happen. 2 Danes in your lineup, of course you can't lose, buddy. It's DMG all over. Come on now.
Impossible. I don't know. He only misses the yellow hair. That's all he's missing. Trouble.
All right, so I'm gonna go with DMG here as well. I think their draft is a little bit easier to execute, more well-rounded, a little bit easy, front to back, mage, AD carry, triple engage. I think it's just easier to execute, but if Venomcrest do manage to execute a 4 carry composition, I'll be very, very pleasantly surprised. Again, this is something BLG brought out a lot in the LPL early last year, and they were some of the best to do it in the industry.
I love it. So it's time to toss it to the caster, but before that, you know, Duckling, you know me. So with that, not toss it to the caster.
Okay,
I'm not doing that. What do you mean?
Honestly, the only difference between now and 2022, like, it's hair, right? Gold hair, missing the gold hair, self-defecating humor, right? For Duckling, that's it. And he's almost there on the criteria. It really does feel like we have Gulborg 2.0 at times with him on the desk. Hello, welcome back. We're here. I'm doing Middlecourt's part of the job now, I suppose.
Yeah.
Very interesting draft. Middlecourt analysis.
Oh no, this is difficult, Jamada. I don't like this.
No, I mean, look. You got something? You got something?
Yeah, I reckon. I mean, like, you gave play-by-play a sort of a good shake last game, so I feel like I'm sort of obliged to this. Right. What I'm seeing, okay, is Jarvan Leona.
Yep.
Go and attack someone.
Yeah.
They're all locked down in Jarvan's little house
the little
he builds.
Yeah, the
mud ring.
mud ring. Yes. Yeah.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I like this analysis. It's to the point.
Cuts to the core.
Yeah.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, League of Legends, everybody.
Yes.
You're on the Rift, and you know we might just maybe we're treated to a game that isn't a lane swap. This could be some groundbreaking stuff. We might actually get to see a lane phase played out. Though Lori and Malky's positioning is giving me the shivers.
Oh, no.
It's giving me the shivers, middle court.
No.
That no.
No.
Fatesky, Calm Sky. No.
Bucci's going on a holiday to Australia right now.
Well, it's another lane swap. We're all pretty used to those now. If you've been watching Pro Play for the last couple of months, of course. And, it seems like DMG very happy to take the lane swap, right? You've got Cassante on the bottom side. Even if Kiki does, path down here and there's some kind of HP threat on Bucci, he's so difficult to dive because of the Pathmaker, right? It almost feels like you do have to play out these CC chains pretty much pitch perfect. Otherwise, you're just running the risk of trading 1-for-1. Elijah's going to be forced to flash here, and that's a pretty big deal because whilst we're talking about the survivability of a Cassante in, these 2v1 dives and situations, Rumble, not the same level of survivability at all. So we'll see how he's going to handle that once Bitzer gets up there. So Bucci just utilizing the minion changes, standing pretty far away, but still getting in range of that XP.
What are we talking about? Scrap Shield is absolutely a adequate replacement for the entirety of Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when you're a flashless Rumble and Leona walks up to you with her Q proc, then Jarvan's behind. The Ignite, it just looks great. Seems like for now, Lori's going to come over and get some cover going, though, so shouldn't be too in danger once his support shows up. But still, this is going to put the Rumble relatively far behind in terms of where he would normally be if he gets the solo lane and gets to bully out a Cassante in the early stages.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the benefit right here for Venom Crest is you do have a top laner as your ADC.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Doesn't feel too bad. Lori going to interrupt 2 bases here. Big value.
So what is the goal of DMG's resets here? What are they trying to do? Are they going back up top, or are they going to try and reset the positioning of these lanes?
It seems like they're going to reset the positioning of the lanes. Not too much damage has really been done to either solo lane here, though as Bucci steps up on Malky, remember he's got TP. As long as he doesn't eat a Q... Oh, biscuits are broken, man. Biscuits are so broken. He's going to get Malky's flash, so it's a flashless AD now against Leona Ezreal, and Jarvan's going to do Skull and walk straight to bot. And that could be a little bit problematic. So the rotation works out in the end through good play from Bucci. Just kind of, I'm not going to say forcing out flash. Malky does have free will.
Well, that's a big question. That's a big thing to state. Do any of us have free will, Jamada?
Yeah.
And we all go in. We go into these lanes: 1 top, 1 jungle, 1 mid, 2 bot.
Not anymore.
Who says we? Well, I suppose
not in 2025. It's not my League of Legends.
The existence of lane swaps proves that free will exists.
This is
and
true.
I don't like it.
This is true. This is true. Well, we'll see if Malky's punished. Is the end point here? As he's down here. He's cleared out his Krugs, and he's got not a lot to do. There's control ward, so it's a bit dangerous for Venom Crest here. It is pretty much just Fog of War on the entirety of the bot side. All it's going to take is a flash forward from Kalmsky, and Lori might actually just end up being the victim. No, they still want Varus.
Yeah, Bitzer is going to be able to close the distance, but Kalmsky is a little bit too far back to get on top of the Varus. So it's flash burn from Bitzer. They get a decent chunk onto the Varus, but not too much more than that.
Not much more for now. They're still kind of pushing back Venom Crest, but it's a good advantage to have. This does feel a little bit bad, though. You know, you've got that window where Varus doesn't have flash. Still doesn't have flash, right? But when you're the Jarvan with the flash, you always want to try and capitalize with a strong one of your own. Doesn't quite find that same level of impact. As now that we return to lanes, it's priority for the Varus, as you would kind of expect, and they're going to look to try and turn this into an early dragon. Both mid laners are resetting, and they should have a pretty good idea that Jarvan's going to be pathing back to top side for his camps. So, clean take. Not really much else to say. DMG, there's not going to be an answer on the other side either. So, good stuff from Venom Crest.
I'm looking forward to what is going to occur in top lane once Elijah and Bucci both hit level 6, because Bucci did kind of make his name last year as this top laner that came out of nowhere and was a little bit better than potentially he should have been. Then Elijah dropped in summer and did pretty much the exact same thing. So seeing these two go toe-to-toe, it might not be the matchup that all of the new viewers to the NLC are most hyped for, but if you've been with us for a little bit longer, this is definitely one to watch out for. We are going to see the trade on these early objectives. That first dragon going in favor of Venom Crest. Spitzer cleaning up these Void Grubs, and it doesn't look like he's going to be interrupted in that endeavor.
No, so one objective apiece. Still no first blood to either side, but Feats of Strength race is a go. Can't wait for them to change the first blood one. I can't remember if in the most recent patch notes post from Froxen, whether or not they mentioned they were going to. I know they're definitely looking at it. But for now, that aside, 1-1 apiece. Venom Crest, they're getting a little invade on. If you take a look at the minimap, Bits is not necessarily doing the same thing for now, and there's Vision covering his path if he decides to. So it will, at the very worst, be a trade that they're very much knowing about. And maybe a dive on the bottom side, because again, they know that Jarvan's up here. It's not a big secret. It's a small window for that to potentially go on.
It does look like Kiki is just going to be taking a reset, so he doesn't love his bot lane that much that he's willing to die for them. But fairly tempered early game. And by tempered, I mean that not much has happened. Not too much fighting. And Jamada, that's always going to beg the question, who is actually benefiting from this early game? Doesn't look like Lofty is. He has to burn the flash to get out of that gank in the mid side.
Yeah, and playing against Jarvan with no flash, even with, it's hard to call it new, but of course the wider mid lane, still sucks. So maybe there will be a repeat gank there. Hopefully if you're DMG, try and set up on Lofty, and just turn that into something like a potential dragon setup on next Grubs. They both spawn at around the same time, so I wonder how much of a trade DMG are maybe willing to take in that regard, already having the first 3.
It does set you up in a pretty funky situation, because if you end up trading for the objective that you didn't get early on, it sort of neutralizes the game state, but I have to hold that as Laurie is looking for Calm Sky, who's able to retreat through his own jungle. But if we do see Venom Crest get that second dragon and DMG pick up the next 3 Grubs, then we've got very sort of clearly defined points of strength for both these teams. Venom Crest with that dragon stack, and then DMG with the ability to take those towers a lot quicker.
Yeah, it seems to be. We'll track again whether or not that will be the trade that ends up happening. For now, Ski, Arcane Shift, and I mean, to be fair, neutralization in game state generally shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think for either of these teams, I think they'll both be kind of happy with it, because both of them spike at around the same time, though. As we say this, Ski's forced to use both summoner spells.
That's not great for an Ezreal, who quietly has built up a significant CS advantage in this bottom side. But now, without either of those summoner spells, still going to be a very slippery customer on the Ezreal. But one piece of CC lands, you don't Arcane Shift out in time, there's a boatload of damage on Venom Crest that can take you down.
Yeah, there is, right? And that's always going to be the question in the mid-game, whether or not Laurie can get into positions to, you know, set up a lot of the follow-up. The ultimate to drag people into the Equalizer, then the Shockwave to just keep them on top of it longer, but of course the burst damage. It's a lot of scary tools to be holding at the same time, and I'm sure DMG are very, very aware. And they've got tools of their own, don't forget. Of course, got a Rumble Equalizer on a barn press, technically, through through the Hui on like a 3 or 4 second cooldown.
Yeah,
not too shabby.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's very fun.
But then I suppose you could always sort of throw that ball right back and go, well, in terms of the engage, Venomcrest, they're really just looking at Laurie to provide that for them. But if he's able to find kills, if he's able to find resets for Kiki, then that could change the complexion of a team fight. First blood picked up 10 minutes in. Going in favor of Venomcrest, I believe, but DMG with a response off our screen in the mid lane.
Yeah, but again, first blood is going over to Venomcrest, and they're getting these grubs, so one objective away or a first tower for those feats of strength. Just a nice little potential bonus later on down the line, of course. It's on this dragon, so seeing that trade, Laurie.
Yeah, caught out in the midsection. Not too much damage left here for DMG, but one more hit from Bizgard is going to be able to pick up the Leona. Lofty might fancy himself here up against Calmsky. Has just got that Archangels completed in inventory. But he opts not to chase any further towards DMG as the support is able to get away. And a bit of action across the map here. Fakeski is getting dived in the top side, going forward, trying to take down Malky, but will fall to Kiki, who isn't able to survive. Getting a kill in the 2v1 dive, a shutdown to Boots.
Oh, it's so sloppy from the top side, from the AD.
Oh, hold on. We are not done, Jamada. Bucci going all out onto Elijah, but Laurie is here to back up his boy, dropping the Magnet Storm onto Bucci, who's trying to turn this around in a 1v2 of his own. Doesn't look like it's going to be happening, but here comes the TP. Bizgard immediately has to leave the area as 3 members of Venomcrest aren't able to finish off the Cassante. Just over 90 seconds ago, no kills in this game, 5 in just under 2 minutes.
It's so messy from both sides, but in the end, at the very least on the bottom side exchange, no one dies. Just a bunch of flashes being used. As Bizgard's teleport was a little bit bold, to say the least. But take a look at this top side replay. As Chains Corruption come through, but Malky never drops tower aggro, right? He's tanking it for Kiki. And Fakeski does force out that flash, which is great, but then Kiki doesn't wait an ample amount of time for the tower damage to ramp back down. It's one of those changes coming from last season to this. The tower takes significantly longer to see that ramp down damage actually ramp up damage ramp down. So unfortunately, it just takes 2 tower shots to kill him from around 800 HP. Of course, it also deals significantly more damage when ramped as well. Yeah. Part of the changes to try and make dives a little bit more difficult, and you saw that play out there.
It would have been absolutely crazy if he could have just sort of possessed Fateski at the end and dropped tower aggro completely.
Yeah.
That would have been really unreasonable. I'm glad that Viego can't do that. Yeah. I'm glad that he's never been able to do that, in my mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That was Lofty Shockwave. That was what that was.
Oh,
that
yeah,
that wasn't his W.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright then.
Okay.
That's cool.
We've entered the silly zone, Jamada. Everything's starting to get a little bit silly. As that mid lane tower taking a serious beating here from Venomcrest, nearly down to 50% HP. The turret plates are going to be dropping off shortly, so no bonus gold to be gained from those structures. And still, despite all of that chaos, despite the objectives that were traded a few minutes ago, very, very even game.
Very even game. It's about where the gold actually lies. It's Lofty.
Yeah, Lofty's dead. Lofty's dead. Calmsky just going to make sure Bizgard picking up the kill, and talking about that gold distribution, that's even more on the DMG mid. No.
Yeah, right. You're saying even game. It's an awkward one, right? I think this is a game state which is right now it's favoring DMG just because so much more gold is being front loaded into this play, who almost no doubt is going to be the main, mid game condition before Ezreal comes online. And around 2 items. So with this way's items being accelerated and just generally cheaper, DMG are going to be very, very happy to start taking mid-game skirmishes very, very soon. Of course, Herald spawns later than 40 minutes, 16 now, new season, as Ezreal does fly wide. Won't quite clip on to Malky, who is a little bit chunked. Does have the Blade Drinking for the lifesteal though, so he's going to feel alright about that.
I just want to say, Jamada, whilst we were mocking my analysis on the outset of this game a little bit, Jarvan Leona going in, pressing their button, Sway dropping all the damage, it seems like that's going to be a fairly reliable game plan for DMG.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about ease of execution as This looks like a pretty easy fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see it, Jamada. Take it away.
Oh, alright, sure, no problem. This Calm Sky is going to drop here to Malky. I actually got the mic right as the fight ended, so as it were, unfortunately, it just ends up being a 2-for-1. I say unfortunately, if you are a DMG fan, lose out on Bitter and Calm Sky. They were the ones that engaged on that, looking for the 2v2, but quick collapse comes through from Venom Crest, and now that's snowballing into a topside play.
Yeah, DMG gonna back away though. Hope not to overextend. Spend too much time there. Mid lane tower does go down in favor of Venom Crest, so that is a little bit more gold into Malky. And whilst it was kind of all on Kiki, this Varus is starting to get a little bit stronger. Very impressive stuff from this ADC, especially considering that it was a little bit of a deficit during the laning phase.
Yeah, I do worry about how Malky's going to operate on this on-hit build though later on into the game. I think it's very difficult to right-click a lot of the time here into the carries at the very least, right? The ranged carries that are Faceky and Bizguard. Naturally, Bitse, Bucci, they're going to be diving in. But, you know, if you're close enough to right-click them, they're kind of close enough to maybe press their buttons on you, so...
I love auto-attacking Jarvan.
You know, it can be very powerful, right, this on-hit Varus, when you're afforded the space, when you're afforded the time to actually get that DPS in, but it is a significantly higher risk-reward setup, especially with so much dive available to DMG. Speaking of dive...
Oh, Laurie overstepping and punished appropriately. Double Cataclysm there from Bitse, forcing flashes away, but he's going to be burning to death at the hands of Elijah. Bucci running into the fight, a reset there for Kiki, but he's going to be stunned as soon as he comes out of it, and Bucci is going to try and tear him apart, diving into the team fight, but it's another reset for the Viego, and now they're chasing Bucci down. There's no safety, no tower there, and Venom Crest with a massive team fight in the mid-game.
Again, it's just scrappy, isn't it, from both sides? They just want to take the fight. The Herald's already gone, mind you, right? There's no objective to play for on that top side of the map. They just find each other on the rotation. Again, when we just kind of take a zoom out, look where the kills land. More kills into Bizguard's pocket, right? A couple more kills into Malky's, I think, or at the very least into the top side for Elijah. As when you get that space, you saw how quickly those couple of autos really blew through Bits' health bar. Kiki, as he takes this form, he isn't really able to use that EQ combo onto the backline to cause more disruption. He has to go backwards. It doesn't quite not work out for him. He does manage to get the Leona form in the end. But again, the way that this fight ends up splitting up means that, unfortunately, if you're a DMG fan, Bucci and Co. kind of separated from where they'd probably want to be. Venom Crest looking like they were looking for an angle, as this fight has kind of randomly blown out this gold, right? It's actually a 3,500, almost 4,000, more than 4,000 now. Gold deficit that DMG see themselves in. So despite what felt like a pretty good game state a few moments ago, with Bizguard being very accelerated to a second item, total gold starting to lean in favor very aggressively as Venom Crest might lose their support.
Yeah, I think Laurie is just dead here, unfortunately. Pops the Magnet Storm, but still going to end up going down. Doesn't change the game all that much. The kill score is even, but like you mentioned, the goal score definitely favouring Venom Crest. Objectives swinging towards them as well, as this Herald might be able to even things up a little bit, but that's still a pretty substantial deficit that DMG are going to have to overcome.
Yeah, certainly so. If they can get this to crash into the tier 2, it feels really nice for maybe later on in the game. Unsure if they're going to be afforded that luxury though. Venom Crest come up to answer. And actually, it's also Elijah here in the side. I don't know if they've got the movement speed to fully catch up. But Faceky doesn't have E. They see him over the wards, but they just about decide to call the race. Won't catch the Ezreal here for the time being. But returning to that gold lead point, right? It's a relatively impactful 4k gold lead or 3.5k gold lead, because look at the items. Kiki's got 2 over to Bitsa. He's only got that Summoned Sky, a couple of components. Maybe he's got a fair bit of gold to spend, but with those kind of components, unless it's a Death Star second, it's going to be finishing that one up anytime soon. And of course, the AD, Gwinsu's Blade Ruin King against that tier, Fields in the Triforce. Big difference in item completions right now as Atakan started up on this top side, positioning I'm not going to say suspect from DMG. They can engage from the bottom side of the pit, but it's looking a little bit risky, especially if the buff itself goes down and they get the GA.
Yeah, Bucci's teleport is coming up in a couple of moments if a fight were to occur. Kiki potentially looking for something. Venomcrest taking it slow and steady for the time being. Equalizer going to be dropped down, slowing, not really locking down too many people on DMG as Karmsky is going to go down, and Bitse goes right back into the fray. I don't think that was a smart idea, buddy. Lori's still going forward on minuscule amounts of HP because he's still got that revive. He's going to head back to base as Kiki finds himself fighting up against Fatesky. A load of damage onto the Ezreal, just about gets the kill before he gets sent back to base. Another 3 kills in favor of Venomcrest. DMG drops some health bars, but they don't get any kills for it.
Exactly right. Part of the Atacon, but they've got to nerf this heavily, man. They've got to nerf it heavily. Not sure how, but they've got to find a way. I can see the Atacon revive just being removed entirely.
Yeah.
Very soon. Well, how soon, I'm not sure. I shouldn't say very, but in the long run, eventually, I can see it happening as it's an initial engage from Lori, who doesn't necessarily lock people in place for too long, but it's about the next part where eventually they find their way onto Sky, and then it's kind of a weird re-engage from Bitse. It's not sure what the end goal really was. Lock him off the Cataclysm, then drag back out, but there's already mobility available. You get out of that Cataclysm. So now, with a few members still holding that Atacon buff, just going to use it to clear out this tier 2 on the bottom side, because they know Elijah and Malky, their lives can be forfeit.
Yep.
won't be the worst thing in the world as that Atacon buff's still up for another minute or so. They pick up more gold to extend this gold lead even further. Make DMG feel just that little bit worse inside of this game, as they'll also pick up their 3rd dragon, so these objectives just stacking up. That's always going to be something you kind of get a feel for in this new season, with all the objectives spawned so frequently.
Lofty getting played onto by Bucci there, but DMG top laner deciding against doing anything too hasty. And Venomcrest, I don't want to call it early, because DMG, we are looking at this as potentially one of the weaker teams in the league, but they do have a penchant for just randomly being good with a roster with players that no one's ever heard of. And I tell you what, this French bloke that they've pulled up into their team, Kiki, seems to be doing exactly what the previous 3 French blokes have been doing for them in the jungle, and just being quite good.
Yeah. Must say, the French do have a pretty good knack for being alright at League of Legends. The Euro system, of course. Producing a fair bit of talent in recent years. Felt like that throne was held by the Polish for a long time. Out in the Ultra Liga. Rest in peace, of course, but now that throne feels relatively firmly held by the LFL and France in the region.
Très bien.
It's about as much French as I know as well.
I think the only complete sentence that I can form in French is "Le vache est dans la piscine," which
and that translation would be
the cow is in the swimming pool. I think only really applicable if I see an Alistair walking around in the river, but even then, maybe not the thing that we should be dropping down. Venomcrest, though, going to be looking to drop down these towers. Not really much defense coming out from DMG as they are coming out of their base, but a little bit too late to prevent the mid lane turret from dropping. Venomcrest not opting to play onto the inhibitor.
Yeah. I'm going to say if they can even get to Lofty. I'm not sure what good that would do them. I feel like Venomcrest would have just rotated up towards... I was going to say the Baron. It's still very weird. 25 minutes in Baron's not on the map yet. That will take some time to get used to. But at the very least, I mean, they could have maybe hit on this tier 2 together, right, with a wave. Cross map certainly would have been there. So DMG, you can kind of see the hole they're in right now is not one that's going to be easy to climb out of. They've got wave clear though for the time being, right? Before that Baron goes down. Between Ezreal, between Hui, they can clear waves from range. But once this Baron is in play, and it is now, it's going to be very, very hard. Yo, Malky,
someone please, just like hit it.
Okay.
there is a level of arrogance to the way in which Venom Crest are attempting to deal with that Scuttle Crab, and
well, now Laurie's gonna.
Yeah. I don't think he was really too involved in that whole sort of thing, but he's just going to be dropping down. Goodbye.
It just feels symptomatic, though, doesn't it? Of what we saw, because you know, if that Scuttle dies, then they see, oh, DMG are walking. Ah, I can walk this way, right? And this bit.
Oh, how are we feeling? How are we feeling, Jamada?
This is a bad vibe. This is a bad vibe, Baron. Bad vibe, Baron start from DMG. Elijah's got ultimate, he can use it to put down some poke if he wants to.
He's going to do that. They are just going to engage straight on top of the Rumble though and able to shut him down. Big shockwave! 3 people locked down! As Venom Crest, despite the numbers disadvantage, put up a decent showing in that fight. 4v5, stop the Baron and get a kill.
3-man shockwave was huge there. Surprised Venom Crest couldn't capitalize further, even at the number disadvantages. Bucci, he's got all out, but this feels bold.
He's decided that he's going to try and kill some people, but he's not going to be successful. Lofty, a spree for himself. Fakesky just going to be slow. There flashes over the wall. The piercing arrow, not quite enough to take him down, but with Bucci dropping off of Summoner's Rift, Venom Crest are heading towards the Baron as DMG's attempt didn't turn out too well for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at the shockwave, right? I think it's Calm Sky that locks down Elijah, and then the CC is great. But then it's all about this 3-man shockwave on the front line. But, I mean, still so much damage. It gives Malky the space to step forward. And I think it's just there's an initial bit of CC that stops Kiki from EQing once he has Bitsay's Jarvan form. And then he's, of course, rooted up after the fact as well. So, very unfortunate. I think that was by Bisgard's W. Bisgard's E, rather. There's another shockwave. Yeah,
just going to catch out Calm Sky, who's going to dive back into the fight, but he's not got enough HP to play with. Elijah just burning the backliners to death. Shuts them down, punches them in the heights. And there is too much damage for DMG. Venom Crest come out swinging in this team fight and don't lose a single person as they secure the clean ace.
It's a clean ace. Don't have Baron, but with everyone dead, everyone important for the next 20+ seconds, they should just end the game. Calm Sky's going to be up, but you really can't clear the wave. Laurie's going to tank up the turrets as well. Remember, they actually deal a lot more damage, but that should just be game. Venom Crest.
Easy.
Very, very easy. A little bit sloppy in the early game, but once the skirmishes started rolling, they kept on rolling. DMG couldn't keep up.
The Summer Split champions start the Spring Split as they mean to go on. A sub-30-minute win for Venom Crest. Definitely a few hairy moments like you were talking about, Jamada, but as soon as we started fighting, one team is just that little bit better.
Yeah, right, and it was Venom Crest in this case. Spoke about all the tools on both sides, right? The Jarvan and the mini the mini equalizer through Bisgard and the Hui, but you know the real thing kind of wins out. And when you see shockwaves like that come through back to back, they're game overing, and in this case they're game winning for the side of Venom Crest, and starting off their 2025 campaign with a win. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for DMG though, I think definitely good bits they can take from this game. Right, put up a fight. We're willing to go toe to toe with them, but I think when we got into those team fights, they just look a little bit disconnected. We saw Leona's diving in a little bit too tempestuously, and when you've got a Viego on the enemy team, that's just reset city. You can just keep it rolling, keep it rolling.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult sort of game state to be in. Viego is one of the few competitive junglers that, you know, as a pseudo carry, it's something, you know, it's weird really to face Viego, but we had that conversation about skirmishers and full-blown team fighters. He is one of the more oppressive ones, right? If you're in the lead and you're always getting first kill, it means when you're in the lead, it means you're normally getting first kill, which means you're normally getting the reset, and it's just those extra rotations to spells, man. We've seen it now for the last couple of years, how powerful they can be.
Absolutely. Venom Crest getting started. Does it mean to go on? DMG going to lick their wounds when they play it later this evening. We're going to be jumping to a short break before the analyst test, break down that game, get us ready for the next one.
And welcome back, and it's actually DMG taking their first loss with Venom Crest with the rookie roster, let's call it that way, just showing up and dominating. It was the domination. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, it is. Oh, you're talking to
I understand. I understand, but I think we have a few seconds before we jump in. I believe the interview should be ready, and as soon as we can, we'll talk with Pucci, who's waiting on the other side. But oh, there you go. Hey!
Hello.
It's quite dark in your room, kind of like the game itself, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like it this way.
Pucci, welcome back to begin with.
What are you saying?
But welcome back.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But Pucci, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, we lost. I mean, I think it wasn't a great game for me, right? I mean, it's a bit weird with the lane swaps. Like, I think you get to lane a bit less, and also, like, for example, this game, you know, I mean, like, I don't know, you're just running around the map a lot, which makes it like less laning time, less kill pressure, etc. Yeah. So how I feel about this mate.
Because that's interesting. Lane swaps are not dominant, but they're pivotal right now for the meta. Or at least to be aware that they may appear. It looks like you're not comfortable with them right now. I know you're a duelist guy. You like to just brawl on the lane and all that. So if that happens again, that could be a weakness. How do you look into that one? Because I know we're openly talking about this, and all teams are like, yeah, please, Bucci, talk about it. But that's a situation.
Yeah, I mean,
we need to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it. I mean, right? Like, I mean, I think for sure, like this game as well. I mean, I had some moments that I think I could have abused harder. Like, I think I should have itemized differently also, for sure. Like, I didn't itemize that much for the 1v1.
Like, starting with an item, can you talk to me about that? I like the item. The changes are
it's pretty strong, right? I mean, I think I should have just gone Iceborne Gauntlet and the like 850. What's that called? 850. It's like 850 or MR item, that one. And then you just stomp the lane, right? And then after that you're fine. Like, to be fair, I think the early game, like even the swap as well. Like, I mean, I have to say, like the swap wasn't bad. Like, you know, today it was just like, I don't know, like we entered a bit later, right? I mean, me included. Like, I'm not gonna put myself out of there. At least I'm happy, you know. Beatscar got his first game in NLC done, you know. So I mean, he played well, you know, really well. Like usually rookies are not like, you know, first game. It's like it can be a lot of nerves. So it looks good that, you know, good first performance for him.
So do you think, final question, do you think this is like, hey, throw it under the rug, we'll talk about this game later on and just focus on the next one, and it's all hands on deck, we need to scrap this one?
I mean, we have a new game today, you know, like of course I'm gonna win that one, like that's 100%. Like no shot I'm going 0-2 like the first day, you know. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna shove it under the rug for a bit. We're for sure gonna review this and go through what I could have done differently afterwards. But I mean, I still have another game today to win, you know.
Hey, focus, you got this. It's time to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do like Rust and, you know, end up 0-2.
I knew it, you were gonna do it. Hey, Bucci, thank you so much for this one. I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
I had to poke, because we don't get these informations that often. When you know a player is not used to something that is quite important on the meta, you gotta know more. If you're not comfortable with lane swapping, that tells a lot.
I mean, I think we saw Bulldog Esports also struggle with that yesterday, and I feel like this time around it's such an easy angle, especially when you want to first pick the Cassandra as well. Not only is he strong in lane, but he's strong under lane swap scenarios, and seeing the team not wanting to lane swap themselves and instead getting lane swapped on. I mean, you saw they were expecting the lane swap themselves, so they'd already pre-swapped their bot lane towards the top side of the map. And it's kind of sad to see them not actually do it, especially with the Cassandra. But this is the truth, and this is the reality. We said how many teams are actually willing to play through the lane swap scenario, how many teams are willing and understanding of how to play lane swaps. I think in the day and age of 2025, when we've been through so many lane swaps in 2024, I think it's a subject to really be studied.
There you go. I love that duckling. That was a really good
No,
interaction.
but I think
I'm
Trouble really hit the
kidding.
nail on the head
I
there,
agree.
right? It is the right analysis. I mean, you can't be sitting here in 2025 refusing to play lane swaps. There are things like there are champions. I'm not gonna learn this champion, or I'm not gonna be that good at it, or something. And you can, to points, accept that because you can ban one champ out and you won't be having to worry about it. But this is a whole play style. You can't just be refusing to learn this, and you could see it here, right? That really did hurt DMG, and DMG is a team that I have quite a few expectations for this split, and they certainly weren't made here on the first time around, so much still to learn for them. Obviously, the split is long, right, and I'm sure they'll get time to grow, but moving over to Venomcrest, I thought they had a brilliant debut. They showed off 4 new rookies, and each and every one of them showed positive signs of life here, so looks like they might have done it again. They might have ducked 4 rookies out of nowhere, and they could go far.
Now we're talking, that is so pivotal. Somehow they keep doing. They can't keep getting away with this. They just show up. Hey, we got 4 new members. What did I do? I don't know. Boom! They pop up in the middle of the rift. They are the ones doing like lane swapping that are comfortable, even though it was a green lane swap. But regardless of that, they show up. They're comfortable regardless of they show inside of the rift. They control the map. They know how to battle it. They itemize correctly. Like everything was there. Venomcrest rookies, like when you say that the experienced one in the team is Elijah, even though he was a rookie, like, I mean, you gotta give them credits.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
it's go on, Trouble.
No, I just want to speak about the replay that's on your screenshot.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
because of
I
that.
wanted to make a point around it, but let's just see the fight here, right? I mean, this was one of the bad ones where you first get a reset on your Viego, and what do DMG do? They go back in on the Viego that is already getting the reset. That is certainly not a good sign. And with this Archon thing, the thing is, they can push so far and gain so much and lose so little. With this revive, or withdrawal as you call it, Ashram, as is the correct name. You can see here, right? 400 gold for the kill. What goes back to Bisco when he gets the trade kill? 100 gold. It is so easy to make your play worth it. Even if you get a 4 for 4 in that fight, you'll be laughing all the way to your bank if you're Venomcrest, because that Archon withdrawal is so strong. And not only that, every kill further or afterwards you get that revive gives you 40 more gold. It is such a based buff, man. And it is broken and so hard for teams to deal with.
I feel like DMG had a very good pick composition, especially with the Javan, and they didn't necessarily leverage that over in the early game to try and get the Javan ahead. You saw we even had like a more aggro build for the Javan. Everyone was squishy over on the side of Venomcrest. The second that Cataclysm lands with the EQ, you do a lot of damage as Jarvan, and then the Hui and the Ezreal can finish people off. But I just never necessarily saw them group up to try and get those picks. Like literally, we saw one fight, I believe it was in front of the Baron after they had picked off Lori on the Rel, and it was like they tried to get a pick, and then they did, and then they overextended again, and then the gold came to slap them in the back. This is what happens. That's why I said Venomcrest played a very BLG-esque, because when you've got 4 carries on a team, if one is dead, you don't care. You still got 3 sources of damage coming through. Talking about sources of damage, that's exactly what I meant. Look at the entire line on the red side, which was Venomcrest. They all have pretty much really good damage meters. So whoever dies, someone's still gonna be there pumping the damage.
Yeah, what a start, right, for Venomcrest, playing a comp that I will say is not easy to execute. This wasn't just a simple front to back, we press our ultimates and then we win the game composition. They certainly had to show some skill to get this over the line, and just to kind of round off this Venomcrest rookies point, right? You know, back in the day when video games weren't doing too well, that came the Nintendo seal of approval. You knew it was always
you
good,
were
even if
alive
you
back
didn't
then?
know the game. I certainly wasn't, but I do know about its history, right? And I think this can kind of be applied to Venomcrest, because even if you don't know the rookies they're bringing in, they're getting the Venomcrest seal of approval, because I didn't know them, Venomcrest believe in them, and now so do I. And this, you know, Venomcrest seal of approval, split after split, when they continue to have success with this strategy, it just adds more credibility to them as an organization to pick the right rookies at the right time.
I agree with you, Duckling. It was
It was a really good
It was
point,
so
man.
fast. You replied to that one so
does he
fast, and you
know?
moved on. You didn't care. It was like you were speeding through that one. When you
None of
watched
us
it,
was
like a
alive back
champ.
then. It was
And
back
you
in the
kept
80s,
going.
mate. It was back in
Hey,
the
let's
80s.
keep
Even you
going.
were the one.
No, wait. What do you? No, I was. Come on. Wait. I didn't like write the code of League of Legends. Come down. I'm not that old. Let's talk with Elijah, who's waiting for us right now. The winner of this first game for them, Venomcrest as well. Elijah, can you hear me? Give me a sign.
Yeah, I can hear
There
you.
he is.
Yeah, no.
Welcome back. Look at that smile. That's a beautiful smile.
Thank you.
How do you feel? I have to ask this. How do you
Hmm?
feel as being the experienced one?
Ooh, I can. I think it's a fun experiment here at Venomcrest. I'm very thankful for the project. I think it's very interesting. I'm just looking for the best time. I'm just doing my own thing.
When you get that opportunity of getting into Venomcrest, you know they won on the previous split. They did so good. EMEA Masters was so close for Venomcrest, and you're like, wait, okay, 4 people. Who are they? So when you look into this team, how would you describe this team?
I think naturally chaotic, but I think it's a very interesting team for many reasons. I think individually we have a lot to offer. I think you will see us grow throughout the split, and I think for myself, I'm just gonna do what I do best, and I think that will show also throughout the games that I play.
Riddle me this. I'm a new viewer. I have no idea who Venomcrest is. I look into Venomcrest. I'm like, okay, they won the previous split. What's the strongest point of Venomcrest currently?
Currently, I think it's the atmosphere. I will say, I think the atmosphere of the players, I think the dedication as well. I really enjoy playing with the team. It's really fun. The guys are really wanting to do their best, so it really shows.
You look happy, and that's important.
Yeah,
you look extremely happy.
I'm feeling
good. You still have 1 game ahead of you versus Rich Gang. What do you reckon is going to happen?
Can't say for sure. I have a lot of respect for Banderas. I think it's going to be a fun matchup to play. So I'll just see how it goes, but it can go both ways, I think.
Would you agree with this bet? And Bandera agrees, don't worry, we don't need this. Would you agree with this bet? If you win, if you solo bolo him, he has to pay you dinner, but if you lose the solo bolo, you have to pay him a dinner.
I mean, if we meet up sometime IRL, why not?
Why not? I like that. I'm going to take this into account, and I want to make a vlog, by the way, just telling you.
Sure, I'm done.
Thank you so much. Best of luck, and go rest a little bit. We have to move on with the show, and I'll see you soon, okay?
I'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
What a nice, good League of Legends player, well-spoken, and did you know he's the rookie of the last split, and Danish as well? Like, surely there's not a coincidence there, right? That's actually
what is this? Give me just 1 second. Okay, Ready versus Chaos. We move on with the show. We don't care about that. We move on. So we finally have a leader on the board. He's going to be playing, and Yamato can be coaching, and that's how things are intended.
Yep. And also, there's 3 Danish players in Chaos. So
come on,
take it away. Take it away.
Actually, I'm not gonna start with that this time around. I will quickly.
Thank you, production.
We're right into draft.
So much.
Okay,
production.
Wow. Okay, that one fast though. Good to see leader back in the mid lane. Worth mentioning, Chaos have a substitution here in mid lane for game number 1. JJ, second place finish with Lungfist Lightside back in the day in the NLC Division 2. Will be playing for Chaos just 1 game today, so be aware of that. It is not Suhi in the mid lane yet. Moving on to the draft though, hopefully no more Orns into Broms. If you're already psych here, that's what we are hoping for. But the Ash ban speaks up, very traditional AD carry bans in the current meta, banning out the utility AD carries.
Dude, I love this. Irelia ban towards leaders mid lane. I mean, he's known for playing these types of champions. Now, the interesting part is I want to see what Perkz brings over in the top lane. The fact that we have leader in ERLs, we know he's playing more of the aggressive style mid laners, is very exciting, but also Perkz has made a whole new lane swap again, and this time around he is gonna be landing towards the top side of the map. He's playing against Turtle, who is the only Brazilian player, if I'm not wrong, that we've ever had over in the NLC, and it's also exciting because we have so many different players from so many different continents actually in the NLC right now, and here we go. Vamos Brazil.
Yeah.
You got it.
She did.
It's an easy word, man.
Yeah.
It's an easy word. It's fine.
No, I think. Skarner, first time making it through.
Not bad.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of crazy, but I do like what Chaos have done here, though, right? Banning out a few of these leader chains, but that can also be swapped to Perkz in the top lane now that you have, a former mid laner up in the top lane, and MSI winning AD carry and a world finalist AD carry, but also an LEC winner in that mid lane role, right? So Turtle on his NLC debut, what would we like in here? NLC debuts all across the board is worth mentioning for Chaos. The organization is having their first game. Every player on this lineup is having their first game. And you know what they're going up against? The Righty Seg. I know they're sweating in their boots right now. I know this is who they want to beat, as I have talked with them, right? And starting off the draft with the Maokai Jinx, it's safe, it's standard, it's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I like it. It's kind of like front to back. You've got the Maokai for pretty good engage and disengages and pretty good support next
He
to
kind of
Jinx.
has to, right?
Would be
Yes,
awesome
he has
as well.
to.
The Draven
He has to.
Slam from Hams. His
He has
first
arrived.
competitive day in League of Legends is today. First one was a loss. Second one slamming in the Draven into the Jinx. Now, again, a pretty strong support right next to Jinx to try and keep her safe. I feel like a protected Jinx composition is very mandatory from Chaos right here. Everything on that Jinx basket. And let's see what... I'm assuming it's going to be a mirror on the mid lane right here. Possibly a control mage again. Quay this time around for JJ.
Okay, man. Go on, Asha. You look like someone who wants to speak something.
I love the Draven obviously, but
Yeah.
that Jinx is going to suffer so much. It's not an easy matchup. So
I mean-
not only have to protect her, you also have to make sure that gold is being funneled into her. Ooh, Draven, if he has like 2 kills, it's gonna be danger. It's gonna be danger. Renata getting out. What else do you
It's gonna
pick?
be rough, right? All of a sudden, a lot of pressure now for KS not to allow this Draven to snowball ahead. Hums might not have much competitive experience, but having looked at their scrims, he's certainly able to carry games on this Ruddy Sack roster if put in the position to do so. As the band continue to go through, this support pool really getting trimmed. I don't think Hosland will be trembling in his boots about that, though. With this many years of experience in his baggage, right? There's certainly a lot of champs that he has played competitively before. So let's see if they continue to trim it out. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there are still some strong meta support that hasn't been banned, but no, instead, the silence will be the priority as... Okay.
I like the Brompan right here coming through from the Ruddy Sack because traditionally you see hard engaged melee supports paired up with Draven, and Brom is an absolute killer in this lane, especially any melee support whatsoever. So I do like the Bromban right here from the side of Ruddy Sack. They have learned. Now is the time if they want to slam something like an Ornn as well. Feel free, go for it.
Okay.
The Bard as well.
No, fair play, man. That's big respect, right? You have to really look into Rud. So he is a big Bard player, and they did mention to me when I talked to them, he could whip it out the split. But to ban it as well, that is a sign of respect. And fair play to Ruddy Sack. They aren't messing around here, right? That really shows that they have taken this seriously, and I have high respect for that. As now the jungle comes through, the Wukong has been seen a lot in competitive recently. Not found much success in the NLC today. I mean, has had some good games, but also some games where the Wukong has been really quiet. Back onto Ruddy Sack now as they look to round out their roster.
And that also tells us the story about where the Maokai is going as well. It's going to be a bot lane Maokai since the Wukong has been locked in for Taxfig right there. The Rel coming through together with the Draven or the Nautilus either. Pretty good combo anyway. Yeah. And now is the time that we've been looking for. What does Perks blind pick for that top lane? Ambessa taken away. Kasante taken away. Gnar was the last ban on that first game that they played against Perks over in that top lane.
Yes, I'm happy with this, right? A real top lane champ, not flexing anything this time around. Perks will be getting his foot in the water now.
A real top lane champ for a real top
lane. No, I like this. I want to see what he can do on those top lane champs. Something that he hasn't played before in the AD carry or mid lane position. Rotso, what do you lock in now to try and keep your AD carry safe? Huge pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah. Wait,
but
it's a Maokai top lane.
Yeah,
we haven't
versus
seen,
Gnar.
We haven't seen a Maokai top lane in tier 1 in so long. But you know what? Daklit was saying, hey, you know what? In my team, I've seen so many teams pick Maokai top lane into my team. And it makes sense. So I can't wait to see what Maokai top lane can do here. I love what Chaos have. Very traditional, front to back, major engage tools, major disengage tools for Chaos. A lot of scaling on the side. And for Ruddy Sack, they've got so many ways of picking people off. Perks has a chance to do something with the Gnar in the top lane, pressuring onto the Maokai, and of course Nautilus Draven, a very scary early game duo.
This is it. This is Perk's debut on the top lane, and we get to see Ruddy as well at full power. For Chaos, they want to enter on the right foot, but imagine this. If Chaos takes this win, not only it's a big one for them, especially on the group stage, but also they put Ruddy on an 0-2, and everybody was looking at Ruddy to be 2-0 at the beginning of this day.
Yeah.
Duckling, tell me why and who's gonna win.
This is a very short one, right? Because I know, having talked to Chaos, that what they look most forward to in the NLC was playing these big teams. And with the way the seeding could go, who knows if they get another shot, right? They have to hit the ground running here if they want to fulfill what they came into the NLC to do. This is what the players have waited for. They have wanted this game to come today. They have wanted to play against the big teams, and this is potentially their only chance to split. They're under a heap of pressure, as I think RuddySec have got a good draft to set Hums up to carry the game, and I think they're going to be able to play through it. But if Chaos pull this through, it will be a miracle upset, and I know the players will be proud and have that achievement for the rest of their life. So I'm hopeful for them, but I think Ruddy have got in the draft here. I'm all in on RuddySec.
Okay, Trouble.
I'm all in on RuddySec as well. I think this draft is much more structured. It's got a lot of avenues for split push, for engage, disengage, picks, early game potential, as well as scaling. I think it's a very well-rounded draft versus Chaos, who also want to play very traditional front to back. But I feel like RuddySec do have the experience behind those compositions a little bit more.
Well, 2-0 on this, but can they get their first win on this second day for Ruddy, or will Chaos bring in their first win and put Ruddy on an 0-2 today? Tossing it to two casters who are waiting, middle cut, and Jamado, take it away.
Thank you very much, Archram, as we are going to be jumping into our third game of the day very shortly. Jamada, I just want to put it to you. Chaos, they leave the Humza Draven open. Feels a little bit disrespectful in my eyes, I'm not going to lie.
Did we do our homework? It's like, you know, if you've done any modicum of research on Humza, and hell, if you saw the debates between him and his friend Sancho, there's a whole big conglomerate of streamers. Humza on Draven, challenger.
Yeah.
Humza off Draven, hard stuck low master. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. And I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules.
And I feel like we see this every time we have a quote-unquote one trick coming into the league where there's just like one champion they're really good at. There's always a team early on that'll go, what's the worst that could happen?
Leave it open.
It never well.
Now, the counterpoint is potentially a lane swap, but you know,
30 seconds until minions
kind of,
spawn.
we'll see how it plays out. I've got to say, Turtle, never seen you before. Like the hair, mate. With you and I might get on. Either way, even after doing, I've just never seen a picture of Turtle. That's all. RuddySec, if they're allowed to regular lane and Humza is actually playing Draven in a 2v2 lane, this might be one of the biggest slights I think I've seen
Minions have spawned.
in terms of respect to a player on an individual level. Because again, I don't know how else to say it. He is a one trick.
Yeah.
Right. He's branched out. Don't get me wrong. And if you've been watching RuddySec scrims and you've been keeping up, his Corki is something that he obviously leans on a lot. The Ezreal is the other pick too. But he's the Draven guy. You know, it is just his thing. They're gonna get a late invade going, so it's even gonna be a map split, which with a Skarner, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like that's sort of gone unspoken. First time that Skarner's not been banned in the NLC this split.
Yeah, I'm not fully sold. Now, Taxvig is here with Smite. He's gonna
not there.
Wall, but he's gonna see Jankos. So he'll secure this. Jankos wants it to reset, but he's not gonna be able to get it to. So that'll go over to Chaos. So it's not gonna be a true map split. Taxvig kind of breaks it open a little bit. But still, you can already see like the immediate early threat, right? As hustling. Very close to connecting. I've seen weird and Nautilus connect, right? That connects, it's a flash blown. It's one of those kind of things. But with Jankos being pushed out, it does mean there's a little less pressure on Ardafla and Rutzo.
So, if we are to play Devil's Advocate, Jamada, I'm gonna. I don't even feel like it's being charitable. I feel like Chaos know that Humza is a bit of a Draven player, and
I mean, how can you not?
How can you not?
Yeah.
And so I think the thought process would have been going into this game, we're going to leave the Draven open on the basis that our composition, what we can draft around it, is going to be able to win out. Do we feel like that's the case?
No. Look, I actually do you know, player names removed and such, I do quite like their draft. I think it's a very, very solid front to back. You know, a decent amount of non-committal engage between Maokai, between Leona, and of course, Taxvig on the Wukong. Great committal engage. Speaking of committal, Jankos, a little bit short on the traversal there, so won't find connection. Won't see chain CC, but again, just the pressure, right? The immediate kind of just 4 or 5 camps, Jankos into bot lane. You know where they want to butter their bread this game. As more poke. It's going to feel like this all lane. And Jankos, I mean, if he didn't have nothing to farm on the bottom side, might have made his way to the top side. Leader has the back of Jankos, so he's not too scared to step up there.
I think the sort of situation that we're seeing around bot lane is sort of the other side of the coin that people don't necessarily associate with Draven all that much. It's like, yeah, you can go absolutely crazy all in at level 2 and just try and kill people. As speaking about all ins, we've got kind of one in the mid lane, kind of one in the jungle there. Chaos not really winning out on either of them, as Taxvig and JJ both going to be forced to reset.
It seems like Taxvig lost that smite on that chicken camp, so pretty unlucky for him. Jankos happy to walk away with that skull, and then all of the camps top to bot, by the way. So very solid bit of pathing for him to do. He's going to take the reset first, get the gold in, right? Get that gold spent, and then look to clear it out very quickly, no doubt. Just continuing to likely path down to wherever this Draven goes, wherever they set up lanes. Expect Jankos to be around Hamza. And once you start to kind of hit that somewhat break point of maybe 250, 300 stacks, you start to think about coming down to cash in.
Yeah.
On that Draven passive, unless, of course, they just straight up find that 2v2. Because I think there's a bit of a misconception sometimes about, you know, Draven passive, Draven players in general. It's a bit of a stigma, honestly. Which, is it a stigma if it's kind of, you know, if the accuracy rate is kind of high, at what point does it not become a stigma? But, you know, trying to force the plays early, get kills, get the snowball going. Honestly, Draven passive, a little bit scarier if you stack it up first, wait till like 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, get that big cash in, and you come back with an already completed item with that bonus gold. That feels way scarier than, you know, picking up an early kill.
JJ getting forced out again in the mid lane, doesn't have that teleport, and there's no way that he can remain. Leader just forcing himself up, delaying the base as much as possible, and I think across the map we're really seeing kind of, I think, what a lot of people expected from this Ruddy roster. A bit of a diff everywhere you're looking.
Yeah, very strong so far. As just a look at the 1v1 and how Leader got this advantage. No stun on the gravity well, but you can see how much damage. You know, mage versus mage, especially a mage like Hui early on, doesn't have a lot of damage as perks. He's gonna flash out. He's fine.
Yeah. Trading a bit of damage back down onto Taxvig. That's the first real aggressive maneuver that we've seen from either of these teams that has resulted in anything meaningful. Jankos going to be able to take away these Void Grobs, and because of the amount of control that Hamza and Hustlin have of that bot lane, Taxvig's positioning on the map as well, a response in the form of an early Drake take doesn't seem that it's on the cards for Chaos.
No, it does not indeed. And as a matter of fact, whilst Jankos is going for that invade up there, I'm sure if we could maybe pan to it, Hamza and Hustlin are actually starting up the dragon already. As there you go, picture in picture. Doing it without Jankos. Don't even need a jungler. They've got so much pressure. They can afford to just do it. Hamza can go back to catch that wave now, so it's not even that much missed. And Jankos gets a bunch of tempo and an extra skull. So all of these small incremental wins for Ruddy Sack right now. Looks pretty nice. Chaos on the other side. Not really much to talk about, right? So many reactive and scaling lanes. They are to a point a bit of a passenger for the first 15-ish minutes or so. And it's about when they feel like they're going to have the confidence to step up.
Yeah, it's all well and good being a passenger up to a certain point, but you've got to get in the driver's seat eventually. Issue being that if you're this far behind and it continues to move in this direction, then you're not really able to put your pedal to the metal once you get in that driver's seat.
Yeah, that's the big problem. If you lose too much early on with this kind of composition, it doesn't really become a question of when do you play, but it's how. Right?
Yeah.
And if you end up with, you know, Victor being really accelerated, or God forbid, remember, the longer Draven doesn't cash in, right? The bigger the eventual cash in does kind of become. And as such, the more threat you have to put towards him to make sure he doesn't get that cash in.
Yeah, well, already
200
on
stacks now.
200, yeah. Got to remember as well, that is going to be added onto Humza's ultimate, so when he throws that one out, we've got the execution threshold, and we've got an attempt at a play on Perks in the top lane, doesn't have the flash. Taxig follows him forward, the Nard doesn't go Mega in time, and despite all of the bad things happening across the map for Chaos, they're the ones who strike first blood.
Yeah, but I mean, again, immediate response from the Ready Sack in this game, a lot sharper comparatively to their opening game of the day, entirely forcing off this Jinx from the wave, and this is just 3 plates for the Draven. And a massive lead is going to start to grow off this. It's already at 500. Individual plates going to push that to just under 8. I will push it to 8, actually. He was at 6 before. Pardon me. So, big bit of XP and gold missed out here, and Draven's lead is going to continue to grow. It's almost a full level up, actually, as well. When you take a look at the XP bars on either side, it's a very scary Draven starting to stack up here.
Leader moving over, Taxig going to be caught out in his own jungle, hit by the Impale, the Chaos Storm going to get dropped down, and Ruddy reply in the kill department, get themselves on the board, and bring it up to a 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes.
Yeah, so much pressure, generally. And I mean, if Jankos didn't have to use his ult there, that could just be a straight up turnaround dive into the bot lane, but just taking their time with this one, right? A complete dismantling of this bottom lane, a 30 CS lead at 10 minutes. And the worst part about this really is, for me, what do you do?
Yeah.
Realistically, as Chaos, where can you go? You lane swap, cool, well, you know, Humza just kind of gets to hit the wave for free. And hit the tower for free with Maokai doing their best to clear it. And otherwise, you can't, there's no other valid option. So,
it's just been
very hard.
It's been a very sort of complete domination so far through the early game. Like, the lanes have all just been winning for Ruddy Sack, and I think Jankos has sort of enabled that, but has also been enabled by that to go aggressive, get into the jungle of Taxig, force these laners back, force people away. I think it's a pretty good sign for a team when you can win, when you can build advantages by seemingly doing very little.
Yeah, and there's not really much for Ruddy Sack to do to get these incremental leads, just because of the way that the champions interact with one another, you know? It's so difficult for champions like Jinx, for champions like Quay to really have a lot of impact unless the other team doesn't have these powerful picks like Skarner.
Yeah.
Like frontliners like Nautilus. It's very, very hard to play into. You can't really be proactive. You have to try and catch the Ruddy Sack in the action, you know? And hope that they misstep and can be punished, like right now.
Yeah.
Trying their best. But Humza and Hustling not falling for it. Kind of just understanding, hey, Jankos isn't here. There's a good chance that the Wukong's down on the bottom side. Not selling the bag at all, and looks like the wave will also start to bounce back out now too, because of the control, rather the cannon wave. They should be okay. As Jankos also returns to the bottom side.
Yeah. Definitely feels like Regan's had a conversation with the lads in the Discord call.
Yeah,
sorted them out a little bit.
Too, I'm sure.
Turtle taking a
shout out. He is taking more damage. He's Maokai though.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, he's fine. Shout out to Regan and the Ruddy Sack. They are doing a in-person event. I'm sure that is a lot of fun for the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. As hello.
Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. In London.
Yeah, Jake messaged me going like, "Oh, do you want to come to this?" And I'm like, "Sorry, I'm kind of busy, I'm afraid."
Yeah, would love to be there.
Oh no, absolutely. Like those, I went to the one for the spring final, went to the one for the summer final last year. Obviously, the results not favouring Ruddy on either of those occasions, but they were an absolute blast, and sort of thing that I hope to see more from them, but also more from other orgs.
Yeah.
I think one of the sort of defining traits of the NLC is the sort of regional pride that exists between different countries and different regions that make up our region. I'm sure that Duckling would love to go along to the PC cafe in Copenhagen and just be very loud and obnoxious.
Yeah. Sounds like something you would love quite a bit.
Oh, hold on, hold on!
Perks!
Oh no! What? No!
Oh, brother.
I'm telling you, man, the level of the NLC, like MSI champions, they find it difficult to adjust to.
Can't underestimate the NLC players, man. They'll do it to you. Misflash, of course, from Perks, but being in that position, very, very risky as the leader just continues to absolutely dominate this mid lane matchup.
Look at the CS. Look at the
so
CS.
much CS. He might even get the interrupt on that base too, and he will. Very rough. Very, very, very rough indeed. No teleport on JJ either. So leader looks like he's just going to take the reset. Maybe.
Yeah. Daffler moving over to sort of pick up the wave, but that's going to give Humza the opportunity to get a decent shove on this bottom lane, and it's the sort of push and pull. You go to answer at efficiency a hole in one part of the map, and that just opens up a fresh new wound that I'm not sure that Chaos can bandage over. First tower going in favour of Humza. This Draven yet to cash in, but still pretty damn accelerated.
That's the big worry, right? And you know, I'd almost forgotten about the part of the passive you mentioned earlier. The more stacks, of course, Draven has, it's just flat damage added to the ultimate as an execution. So if this continues to go on, I mean, it almost becomes a matter of when Humza cashes in, so long as he can keep himself positioned safely. As we look at Perks' overconfidence, perhaps forgetting what.
Notch on the queue from. No, right, okay, and
know
then
what?
that happened.
In his defense, let me. Oh no, I mean, I don't know if there's enough delay. I guess if Perks is streaming his POV, I need to see where his cursor was when he flashed, because you know what I mean. Like if I feel like he's been a bit hard done by in that wall. I've flashed that wall in that exact spot before. It's not an easy wall to flash at times, but I do feel like he's a little bit hard done by. But still, solo killed by Turtle on Maokai. I'm sure there was some great banter in the comms about that, as maybe not so much great banter about Huffman's pick.
Yeah, he is not enjoying this one. Kill for Daffler, and whilst the Gold League continues to build, so definitely fighting back.
Yeah, definitely not afraid to, you know, poke their head into windows where maybe they feel like ReadySack disrespecting a little hard here. Perks could be disrespecting again, as he's in between Turtle and Taxvig, sort of at a weird angle. But they're not super sold. They're not super sold on going in without the ultimates, without maybe full information about where all of the members of ReadySack are, though they are certainly very happy to look onto leader.
Yeah, jumping on top of him, dropping the sit, but he's turned around 1v3s like this before, not quite able to reach Daffler. Instead, gonna turn his focus onto JJ.
One more spell.
Just doesn't look. Got the damage, mate. Locked up by dodging away from him. He spells off that queue, running for the hill.
More movement speed
towards the enemy base.
Nope.
You cannot adapt, but that is the personnel from Chaos, and Dak inside hustling, not quite able to on that. Taxvig gets taken down.
Yeah, and there's the cash in. I'm sure we'll get that look up very, very soon in a replay. That's a lot of gold. He's up 1.8k on our Daffler, and he has 2 kills, mind you. 2 kills, and the kill he just got on leader was a shutdown. So much gold in Humza's back pocket. I'm sure he's about to base and probably pick up a full second item.
Chaos scrapping up with Roddy Sack as Turtle was fighting up against Perks there, despite the whoopsie that we saw a little bit earlier. Perks still up on the gold, a lot of that due to these towers, as I think we're going to have a little bit of a look at this kill from Hamza.
Oh, just unnecessary from Taxvik. Doesn't need to go in there. And immediately punished by Jankos, and out of this replay into another fight.
Well, potential collapse onto leader. He's going to get bursted down. JJ with the kill, and Chaos around this drop. Enemy mid laner looking for one more support. That's a 2-for-0 fight so far, but Rutzo's going to get taken down. Here comes Perks going mega, but still going to be able to find a prize. That one don't over to the laner, who is building that lead even more.
Very good fight for Ruddy. They should be able to pick up the dragon as well. So that's the third dragon. Infernal as well is what we're working with in our third game of the night. I mean, more damage for the carries of Ruddy Sack. I don't think they're going to be complaining about that one, given how much we've already seen them put out. Of course, the leader a little bit unsure how he ended up in that position.
Yeah.
It's the nature sometimes of replays. Come out of a replay. Some shenanigans are going on. They're trying to chase down Hamza. He's got a little bit too much movement speed from the Blood Rush.
You boy?
Very speedy indeed. As
Perks, I reckon he wins that.
Yeah.
4-level difference. Yeah, that's gonna go for you. Turtle now gonna get locked down, but Perks having burnt a lot of those cooldowns to take down the Wukong. Potentially not in the best position as the collapses started to come through from Chaos. I mean, definitely a lot easier to lock down, but good flash gets away from the solar flare, and Perks escapes with his life.
Yeah, keeps his life, loses his flash. Would like to have that one, against the immobile backline of Jinx and Hui, but just, again, a little bit... I mean, this is the thing with Perks. He's always been a confident player, right? And doesn't really matter what era of Perks, even in the rosters where, they weren't necessarily doing too well. Perks always seemed to be one of the shining lights in them throughout that slightly rough period, as the Rocket isn't going to steal Atacon. And again, we do get, of course, Voracious buff. EGA. And I was speaking, I don't know, this conflict of interest bringing up this conversation, because I will nominate as a part owner of the Ruddy Sack, but was speaking with Dom about this buff, and I don't know how they ever balance this. Ever. Between pro play and solo queue, because if you're unaware, obviously it seems like in solo queue it's very rare that you actually end up with this GA buff. It's maybe 1 in 5 games. I think it's actually a little bit less. I think they released the stats on what it is, but in pro play, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it not be the GA buff.
Yeah, 1 in 5
Voracious
games,
buff. So
just get a free team fight.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how they end up balancing it without pretty much just doing a separate patch, and they've always been very, very averse to doing separate patch. Yeah, balanced team. So Freak, Froxen, I don't envy you, and the rest of the dev team. Good luck getting this one in shape. As the Herald's going to charge on the bottom side, Perks goes in.
Yeah, he's looking for it, hustling, flashing to try and get a hook, but Ruddy Sack, they haven't really been able to gain purchase onto too many members of Chaos. Saying that, Turtle gets pulled in by the Impale, and he's going to get taken out by Hamza. Relatively low HP bars already, but with that buff, they could just keep going forward to their heart's content. The top laner, the jungler, down for Chaos, and Ruddy Sack are not done. Leader gonna get stunned, gonna get taken out, sent back to his fountain as Perks is going forward on low HP. Hamza is destroying people with the axes. All of them are dead. All of them are dead, Jumana. Ruddy Sack are gonna end it right here, right now.
Off Draven, he's a little bit special. On Draven, he's Hum Summer. The Ruddy Sack will claim their first win of the NLC. Though, as I say that, Taxvik might manage to kill off Hamza's G8. He's not going to do it. Not going to be able to do it middle court. And they'll end 1-1 on the day. And it's a pretty good look with their full roster in. Of course, Chaos, one of the rosters that people kind of expected not to do super well, right? But still, a very good recovery after losing Earlier on in the day, of course, not quite at full manpower.
Yeah. And as much damage as Humza was doing towards the end there with the Draven, Leader put on an absolute clinic this game. The number of times JJ was just getting forced out of lane, felt like he couldn't really do anything, and that's the power of having your full roster. All of the guys that you want to play.
All of the guys that you want to play, right? Yeah, I don't know what to say. The other thing, of course, was just how Draven. It's like, if anything, it's actually the one thing you have to ban against this team, just to make sure he's not on it and he's off comfort, right? That aside, Skarner. We gave over Skarner and we gave over Draven at the same time. Kind of crazy. But they're already stacked in the mind and they got all the freedom in the world to play exactly how they wanted to play. As again, finishing this first week here 1-1.
Yeah, so recovery, and you know what? 100% win rate with the full roster. We'll pretend that game 1 didn't happen. We are going to be jumping to a short break before the analyst desk break down what happened in that one and set us up for the penultimate game of the evening.
get their first victory after this outstanding performance. Quite clean. Let's not talk about walls. It happens. Move on. But regardless, it was clean.
Hey man, Jamada apparently wouldn't have to worry about that wall. That's what he said.
But Jamada is him, you know, he's him. He's just him.
He's that guy.
Yeah. He sees walls like, picture, flash, move on. He doesn't care. What's a world champion? But the idea is they did a really good job nonetheless, and now you can understand the way they work. Obviously, Kayes was looking at them. I know they wanted to punch up, but regardless of that, it was a complicated one to punch above all.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about Ruddy and how they were able to execute this composition, starting by the composition itself and how it worked with the Nard on the top lane, the Draven on the bot side, and leave a leader coming back into the mid lane.
Wow. Yeah, what a performance from Leader, right? I think he had a brilliant game. Obviously, JJ, a substitute here, so not the main player in Sui, who Chaos obviously would have liked to have on the Rift, but I think we saw the individual brilliance that Leader brings to the lineup. I'm in particular thinking of not only the multiple times he nearly solo killed JJ, but how he also nearly won a 1v3 down in the bot lane later on. He really showed why he is key to this team, and I thought Ready Sack, they played a much improved game. Yes, you can laugh at the mistake Perks made, but other than that, it was a very clean game. Chaos trying to strike back a few times, but rarely around anything meaningful. It was nothing more than kills here and thereof. They never really led into more than, you know, more light turrets or drakes or anything else, right? So it only really became those consolation prizes of the individual kills. I know Trouble had something great to go over in terms of how Ready Sack, though, are really able to gain much from great macro play.
However, before we do that, I believe we do have a player that would like to talk to you.
Yeah. Our Duffler is waiting for us for the interview, so let's get to know this individual and understand a little bit more about the game and the current situation on trying to survive versus this onslaught of punishment. So let's talk with him. There you go. Welcome to the interview. Pleasure to meet you, man. It was a hard game to start the league, obviously, but tell me a little bit about what happened, because when you see the Draven, you see the Nard on the top side, that was a complicated experience.
Yeah, definitely was a interesting playing as Canadian champion against Draven without getting through. It's kind of yikes.
So they were about like trying to remove you from the game, starving you from farm as well, and we'll talk about that later on. So removing that away, we don't even care about this anymore. You still have a game versus DMG. They're also a powerful team, but I want to know more about you. So what can we expect from your gameplay? Let's tell everybody, who are you? Talk to me.
That's a quite good question. At least I'm not a random. I mean, I think that I'm just going to, like, I'll try to help our team to become more stable, I think. And that's it, to be honest.
What is the main objective you have in mind? When you look into NLC this year, 2025 Winter Split, a lot of big names. What's your main objective? I know you want to help and guide, but where do you see yourself ending and being happy with it?
I mean, if I'm not winning it, I'm not happy, it's obvious. But generally, I will be happy no matter what, because I'll get experience. Like, not every time I can play against ADC players. Like, I don't know.
That is big. That is big. You only have one game of like breeding, so I'll allow you to go and rest, because I want you at the full potential later on. But do let me know. You're facing Fade Sky. You're also facing Bisgard, Bitse, Bucci, these big individuals as well. What is your main goal for Game 2 today? I know winning is part of it, but I want to know how you're going to tackle this and win versus DMG. Explain to me, how can you win versus them?
I think we're just going to stomp them, was the problem.
Oh,
like, we're just warming up, that's the thing.
It's about stomping. So if possible, I mean, I don't want to start any beef, obviously. I'm not that individual one. Who do you think is the weakest player on DMG?
I'm not gonna... I don't want to be rude, but the problem, I don't really know any of them, so...
Hey, touche. That's fair. That's fair. Hey, I got you. Thank you so much for this, Ardapla. That was a pleasure to meet you. And let's see what happens on the next game. Let's see if you're able to stomp them or not. Have a lovely one. Just go rest and I'll see you soon.
Man, I want to see this. I want to see the stomp. I just want to see them active. I kind of felt like in this game versus the Ruddy Sack, they sort of put their hands up and they were like, you can have the grabs. You can have the second grabs. You can have the dragon. can push our lanes, can take our turrets, take
Herald,
our
what is
planings
that?
too. Herald, take everything. I just kind of felt like they put their hands up and they kind of like said, hey, we're gonna go late game. But again, there's always the question, how much can you lose until you start getting to that late game where your Jinx is very active? And actually, talking about the Jinx and how she didn't get fed, I would like to pull in a clip from very early on in the game on how Jankos basically controls the map to ensure that this Jinx never gets gold under her belt. Not only that Jinx doesn't get gold under her belt, but the Dravens get so much up through this play. Now, right here, Jankos knows that Wukong was over on his top side, had to reset, go towards the bot, which means that now Chaos cannot walk up. They see Jankos right there. Hams is taking that. The second wave starts moving from a mid lane. Leader instantly pressures in that wave, which means that now Hui has to catch the wave, and Leader gets to move first, which catches Taxvig through in the jungle. And not only do they get so many tower plays, 3 I think, onto the Draven, they also managed to secure a kill for themselves. It was just a great sequence of play right there from the Radisac, and it really does show the experience behind Jankos, behind Leader, behind all those big players coming through from the LEC and their movements on the map to ensure this map state.
It's suffocating as well, because this clip you were showcasing, it was sped up and it was only half of it. So it's like 2 minutes of Jinx looking at the minion where like, hey, how you doing? I'll just stay here, by the way, that you do you, I'll do me. That's complicated, that's suffocating. How can you mentally get back on the game as well? That was an interesting point. And this is the T1 you were talking about. This is T1 league level of just being on the top of your enemy and be like, you want to play? Yeah, that's not for you, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, very rough game for Chaos, right? Obviously, brand new org, brand new players having to hit the ground running up against a now fully stacked Ruddy Sag, right? Perks surprisingly did a lot of damage here, but not as surprising as well when you consider how much poke damage he put down on Turtle in the laning phase. Hums did surprisingly little considering how much he did in those late game team fights, but did spend the early game just racking up the cash out until he did have a very big cash out. A clean, confident, and controlled game. Anyone saying that Ruddy Sag couldn't compete in the NLC after a poor game 1 against Rich Gang, I think they need to retract their statement, because this was clinical. It was absolutely phenomenal from Ruddy Sag here.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is that top lanes are broken, man. I don't care what people say about Victors and Hueys and AD carries and control mages. All I've been seeing this past 2 days is incredibly broken top lane damage meters. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, top lane is relevant, okay? Fox, keep that in mind. I just want to say this to him. But also, I want to talk with someone else. I haven't seen him in a long time. And I believe he's not alone. That's the problem. He's not alone. And he's already a danger by himself. It's the one, it's the only. Don't Jake! Join in!
Woo!
Oh,
Hello.
That's a big crowd.
Listen, can you put the whitening teeth filter on my teeth next time, please?
Oh, I know a few. I know a few people. So, how are you feeling right now? New team, new name as well.
I'm feeling absolutely neutral, to be honest. I think you've never had someone this leng on the interview before, to be honest with you. I think I'm the most handsome man you've ever interviewed, and probably ever will.
Oh, like that?
Absolutely, yeah. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I like that. So,
no, but in all, sorry, go on. My bad.
No. You tell me, because I have a specific question.
So listen, for me, the thing is, I think, your boyhood club, sometimes investors come in, they snap it up. I mean, you look at the Glazers, what they did to Man United. After the first game, I feel like for me, Dom's come in, he's a bit of a Ted Lasso figure. He thinks he knows what's going on in European League of Legends. He doesn't. I mean, you saw that in the first game. It was horrible. You got the fans here. We've got an 8-year-old woman here. She can't even afford a season ticket anymore. The prices have gone up. I mean, people are asking, what's going on with this club? The players don't seem to care either.
So when you see Yamato picking Ornn versus Brom, what's your first thoughts?
When I saw Yamato picking Ornn, I was thinking, this is a thing. People, they don't respect my opinion. Because I could have told them Banderas was going to pick Fiora, because I watched him bend over Built in the finals last year. So, if it's going to be Yamato, obviously the same thing's going to happen.
Okay, Jake, how long did it take to transfer the name from Ruddy to Ruddy Sack?
How long did it take to, these 3 to 5 business days, these sort of things are tied in legalities, really.
Okay. So when I look into tier lists, and now this is serious, it's never serious with you, but serious, okay?
No.
When I look into a tier list, I see Ruddy always on top, Los Ratones second, first, and Nord as well. Be honest with me, what can we expect from Ruddy second till the end of the split?
What can you expect? I mean, I think it's very telling that Hums is our best player currently, and he's actually unironically probably able to claim up to $5,000 a month in disability benefits from the government. So I think for me, as one of the owners, you've got to be looking at. I'm looking at players like Perks. I'm looking at players like Yankos. I'm thinking international players with caps, that one, and also caps as appearances. But you know, you can't just phone it in just because you think it's the NLC. I mean, they thought it was Sunday League, and I think they got shown up in that first game. So this is a message to some of the more senior players on the roster. The fans want results, and they don't want to see you fucking around in scrims, dicking about. Come on, let's hear it. Come on, what are we thinking? We want to see some more hard grit. It's not just a content team. We want some trophies this year. We didn't win. We lost both finals last year. We want to win a trophy this year. The fans want a trophy, don't we?
That was my last question, by the way, as we have to move on. So what do you have to say to the fans who are joining in, who are not aware that you lost both finals? Did you talk with Minute about that? Did you explain to him?
Listen, the thing is, you know, we've not got pedigree in the finals, but I mean, you've got to look at, as a sporting director, you go into the next season, you think, what do we need to bring us across the line? It was one game difference that was the difference between us not winning the NLC last year. You've got to hope with the firepower we've got now that will be enough to tow us over the line. But we have to see, you know, it's a game of two halves.
Okay,
and two sides as well, actually.
Yeah, congratulations on the second game, and by the way, I'm proud of you, my man.
Thank you so much. I just want to say shout out to Red Bull because they've let us do our event here. We've got about 40 people here today at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Shout out to that because events important. If you're in London, I don't care if you're a Los Ratones fan, we might kick you out of the venue. But if you're in London next week, we're going to be doing more events. Come down, be part of the community, man. That's what it's all about. UK League revival. NLC's back, baby.
Let's go. Thank you so much for this, Don Jake. Well, see ya, everybody. Congratulations for you, Don Jake, and I'll see you soon.
Farewell.
Everyone.
Yeah, I think
the NLC is back, baby.
Back. Yeah. Great analogy. I love the football analogies, right? Quite clearly a knowledgeable man on football, and maybe he thought that Dom coming in, taking over was another Wimbledon to MK Don's situation, but it didn't turn out to be that. They are still very much remaining in Wimbledon there as they look to not have that title chance already derailed by an early loss to Rich Gang, right? They're still very much in it, and I'm very excited to see what this roster can achieve. But a little bit of a wake-up call as I think what he wanted to say was he wanted to see players fighting for the badge.
No, I think what he really meant to say is that he's already got the whip out. So they better be careful what they're picking and banning the next time around.
Because like the players that are joining in, they're comfortable, but Don Jake is like, well, we lost 2 titles, please. Not the third one. Come on, we got to step up. We have a lot of
very
eyes on
interesting
us.
Story about Rudysec, right? I think that's something we can get into on further shows. As obviously that's it for Rudysec today. Still 2 more very, very interesting games to go in particular, right?
Exactly.
Coming up, I mean, Venom Crest, they're 1-0
versus Rich Gang.
They're 1-0. I mean, it's the battle of the top teams in this group so far. One of them will be 2-0 at the end of the day. So I mean, big pressure on both of these teams to really impress early on.
Okay, before we even look into champions, like, I don't care about that at all. Los Ratones yesterday 2-0. Okay, who do you think is going to pair up with Los Ratones? Venom Crest or Rich Gang? Without champion select. Out of the blue.
I'll say Rich Gang. I think Rich Gang I have put a lot of pressure on Rich Gang myself, even though I think many people haven't, but it's because I know they have not only very quality players, but also experienced players who shouldn't need this time to adapt, because they've played across ERLs, won their league multiple times down in Norway. These aren't any rookies or someone. They are not afraid to take the game
Rich Gang,
to their opponents.
for you. Trouble, you're the overseer. I've seen you predict things no one could.
What?
Tell me.
Venom Crest were ballsy enough to lane swap when he was against them. To play 4-man carry teams like BLG does in the LPL throughout the whole 2024. I'm sold. Rookies or not, experience or not, they have the chance to do something that no one expected. There was a reason they won last year. That's because they put together a team that they believed in, and they've done it possibly again this year around.
She knows. She knows. So welcome to this one, Venom Crest versus Rich Gang. Whoever wins this one will get the 2-0, tying up with Los Ratones. Does it even matter on Group B? No, each group is different. but nonetheless, it's also that power to say, hey, I finished the first day 2-0. So bans are coming out. Swain, Viego, Echo as well, Rumble, Victor.
Yeah.
And what else?
I mean, respect there on Ho-Ho, right? Banning out the Echo. He's famously known as one of the best Echoes in Europe. As let's see if the Skarner gets allowed through again. It looked very strong. Obviously, Jankos a very strong player in this league, right? But the champion certainly also looked a bit unbalanced, and it has been put on the bench for this one. The Corki, though, left open for what I believe the first time today. At the very least, the first game it will be locked in for tonight. So Elijah locking it in for Maoki down on the bot lane yet again. One of the rookies. I mean, you can point to anyone here except for Elijah and say it's a rookie on Venom Crest. Very interesting. As Banderas locks, hasn't locked it in yet, but could go for a very safe utility AD carry in that Varus.
Oscar Lima insta-lock B1 for that Corki, and I'm expecting to go towards that bot side. We have seen a lot of flexibility around this particular champion, so we'll see whether it's going to be Lofty or Maoki that's taking that champion down the bot lane. Varus, Wukong, pretty standard self-stock right here. Wukong, one of the best junglers in the current patch, in the current meta, and Varus, one of the most stable AD carries, whether you want to play him again more poke or auto-attack oriented. That depends obviously on the team you're playing against. So far, so good.
What else do you pair this Corki right now? Do you bring in the jungle or do you reveal anything else? Because you can kind of flex this. Obviously, you want him on the bot side. Okay, this is bot. I've seen this top on other people. Don't do it. This is a Mumu jungle, please.
Yeah,
I mean, Israel gets locked in.
With both of these junglers, right, being very, very prolific Viego players, with that on the ban port, I was interested to see what would happen. Hovering over to the Taliyah here, Lofty famously in Sweden known for his brilliant Taliyah, but doesn't look like it's the choice this time around. Goes for the Orianna, gets a second game of that on the day, starting off your NLC for split comfortably here, playing a safe mage mid lane 2 times in a row for the Swedish Wonder Kid. As back onto Rich Gang, what will Ho-Ho then answer with, as you would expect a mid lane to be locked in here, and it could be, with Ho-Ho, it could be anything.
Let's see,
Surprises.
I'm not gonna lie right here. Zillion does make sense and does play a lot of that. But Banderas, you know what? You don't always have to go for Fiora and Camille when this broken champion is still available, and it's one of the safest options right here. I would say that for Reach Gang, the fact that they do have red sides back to back and they have somebody like Banderas where they can counterpick for, it's very useful. But right here, it's also very valuable. You get to pick a very rock solid champion for the top lane, and you also have 2 more bans to throw away over to Elijah.
Yeah, and exactly right. You can see the Aatrox already being banned. I'm also thinking of the Rumble. We saw Elijah play the matchup just 1 game before. Obviously, there is a chance of lane swap, as you also highlighted back in that game, Trouble, that obviously that good matchup for the Rumble could be avoided, possibly. So let's see what Venom Chris do. Obviously, they'll look to trim out the mid lane pool, but is it really worth it is my question, because Ho-Ho can, after all, literally play anything. But instead, they still decide to try and trim out some of the strong picks up against that Orianna with the Syndra thrown on the ban port. It wouldn't surprise me to see the Rumble here. I think if the Rumble isn't banned, it's a sign that they want to lane swap.
I feel like the Rumble right here would be a little bit too much AP for the side of Venom Crest, especially towards the top side. If the Amumu also ends up being in the jungle and not necessarily down in the bot lane. And I do like specifically the Syndra ban together with the Galio, because they synergize so beautifully with that Wukong, and your mid jungle is going to be of pivotal importance, especially if you want to build a very strong early game. So I want to see what else is in Ho-Ho's hands to play in the mid lane. Something like even the LeBlanc could potentially come out, pairs up really, really nicely with the Wukong, or even we could see the way that we've been seeing throughout the entire day.
Yeah, really rising in priority is that way right now. Back to Venom Crest, well, they're gonna have to show some answers. There's a chance, obviously, the Amumu could be rotated top lane if they feel like they've been trimmed out too much in Elijah's champion pool over there, but it would very much surprise me. So still waiting to see what he looks in, as he does get the chance to get a counter pick in now with that Banderas. Cassante already locked. I mean, going through the options, yeah, I mean, the Nara could be pretty good, obviously, getting that extra range to poke. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Elijah gets that. Rel was hovered earlier. I would like to see her, to be honest. Gives even more engaged and really strong teamfight composition all of a sudden built up by Venom Crest.
A massive wombo combo if you lock this in. This is pile up and just go on to the fight. Varus doesn't have a lot of mobility. Wei has reduced because he can be fast, but not that fast to run away from a Rel or a Nar or even a Mamumu. Apparently, it's going to be even harder to engage. There you go, Leona. Well, they know what they want to do.
Yeah.
All right, Brom available.
Yeah,
melee
he should
support.
Just take it again, right? Had a great game in it, game number 1. Would make a lot of sense in my opinion, and round out this competition with some more tankiness. And with a few auto attackers in there as well. Nomi back in the Rift, obviously, after his substitution in game number 1. He's back. The King of Norway, I want to say, this 2v2 bot lane duo did win the Norwegian League back in spring 2024. So they know each other very well. And I think they could look for some surprises down in this bot lane. Varus Braum, not a bad 2v2 duo by any means. And I think if Venomcrest doesn't pay them respect, they could look for something here.
These are the most balanced teams I have seen, I think, the entire day. They both have very, very similar objectives, very front-to-back oriented, great balance between AP and AD, consistent damage for both of them. These two are just your very classic textbook front-to-back teamfight compositions. I will give the edge over a little bit to Venomcrest because Gnar can be a deviation over in the side lane as well. If Elijah does manage to get ahead onto this Gnar, there aren't many champions that can deal with it in the late game. So we'll see if Venomcrest can snowball that Gnar in the early.
I love both compositions. We were debating who's going to take the 2-0. So final thoughts before we toss it to casters. Duckling, I want to know a name. A name.
Just a team name. I'm still gonna go Rich King.
Okay, that confident. Trouble, are you still
Venomcrest?
confident? Venomcrest. Oh, I like this. She's joining in on a hype. She's joining in on a hype of Venomcrest as well. We have a lot of good teams joining in on NLC, but also teams from the past are showing up that they can still bet on the regional talent and make it work. So with that in mind, I know the casters are waiting to toss into the game. So let's toss it to the classic teacher. And oh, I could flush the mother.
What? The what?
The what?
I'm gonna need some confirmation on what that was.
Can we go back and like ask Archer like what he actually meant by that? Like,
oh, that I could flash that wall. You know when Perks made.
Yeah,
I can see you now. Production have sorted us out. Production, can we?
It was not production. It was Trouble Inc.
It was Trouble.
What are you doing?
All right. See, but now you're here. You've been stitched up. I can flash that wall because it's not actually that bad of a wall to flash, but you've got to be at the right spot, and Perks was just a little bit too far to the left. And you could tell by how far he flashed and the way his model was on the second part of the flash, why he didn't make it.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Where's that trophy from World Cup, by the way?
Oh, there's no trophy.
Yeah, be quiet.
There's no trophy for me. Yeah, I fear not, bro. Anyway.
With that aside.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Hello.
More League of Legends.
Yeah, more League of Legends.
It's happening.
Between two teams we've seen before, but two teams we're probably going to see again after this. Venomcrest and Rich Gang both coming into this one undefeated thus far on the day. Definitely, I would say, an upset from Rich Gang in that first game versus Ruddy, just based on the nameplates. But I think that ERL experience and that competitive experience absolutely shining through. But as Trouble highlighted, Venomcrest, a lot of new faces here from an org that has been pretty good at building these rookie rosters before, got off to the perfect start.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be weird to see how this game plays out, because I think one team has a very, very easy to execute, you know, when it was going to be the rail lock instead of the Leona for Venomcrest, I was like, okay, it's just Venn diagrams of doom, the entire composition. I guess technically the solar flare is like a little circle on the flooring, so you still kind of get it. Whereas the other side is a little bit more nuanced, right? You've got not so much hard engage, a lot more reactive tools through, you know, things like the Braum, and, you know, Hui works more of, you know, kind of primary engages and throwing his damage over the top. So I'm curious to how Rich Gang decide to play this out, because I think they should have priority across a lot of the lanes here. And it's more about item break points, and also, of course, the ever-looming threat of a potential lane swap, as we've seen throughout most of today so far. Only last game where we didn't see a lane swap play out, so I think lane swap's also going to play a big part in how these lanes actually unfold. The team of Cassante in a lane swap, I feel like, normally tends to come out on top, because Cassante is a very hard champion to deal with in those lane swaps.
Yeah, I definitely feel like if that is the situation, we need to have like a shame cam on the Cassante as he's moving down into bot lane.
Yeah, that could be good. Like dying weak side unnecessarily, specifically as Cassante. No other champion, just specifically as Cassante. And maybe Sion if you don't get in the wave of your passive. I think that's that's two very strong candidates for the Shame Cam.
Shouldn't be happening award.
No, shouldn't be happening award. Yeah,
shouldn't be happening. That shouldn't be happening.
I think we should be getting into game soon.
I would like to get into game, to be perfectly honest, because I quite like League of Legends. But yeah, very sort of quite diametrically opposed teams in terms of the players that we've got on them, the compositions that we're seeing as well, that ease of execution, not quite complete Venn diagrams of Doom, but Venomcrest do just want to do one thing. Someone casts an ultimate, someone else casts an ultimate, then someone else casts an ultimate, then someone else casts an ultimate, and if the enemy team isn't all completely dead by that point, then something's gone very, very wrong.
Yeah, lost you a little bit on my end, but I got the point, and I agree. I agree. People just need to die. It's as simple as that. R button, R button, R button, R button. God, that first one can get clipped out of context. And, you know, Rich Gang don't really have much of a means if a carry immediately gets caught in that chain CC. That's it. Like, that should theoretically be the fight, right? So much burst damage between, you know, the Orianna ball and the Gnar alone. You add in the extra layers, it starts to get really dicey. So again, the range factor is going to have to come into effect too. I think this is our third Varus of the day, or is it maybe it's our second? But the Varus that we saw earlier at the very least was on-hit Varus. We've seen a lot of on-hit Varus today. People are kind of talking about how generally lethality and poke Varus is kind of weaker. This would maybe be a candidate for lethality. The on-hit, of course, though, is still going to give you all that upfront damage in front of objectives when you need it. So we'll see exactly where Nomi decides to go in terms of the build, because I think that's going to also be very telling about how much impact he's going to be able to have, whether it's killing objectives or actually killing champions, because again, if you're ever in range to get hit by any of these abilities, that is it. Team fight over, finished.
Yeah, and it's like the sort of multiple modes of operation that the champion can go into, right?
Yeah.
And I look at Venomcrest, and it was similar to what we've seen from a Varus game a little bit earlier today. It's like, I don't want to be auto-attacking Leona, I don't want to be auto-attacking Amumu, because that means that they can get on top of me. And the inherent weakness that comes with Varus, with all these different ways of playing, is that if someone is on top of you, you do just tend to die. But I think Rich Gang do have a little bit of that range that they can play with as well, coming out of the way, just dropping people from absolutely miles away. And then Nyx on this Wukong had a phenomenal game for our first game of the day. Can get these engages going from a little bit further away.
Yeah, we've seen how aggressive Nyx was willing to play earlier this time around on the Wukong. He's just got more tools, right? Comparatively to the Viego. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. As you can see, got tech pause going on. I'm actually not sure what the parameters are around talking about tech pauses here on the NLC. Normally, you can kind of just say whatever you've been told. So I'm going to operate like that right now. We've got a player comms issue. So we're trying to sort out. These things can occasionally happen.
That's quite a nebulous issue, though.
Well, it depends, because it can be, you know, a player comms issue can range from a wide variety of things. We're gonna, you know, spruce up the conversation. We talk about League for too long. Don't want to be talking heads on the same topic forever. Discord, if they're using Discord, I actually don't know what they're using to communicate. I don't know, because I've had previous leagues. Sometimes it's like you have to use different platforms to communicate on. So it could be a Discord issue. It could be a player has a straight up issue with their own mic or headset. Could be anything. So until we get that sorted, of course, we'll have to sit here in the pause screen for a little bit.
I reckon that someone's support has just had a little bit of a moment and is refusing to time summoners in chat, and I reckon that's what the communication issue is.
So I have a production chat on the side. Other players are playing rock, paper, scissors in the game chat.
I reckon we can commentate that.
See, but they would have to know that we're looking at game chat. It's like a whole thing. It's a long process of you know, because normally, in-game chat, it's relatively sacred unless you have APA or Jojopion in the game, at which point it's shown on air all of the time.
Yeah.
However, if we could get like a tally of what side is winning, that would be awesome. If we can get that from Prod, I'd love to know who's winning more. Is it Venomcrest or is it Rich Gang?
I'm glad that we're on this topic, because I wanted to get your thoughts on sort of paper in this meta.
In this meta?
In this meta. Yeah, in the sort of rock, paper, scissors meta. Rock, paper, scissors meta. Yeah. Like, where do you think it sits at the moment?
You know, I think in this day and age, a lot of people are told to kind of stand their ground. And I think subconsciously, you know, on any topic that they believe in, and I think subconsciously what that leads to is a surplus of players opening with Rock.
Yeah.
So Paper is normally actually a very safe opening gambit because of that fact, right? And it's seen a subsection of players then play on that fact and then, of course, go towards, you know, scissor openings.
Yeah.
But I think Paper is normally the safest option to go towards. Is this a transition into game?
I really hope
I'm
so.
hearing pings.
There is a limited amount of analysis that can be done on the rock, paper, scissors meta. But we are finally in game. We are on the Rift, and Rich Gang are ready to go. 5-man stack in the top side, looking for an invade, trying to catch out someone out, or at least establish some vision.
Yeah, vision, whatever it may be. You have the Braum. You want to get in and get information ASAP. For now, though, Elijah's snuck his way behind enemy lines and has left that ward on the red buff. So Rich Gang are kind of down in info at the minute.
Minions have spawned.
The question really lies in, are they going to maintain lane swap posture? And, well...
I'm looking at Elijah's path.
Breaking news!
On the minimap. Oh no!
As we have our lower third for KitKat, our lovely sponsors. Breaking news. On top of that breaking news, of course, lane swaps aren't... Oh, wait.
Oh, come on, come on.
They're going back to their normal lanes. Huzzah.
Wait, hold on.
No, wait, Malky turned around. No, Malky turned around. Well...
What, he's recalling?
What is going on? Well, breaking news, lane swaps aren't dead. Well, in Elijah's defense, he can't really be anywhere other than maybe mid, but this is still a little inefficient.
Are we TPing bot to catch? Oh, okay, no, they're stacking the wave, so okay.
He's going to run to it. Now, as comical as that sequence obviously looked, as Banderas is unfortunately going to eat a little bit of damage, they do have full information that Nyx is on the top side.
Yeah.
And he's on his red buff right now. So with the way that things like the minion, don't forget, minions have changed. Minions deal a lot more damage to minions, right? It's going to be a little bit harder to sync up something like a dive. And Elijah, for the time being, is going to be able to catch a fair amount of XP whilst Nyx is on the top side. He's not already farming the bot side camps to get a dive immediately going. So maybe this Gnar, if he can stack up his bar, if he can be around Mega by the time this Wukong's around, might be a little bit safer than we would like to usually assume one would be in this early game.
There is just so much setup that exists with the Braum and the Varus. The CC that can come from the passive as well as the early damage. Nyx has got out lofty in the enemy jungle, not quite going to get hit by that bandage toss as... Seems like he wants to get a little bit more. Both supports have moved over to the play, but it's Laurie that's going to initiate it here onto Eski, dropping the enemy Braum to around about 50% HP. And Jamal, we don't tend to see a Moo all that much. I'm assuming the game plan here for Kiki is going to be try and sneak in an early gank with some double bandages if you can, but then it's just going to be playing around that level 6, waiting for that cooldown and making plays when your ultimate's available.
Yeah, pretty much. You hit the nail on the head. Generally, it's a little bit difficult to find early active plays if the enemy team is respecting you. Obviously, your sticking power is incredibly powerful, especially so if you hit that first bandage toss, but it can be a little bit testing, to say the least, to find those early openings. Once you hit the level 6 though, of course, and objectives are skirmished over, positioning tends to fall a little bit more and you can find your way in. So we'll keep tracking how Kiki does, but again, this composition from Venom Crest, you know, it's intended for the bar of execution to be very low, right? And that's more or less what they're going to be going for. Rich Gang looking for those kind of incremental engages, the kind of slow burners, and trying to bait in Venom Crest so they can make that turn out.
Oh, well, Venom Crest going for something of their own volition here as Ori is just going to get stunned on the back half, but Rich Gang definitely taking the worst end of things there.
Yeah, Eski also was actually the one that ended up eating the Ignite.
Oh, and he's going to get jumped onto. Venom Crest pull the trigger as soon as they see it opening in the bottom lane. They are going to be able to take down the enemy support for their troubles. Nomi now responding with a load of consistent damage, dropping down onto Malky. The barrier comes up just in time. And Malky is going to stay alive. Low mana on this Varus, but both of these ADCs in executional range.
Nomi probably didn't have mana to cast that arrow, the final part. He had lethal tempo stacked up and his passive from the kill. So he was out DPSing the Corki, but he just didn't have the mana, I think, to cast the Q to pop that Blight stack and execute Malky. So a little bit unfortunate for himself. It's 1-for-1 in the bot lane, and both AD carries pick up the kills respectively. Small gold lead growing for Nomi.
Laurie rotating over into the mid lane, but this is less of a gank and more just a bailout attempt here for Lofty, who has been getting punished heavily in this midsection, has already blown that teleport, so isn't going to be able to rejoin this lane anytime soon, and Horhor already starting to get a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, Hui can be a very frustrating champion for other mages to lane into. The range, the damage, the mana sustain as well. I think people often kind of overlook, right? In lane, you tend to not necessarily need your W set of spells for much else, right? Unless you are actively interacting with a champion that's getting up in your face. Just being able to cast that kind of mini Nami that gives that mana back is very, very beneficial to just outlasting your opponent. And once you get that Lost Chapter as well, feels all the better, and that pressure is going to buy them grubs, though on the opposite side it will be answered out by Venom Crest getting their solution going.
I think if you've got a composition which is going to tend towards these big sort of 5v5s, these massive team fights, if you can get yourself in a position where dragon stacking is a realistic goal for your comp, then you've got opportunities to find those big team fights where you can press all your buttons and kill people.
Sooner or later, those opportunities will open up as well. It feels very rare. You get a composition like Venom Crests and you don't see it work at least once. You know? So there's always that looming threat Rich Gang will have to respect. As speaking of respect, Venom Crest might have to respect this play from Nyx on the bottom side.
Yeah, Nomi getting the chains into the stun, into all of Laurie's health bar. And that felt just a little bit too easy for the Rich Gang AD carry as he gets his second kill on the board. A little bit worried about how this Varus was going to be interacting with the enemy composition. If he's fed, that becomes a bit easier.
Fed, and like we had that brief discussion about earlier, we'll be going on hit, won't be going lethality. And at the end of the day, if he gets ahead, I mean, he's still going to be ahead of ADC, right? As long as he's given the space and he's also respecting of Venom Crest's large ultimates, he's going to do just fine. And of course, it's also in part up to Rich Gang to protect him as well, provide him that space.
First game of the day, we saw Banderas up on the Fiora, and he completely took over. Different task for him, I feel like, on this Cassante. Not so much about applying pressure in the side lane, but if you can zero out someone like Lofty, if you can zero out someone like Marky in these team fights, then the damage of Venom Crest is going to drop pretty considerably.
Yeah, definitely will. So they need to be careful, right? It's tale of as old of time, the shotgun comp. When you only have one champion, that is going to be your main DPS source. You need to keep him alive. Same to a point kind of does apply to RG too. Right, if Nomi goes down, especially as he's ahead, right, and it's part of the point you were making. Nomi drops, kind of just becomes about all of the CC you have and all of the utility. So they definitely do need to just watch themselves once we start to hit this mid-game point. But for now, early game, very tempered. But grabs are spawning in a minute's time, so maybe we start to see some rotations over that.
I think we have spoken a fair bit about the high-impact ultimates that Venom Crest have got. It's not like Rich Gang sat there with a load of like niddly form swaps, right? Like that Chains of Corruption, excellent for getting a team fight started. Cyclone, we've got the Kidnap from the Cassante we've already mentioned. Like, there are big team fighting tools for this team as well.
But at what point does it happen? You know, like we're waiting patiently as the macro has been frankly tantalizing. As Laurie's hunting for maybe information, and found, by the looks of things, not a lot. Isn't going to stop Esky from resetting, but definitely sees it going on. Oh, goodbye. Back to base.
Not quite Zenith Blade range.
Nope, nope. But it would have been funny. Go all the way back to base. And Nyx is just gonna clone the bandage toss. So yeah, again, bit of a farm fest.
Oh, hello, hello. Maybe not. Haw gonna get caught out. No, he's fine.
I mean, forced to use the flash, so it's a good Zenith Blade and ultimate usage there from Laurie. It's gonna buy them a brief window to walk into this Skull Crab, but the issue I find is Blade Throwing King completed for Nomi. He's walking up and over to this team fight, so it's gonna be difficult for Venom Crest to engage. And if they do, they're engaging into Brawl.
Yeah, who is not the target that you want to be jumping on top of. Esky hops over the wall and Laurie hops into his grave.
Ooh.
Kiki's going to respond with a kill going down onto Nyx's. Momentary numbers advantage on the south side of that fight here for Venom Crest, as the bot lane of Rich Gang not looking particularly healthy, but with Lofty already having popped that shockwave and Kiki already having used that ultimate, a couple of those shotgun shells deployed, but not gaining all that much. It is going to be Kiki starting up these grubs, so hopefully for the Venom Crest fans we'll be able to equalise those, and we do still have a little bit of time before that dragon spawns, but with Nyx on the bottom side of the map, you have to imagine that Rich Gang are going to put some focus towards that objective.
Yeah, almost certainly. Venom Crest get all 3 grubs, so a little bit closer to that feats of strength march. But as you say, Rich Gang, Nyx, he's on that dragon, and just by the positioning, should be a bit of a freebie. Laurie maybe wants to play a little bit of interrupt, or maybe find their way onto Nomi, but Nomi's just respecting it. Replay. And again, you know, it's difficult to engage here as Venom Crest. They eventually just decide that Esky is way too far out of position, and that they'll punish him. And I mean, frankly, look at how quickly Laurie dies. It could go from so much bad to worse if Nomi doesn't have to walk around the wall, right? Imagine he could just walk forward and continue to right-click, get a little bit more follow-up on top of the engage there from Nyx, but terrain not quite favorable enough for Rich Gang, and Venom Crest very happy to accept that trade and, of course, get the grubs.
He could have flashed over the wall.
Could have.
Shouldn't have.
But it wouldn't feel right for the game, though.
No.
You know? We've probably had a slower early game than this today, but this one just, it's got a feel to it. You know? It's got a particular vibe that
I think it's potentially
speaks to the soul.
I think it's potentially because of the explosive nature of the fights that will happen at some point, we promise.
We're not snake oil salesmen.
No, absolutely not. Honest gentlemen here on the NLC broadcast.
Yeah, of course.
No, I'm not going to lie, Jamada.
Wouldn't lie to the audience.
No, not at all. I'm telling the truth. I am starting to get a little bit more interested in the rock, paper, scissors matter. It's calling to me. I feel like there are some adaptations.
Did we ever get? I don't know if we ever got confirmation on who was winning the rock paper scissors duel.
No, we didn't actually. No.
Yeah, that kind of makes me a little bit sad. I hope we can get a correction on that. Maybe we could just get Archerum to ask.
The hard-hitting questions.
Yeah, you know, Venom Crest. Not a lot of people necessarily having a lot of faith on you. You know, how are you feeling as... Hold on a second, I think Haha...
I don't think he's feeling good. I don't think he's feeling good
great
at all. That was nice from Kiki, though, sneaking over that wall and catching out the enemy mid laner.
Not fantastic. I did hear in my ears from producer Phil, and then confirmed, like a big shout to Prod, that it's 2-1 to Venom Crest in the rock, paper, scissors. So they got the good omen there, but right now it feels like, well, actually, to be fair, you know, they just got the pick. But Amumu has 2 of the 3 kills.
Yeah.
If you look at the other side, it's the Varus of all 3. So are they really winning? You know.
I think Venom Crest will be hoping that that rock, paper, scissors has given them an insurmountable mental advantage coming into this game.
Yeah, it's got to do a little bit of damage, isn't it?
A little bit.
Winner's bite. Nothing to pounce on, though.
Oh, he does have the ultimate.
this is the problem with games like these, because I think everyone more or less, we're all on the same boat, right? We know what Venom Crest want to do, and I think we've all got a pretty firm understanding that Rich Gang don't really want to look for engages unless someone's misstepping, right? They want that fight to come to them. When Rich Gang kind of just put their foot, I wouldn't even say put their foot on the brake, they just don't have their foot on the gas. It's all on Venom Crest, really, to find angles, but they're just not really being given to them, so it becomes a lot about the objectives, and we're kind of even Stevens there, too.
Yeah,
so.
Dragon's not going to be too high priority for a little while.
No,
unfortunately.
for another 90 seconds, at least. There's Heralds spawning in 20, and the resets are actually pretty even, though Rich Gang are slightly ahead on tempo, but frankly, again, not by super engaging margins. So we'll see who exactly is going to get priority. The Skull Crab. Oh, went over to Kiki.
He got it. Nyx looking for an engage. Kiki going back in with the bandage toss. Has the ultimate available. Decides not to pull the trigger, and we are starting to see a convergence of League of Legends players on the top side of Summoner's Rift. Potentially some action here as Laurie's going to get caught out. Dodges away from the Glacial Fissure. Flashes over a wall. Call that man Jamada. The mechanics on him.
Thank you. I do try. I haven't tried for a little while. Casters talk about their solo queue experiences portion of the broadcast.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now. But
yeah.
I think importantly, that was two pretty key ultimates burned there by Rich Gang. Venom Crest still holding onto all of theirs, so it's going to give them the opportunity to take down this Herald without too much trouble. Again, we've got a Dragon spawning up in a few seconds, and Rich Gang in a position where they can maybe look towards that as well. Very much a game about trading these objectives and trying to find any sort of angle that you can to give yourself a small advantage for the later fights.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's really about.
Oh, this is what the game needed!
Well, chat, it's just you and I.
Oh,
of course.
By the way, this was pointed out to me, and his picture's just gone off, so difficult to see. I look a lot like Venom Crest Jungler. Kiki.
Really?
Yeah. I'm sure that Prod can find a picture from somewhere. Or maybe I'm just putting too much pressure on them.
It depends on how long the pause is. We don't necessarily have that at hand just yet. Though again, we'll get.
Jamada, we need to be planning for these technical issues and be getting content involved for them. Okay.
But you are asking the hard hitting questions, right? How much does middle cop look like Kiki? We'll get. I'm sure if this pause ends up being a little bit longer than expected, which we hope it's not. We don't have any information about what the pause is.
Yeah.
Just for clarity. Then we'll start drawing some comparisons.
Oh, I have just got word from Prod. Apparently the team's got bored and are playing rock paper scissors again. So
wouldn't be surprised. It's a little bit of a connectivity issue is what we're being fed. So
I feel bad now because I've got a lot of sympathy.
All right, bloody hell, middle court the empath over here.
I do, bro. You're crying? I think you might be sad. You know.
Oh,
we're back.
So
we're back.
Venom Crest Jungler. Player portraits are going to slide through, and it's starting at top.
Okay.
So, 2, 1, boom. I mean, mate, it's just. Look, I'm gonna be honest. It's just the Starshin.
It's
the eyebrows.
Starshin. Hey, that's all you need.
You've both got some strong eyebrows. I think, you know, second cousin material maybe. I don't know about full blown, you know, direct relations there.
Okay.
Somewhere
on the family tree.
Somewhere on the family tree. Dragon's dying. That's cool.
That is cool.
That's nice. That's enjoyable. Elijah casted his ultimate to clear the wave, so he's not going to have that. If a fight was going to start, of course.
Well, he got 6 kills with it there, I'm pretty sure.
Isn't that the God's honest truth? No one's really collapsing with Lori, so there's no threat there. Okay. Well, game is about as dead even as it could realistically be. And actually, Maoki's not doing too bad, considering he had to go Triforce first. In terms of just the direct one-to-one, costs to play the Ruin King and such. And what felt like was kind of an amassing lead for Nomi is, I think slowly that gap is being closed over time.
Starting to see as well a little bit of an advantage occur in the top lane here for Elijah. That are obviously going to be a pretty decent split pushing threat. Not quite Fiora tier.
No.
When it comes to the ability to just completely take over. But
very unique.
Just a reminder, this is only Elijah's second split in Div 1 of the NLC. And whilst it hasn't been the most emphatic of performances, this sort of consistency against a player like Banderas, who's absolutely no slouch, is boding well for the future for this Venom Crest roster.
It is, it certainly is. Holding his own against Banderas. It's no small feat, genuinely. Banderas individually is an incredibly talented player, is trying to force out Ho-Ho's flash. But unfortunately, Venom Crest were never going to be lucky there. Solar Flare had to connect.
And we are slowly edging
That's how
towards.
I feel too, Middle God. That's
yeah.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Look, we've all had slow evenings, slow games.
Yeah.
Do you know what would be awesome if the Atacon buff is taken?
Yeah.
And then they all just die. Like they all just
get
it cooking. Actually, Elijah could be in a little bit of trouble. Honestly, if Bandera is quite able, maybe thought about casting ultimate preemptively there as Elijah hits mini. Just really make Elijah's dead.
Oh, it could be it jumped onto by Banderas. Where's that Hoppy? He's not gonna find it. It's taken around about 80 years, but finally, we have got some action in this game, and it's Banderas with a shutdown somehow against Elijah.
Yeah, small shutdown on Banderas, and not too bad for him at all. Elijah, I mean, it's the thing, right? That matchup, people always talk about it as like a, hey, range matchup. I mean, you even mentioned it, right? It's like, hey, I get to outscale on the side lane eventually. Well, Cassante will eventually get in range. And when you're mini, you don't really get to play the game, unfortunately. And Banderas gave us a pretty accurate case study of how that's supposed to break down. As he breaks down that tier 1, he's going to get himself a slightly bigger lead on the 120. Well, I say bigger lead. He's actually still behind 100 gold.
Yeah.
He's closed it up.
Second tower of the game. 21 minutes.
So what are your evening plans after the broadcast? What's a middle court evening look like?
It's mostly sleeping at the moment, but I'm going to be perfectly honest. Might see if I can get a couple of winks in, in the next couple of minutes, because we are getting towards that point where we should be seeing these big fights. We've got the Atacon, we're going to start seeing Baron dropping onto the Rift as well. We've got a soul point potentially here for Rich Gang in a minute's time. As slow and as methodical as this game has been, we are getting towards the point where these teams are going to have to start fighting each other if they want to win.
Nah, interaction? Nah, me personally, it's not really my thing. Bro, I have Leona, I have a Mumu. I don't want to go in. That would suck.
It'd be rude.
Yeah.
You might hurt the enemy team,
Yeah, and we spoke about your empathetic habits earlier on. I feel like Rich Gang wouldn't like that,
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
I don't think they'd like Atacon going over though.
No,
However,
I don't think they would. Oh, just moving up. Solar Flare not quite going to connect with the stun. Lori's still thinking about an engage, and Horhor is in the Baron Pit, no longer in the Baron Pit, as he's going to flash away. As it looks like we're getting a team fight, Jimada. Big engage from Kiki, but there's no follow-up from the rest of Venomcrest. Massive Gnar against the wall from Elijah, as Banderas goes all out to turn the fight around in favor of Rich Gang before he drops down. Damage from range from Nomi and Horhor, not enough. 3 for 2 in favor of Venomcrest.
It took 23 minutes, but we finally get a little bit of action out of both of these teams here, and the collapse is beautiful. Both top laners in particular having such high impact in terms of how the general fight could have looked and did look for both of them, but we have to really give credit to Eski here. He almost completely saves Nyx from the initial engage, interrupts the Leona, and it's fantastic. The ult from Kiki, 3-man, but there's just no follow-up. And Elijah's not in a position to actually hop in and ult people back, and then it's all about the shockwave, the combo as well. With that Naro, Banderas does so much in terms of breaking down the potential rollover of that fight to give Nomi the space as well to DPS out. 23 minutes. That's all it took.
Oh, that was
23 minutes.
A bit too much excitement.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty gassed out now, actually. I don't know. Can we go back to the mellow, chill pod? You know, someone, because I always do this, is a bad habit of mine. I had had chat open because I always love reading chat. And, you know, at the end of the day, community is what the league's all about.
Yeah.
Without the fans, there would be no league. Someone requested we play rock, paper, scissors. We will get that done by the end of the night. Don't you worry. They're fighting. They're fighting.
Okay. Eski's dead. Hold on, we are getting something here. Kiki with another ult that the rest of his team can't follow up on. A 1-for-1 feels very this game of League of Legends, as neither team is able to get an advantage out of the fight.
Yeah, it does. Maybe they can kill Elijah. Maybe that... No. They're not quite sure how far he's gone. And they're also not going to pick up Atakan or Baron, despite the jungler being dead and the key ultimates being down. So the more I think about the consequences of this fight, the sadder I kind of get. Though they are... No, they were sorting waves, I thought. Well, we might just be back to square one. Which does feel a little bit sad. Oh, Dragon. Hey, Mounted Dragon, right? It's great. It's great for Rich Gang. The baseline stats of dealing with all of the shred, especially of things like a Mumu, you have to remember, Abyssal Mask plus the passive does kind of make you paper mache against the likes of an Orianna Ultimate, as Banderas and Elijah doing the most top lane thing possible.
Yeah, but I think something may actually happen here as Elijah goes into the mini form, but he dodges away from the knockup. Eski once again potentially going to get caught out as Nyx jumps on top of Malky, flashes away to escape that Wukong, and Venomcrest running away, licking their wounds a little bit. No one's dying, but this does give a lot of position over to Rich Gang.
It does, but if the previous skirmish was anything to go by, Rich Gang are just going to clear waves.
Nothing ever happens. Consult the chart.
A tower.
Consult the chart, Jamada.
It's like the flowchart of this game. Is there a fight? If no, go back to first question. Is there a fight? Yes. Do the two teams do anything but sort waves and reset? Well, look, this is an experience of the time, and at the end of the day, these two teams are still scaling up, and the longer you go into a game, the higher the stakes are for each individual team fight. So there is that. And of course, both these teams, they won their earlier games, so trying to move up to 2-0 on your opening day of the NLC always feels great for your opening week, but of course, in the new format, getting those early wins in does kind of make you feel a lot more secure in progressing forward. Confirming your position after the seeding stage.
Yeah, and I think that seeding is a very important point to bring up, because I think both these rosters will be looking at the rest of Group B and they'll see Chaos, they'll see DMG and go, yeah, we can probably take these guys 9 times out of 10, they'll look at Ruddy and go, that's the other team that we're really fighting against. So it'll be a case of sort of jostling for position within those 3 unless we can see something a little bit surprising from the likes of DMG and Chaos. And so that can tend to make teams a little bit more cautious, a little bit slower paced, and a little bit less willing to take these risks in the case.
See, normally you would see that places like elimination matches, right? It's the last game in regular, you lose, you don't make playoffs. Playoffs itself, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what stage of playoffs. If it's a single bracket stage, beg your pardon. That's when you see those kind of sequences of play happen. Not now, not day one. But unfortunately, we're being, I don't know if treated as the ample action word here.
All I'm saying, Jamada, is I am seriously considering the logistics of playing rock, paper, scissors on broadcast at the moment.
Yeah, like, how difficult could it be to get like a picture-in-picture of, you know, of the full screen of us, so we can play rock, paper, scissors on the screen?
Well, so hold on, full screen us, picture-in-picture the game.
I mean, frankly, the pace of the game, man. I'm not averse to that option either. Though, you know, might be a little bit suboptimal for the viewing experience of the game. Of course we jest, but like, would be pleasant to see a little bit more action, but still, tensions are rising.
We do have that Mountain Dragon spawning in just over a minute, which would be sold for Rich Gang.
It would, and Nomi's also completed the Terminus, so he's gonna get adversely affected by getting that mountain sold as well, being able to stack those additional resistances up. Actually, just to talk on Nomi's build for a moment, I think it was Nishi yesterday, I want to say. Actually, hold the fort. We're talking about builds.
Yeah, we're talking about flashes from Kiki.
And no one died.
Yeah, I think we should continue talking about builds.
Nomi of the very, very standard 3-item build, but a build, now I can't recall if it was Mishi that built it, but certainly, dare I summon the madman Kerberos, was playing a lot of Hullbreaker Varus with Gwynsus.
I think we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, and I can't recall if it was Mishi or another player that built it, so it's why I'm a little bit hesitant. I could obviously just open up the match history, but I'm not going to do it, despite the amount of ample free time this particular game has.
Free time? What are you talking about, Jamada? We've got shockwaves onto Ho-Ho, and Lofty flashing forward to try and take him out. Lofty is going to get taken down here as Nomi continues to add to his kill score. And it took us a little bit, but Rich Gang find a massive team fight and again head straight to the Baron.
They chased in for Ho-Ho, and it's just a decision that's going to live to haunt them a little bit, considering how meticulous they've been this game. And Rich Gang should very easily get this Baron and the Atacon. It's on the top side of the map. It's not on the bottom side. Elijah will pick up this tier 2 on the bottom side, and Malky will kill this dragon, so no soul will be given over. But at the end of the day, it's an Uber buff, an Atacon. It's Baron with a free G8. Engage comes in from Venom Crest. Remember, this is all Venom Crest doing. It's them looking for this play. It's them looking for this fight. But a Fear comes out onto Lofty, and he just can't finish off the kill on Haha, and the rest of the fight is just very, very easy to dismantle for Rich Gang. Lori's easy to pick up, and Kiki, just a sad little Amumu in the midst of it all.
Yeah, the one-man Amumu is not the best usage of that ability, even at the best of times, but when that one-man happens to be a Wukong clone, even worse. And honestly, it almost felt a little bit impatient from Venom Crest.
A bit.
They got a composition that does...
I wonder if the frustration finally got to them. It took them 30 minutes of not seeing a working wombo combo. Into that.
Please. Well, you say that this comp only really needs to work once.
That is true.
I'm not sure that Venom Crest are necessarily going to get that opportunity. Even still,
I don't want to be that guy that self-glazes, but like I did mention earlier, there are games where sometimes it just doesn't happen. You don't get a single wombo. It just doesn't come together, and you can very much, praise Rich Gang for the positioning, the overall respect.
Yeah.
Paid over to Venom Crest composition in that regard. That said, it does feel like it's been perhaps a little bit lacking from Venom Crest in terms of how often they've been looking for plays, right? I feel like, especially once you hit 2 items, right? Once Corki's online, that's when you really want to go. You've had Elijah with this split push build who, I suppose in many ways he's found turrets, but he's not really found pressure when it's necessary, despite being, 1-to-1 very far ahead of Banderas for a very long time.
Do you reckon that mid lane tower still being up is
it might have something to do with it. It might. They often say, despite the LS propaganda, actually, what LS says about mid lane tower is very true. That, mid lane tower up, it can be a little bit hard to force plays. And I think, unfortunately, they've just not dipped their toe into that pool deep enough. They've not sinned they've not sinned enough to make that tier 1 tower disappear. And unfortunately, I think that is, in part, some of the reason why it's been a little bit difficult to find these plays.
Elijah, though, still represents not quite an existential threat, but at the very least an annoyance to Rich Gang. Because as much as if you look at the goal differences, the rest of the map is theirs. This does have the ability to assert himself a little bit in the side lane. But there is not a massive disparity between these two teams, even despite that Baron take, even despite the Atakan buff, which has now fallen away from Rich Gang. They've got that Dragon Soul potential again in just under 2 minutes. Venom Crest were able to trade away that Dragon a few minutes ago after Rich Gang won that fight, but if Rich Gang do pick that up, then I think we can say that this game has swung not decisively, but definitely in the favour of the team from Norway.
I have to agree. I'm trying to think of what could we cost the cuts to get these builds. Builds. We need to talk about builds.
Yeah, builds.
That builds. Nomi, what's he going for? Is that? I mean, no Magic Manual. It could, unless he's going for another tank item. Wit's End is probably what's on my mind. They're not going to find the light, or are they? No. Okay.
Talk about builds more.
Hullbreaker, where is it? I need to see it. I think it could be pretty damn good for Nomi right here. Other one, tier 3 boots. Let's nip this in the bud. All of Venom Crest have tier 3 boots. Why? I think the only low-key acceptable one is Kiki. But even then, I can't remember the numbers and the strength of the upgraded tier 3 Ninja Tabis. I'm still going to call them Ninja Tabis to this day. Hold on! A fight!
Having to flash away, get stunned there with the Brawn passive, locked down with the Chains of Corruption as well, and Venom Crest are on the run. The game swung to RG because of a tempestuous engagement from Venom Crest. Lovely dodge away from Nyx, but he's still going to get hit by the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Rich Gang, when they pull the trigger, it is a hell of a lot more decisive, chasing people over walls, locking them up, throwing them down, and Lofty has nothing that he can do. Running in the wrong direction towards his oblivion, you have to feel, as the rest of the Rich Gang converge on his position, endeavor to take him down.
Long run down, but they get it. And hey, Elijah, hey, trade, top side, huh? He's split push threat. It's working. The build curse works, man. Talk about builds. Talk about builds. They'll fight. It's actually just casters high and low. Heed my message, man. Heed it. Items. Talk about builds. They don't want to hear it. Start fighting. Mountain Soul will be the price or the reward, actually, in the case of Rich Gang, of winning that fight. Baron is aggro. I'm not sure if Elijah was maybe trying to pull it early, but just a little bit too far forward, Malky. Winter's Bite also connecting is huge.
Yeah.
Just that additional bit of slow, I think, really does help out. Obviously, Nyx on top of him the most with the Cyclone. But it does enable the rest of the team to catch up just as easily. Like you say, it was a really nice sidestep.
Such a smooth dodge.
Such a smooth sidestep. And the rundown. Lofty obviously takes a while, but Kiki certainly dies quite quickly. And it's just a very, very good fight for Rich Gang. To come out, and the Baron's dying. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
4K.
yeah, replays, item builds. This is all we need. Double shockwave onto Eski, onto Nyx, but the jungler for Venom Crest has already dropped down. A little bit of a split fight as Laurie is diving into the middle of absolutely everybody as Lofty is attempting to survive on the other side. Once again, though, the fight is in favor of Rich Gang. 3 dead bodies opposing them, and not much resistance put up by the 2 left standing. Elijah going to try and return some damage here onto Banderas, but he decides better of it. The mid lane tower will be his prize, the Baron for Rich Gang. I know which one I'd rather have.
Oh yeah, I know too. Rich Gang gonna pick this one up, and hopefully they can convert it into a base break here. 39 minutes into the game. 3 minutes. Let's see what they can get done with this buff. A little bit more interaction here, but for the time being, no game-ending stuff. No meat. Just dancing. Yeah, sure. Why not? Probably doesn't have enough gold to purchase anything. Sat on that Negatron cloak. Still assuming that that will end up being, of course, a Wits End. Maybe he needed that wave for it. Let's see. Will he be able to pick up and finish an item? Yes, and it's a Wits End.
And after a game that has been slow in the politest of terms, tantalizing. Rich Gang are just starting to turn the screws a little bit.
Gotta be on top of the vocab games like these, you know. Gotta have it ready. Oh, right. Can we kill the Cassante? That's...
I'm gonna go with no. I'm still going with no. Banderas being jumped onto by 4 people, able to get that dash, is gonna be going down actually. Shut down secured there by Elijah, but spoiler alert, your bases disappear in the top side. No, Rich Gang decide they don't want to push. Actually, they decide they do want to push, as Lofty is the lone member of Venom Crest opposing them, as this inhibitor is going to fall down in a flash. And looks like we are getting a little bit of an attempt of a flank coming through from Kiki and Malky in their own jungle, as Lofty is being jumped onto, joshing away from a lot of the CC, able to stay alive but not for too much longer, as Nomi gets his 8th kill of the game. The Amumu is going to get cleaned up here as Nyx is also dropping down. Venom Crest getting a kill in the fight for the first time in a long while, as Elijah gets a very nice stun web with the Mega Gnar, but he doesn't have any help. It's the story of this game. Members of Venom Crest getting really nice looking ultimates, but no damage to follow them up. And with Laurie the only one left, Rich Gang might just look to end.
They should look to end. Rich Gang, 41 minutes on the clock. It was a slow, meticulous one. But after taking down Ruddysack, the other favorites in the group, they come across the others inside of Venom Crest. Of course, coming in champions from 2024. They'll take them down too and end NLC week 1 at 2-0.
Rich Gang, as it stands, atop Group B with a 2-0 record. A mixed day from them in terms of the excitement offered by the performances, but Jamada, at the end of the day, as long as you kill the enemy Nexus, you don't really mind all that much.
That felt like commentating golf. And I don't know if I ever want to go there again, to be honest with you. Goodness me. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they won. Good for them. I'm happy. Also, tier 3 boots, big bait. All I'm saying is a team that bought tier 3 boots in the middle of their items instead of waiting till after, lost. No more analysis really needed on that particular point, I think.
Right. Jamada,
yeah.
Are we doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
Yeah,
are we doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot, yeah?
Yeah, shoot,
right.
shoot, yeah.
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Get bodied, get bodied. We're going to be going to a break. The analyst desk will find something to talk about in that game and get us ready for the last one of the night. See you in a bit.
And welcome back to NLC. Now on to the desk itself. It was a long game, 40 minutes plus. It was really calm at the beginning of the game. We have to be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. We had strengths, the feats of strength and all that, but still it was a slow one. And until Rich Gang got a hold of it, I didn't see the game going anywhere. So I need to understand what happened until that point. Can anybody help me?
Can anybody help? Tackling?
Yeah, I mean, if we were to summarize, we've chosen some replays and we think we're game defining, right? And both of those are after the 30-minute mark, which kind of puts into perspective that there wasn't anything major originally. There were some small skirmishes for objectives. They get shared pretty evenly early on.
Whoa. Hold on.
Go on.
I'll sum it up with really simple words.
Okay, go on.
They were doing nothing for 30 minutes. Absolutely.
I mean, that's one way to say it. That's one way to say it.
I just made it very clean and simple. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Right. There you go. There you go.
I thought you had an interview for us. Oh, I mean...
I'm just wondering if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm very ready. But
Nothing.
aren't you doing the interview? Because nothing happened in the first 30 minutes. And
Nothing.
that's a good conclusion.
Okay, Lottie, we gotta talk. We gotta talk, Lottie. It seems like Vesk is having a situation. Lottie, what happened?
Not much, I would say, not much. Chilling around, you know, around the mid-wave, putting down some wards, not contesting, and yeah, watching them clearing the vision, then I put down my vision again, and yeah.
What was the
Basically,
game
that's what
plan at the beginning of the game? Because you have
The
the
game
engage, you have
plan.
all that. Yeah, the game plan, Lottie. Come on, be
What was the
Nobody's
game
watching,
plan?
just you and me.
I think like now should have much agency, but like level 1 there happened something interesting between Corki and Na. They were not really sure where they should go, and then Na got a bit set behind, and then Na couldn't have that much agency anymore. So yeah, like our main win condition, who was in my opinion Na, he has a really good matchup into Kazanta, should always have first move. Yeah, and then like they could scale against it because now was not that early, that far behind ahead, like how he should, and then yeah, they could just stall it out and outscale us, so we couldn't win any team fight anymore.
But you gotta be honest, it's a lot. It's a valuable VOD for you folks, so you understand like, hey, where should we do this? We should have went on this one. We should have taken a hold of the game. Right? It's an important one. I know it was a loss at the end. It was a long as well. But at least there's some valuable information, especially for the team that's still starting.
Yeah, for sure. I think you can for sure learn something out of it. I think we should have taken way more fights, you know?
Yeah.
Put the balls on the table and just go in, you know?
So tell me something, Lottie. Tell me something. This is your opportunity to redeem yourself, okay? I'm a new viewer. I joined on NLC. I know Reddy's playing Los Ratones and all that. And I'm like, Venom Crest won previous. Okay, I need to see this. And I get the 40-minute game. I'm watching you right now in the interview. I'm a viewer. So, for Twitch, what do you want to say?
What did you say again? Like for what? What did I say?
It's happening, game. You're doing the same on the interview. No, I'm a viewer. I'm watching you, and I'm like, Lottie, you can talk to me. I'm Twitch chat. What do you have?
Okay. I mean, like we will play, I think, on Sunday again. So you should for sure take your time because the games will be long. You know, there will be a lot of dancing around, division and stuff. So should for sure tune in for the Venom Crest games, and yeah, and root for us.
Root for Venom Crest. Lottie.
Root for me, for everyone in the Venom Crest gang, you know?
I love how you just lost. Okay. Final question before I toss it back to the desk. That little blue thing, that's a case, isn't it?
Yeah, they're my magic tricks for Sunday, I think is the next match day. They are my secret weapons inside, you know?
You're a magician?
Musician? No. It was for
magician.
my... What? I don't understand. My
magic?
English is too bad. Yeah, I'm
Magic?
a magic.
You do magic?
I'm a magic.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Lottie, next interview, I want you to do a magic trick for everyone.
In the winners interview, I will do it. Losers, no.
Okay, on winners interview, you do a magic trick.
Yeah, I will do magic trick.
It's agreed. Thank you so much. I'll see you on the winners interview.
Thank you.
There you go. Oh, we gotta get a magic trick.
That was brilliantly chaotic, right?
No,
that was brilliantly chaotic. In a game that happened nothing in the first 30 minutes, more happened in that interview. If we have the replays ready,
content.
Yeah, it is it's peak content, right? I'd really like to start looking at some of the replays if we potentially have them, because there was a few fights very deciding. There was one where Trouble, I know, was a bit unhappy that the Venom AD carry Maruki did get caught out playing a bit too far forward, and yeah. Oh,
this
that's
one,
not the one we had first. Go on.
This one I'm more bad about. They have no reason for Venom Crest engaging in this fight, knowing that their Gnar had just TP'd mid, headed all the way bot, and started pushing again. They know they have disadvantage on TP, and their strongest player is nowhere near on the map. And this has happened to a lot of teams that we've seen, especially yesterday as well, where you kind of lose patience. You're on the same page, right there. Venom Crest were on the same page exactly. Even gold, they have enough strength. Their best player has no TP to join the fight. Even though there was an overextension that right there, it doesn't matter because you will be one man down at any point. And again, being a little bit impatient in these plays kind of go back to bite them.
Yeah, I think if we can pull up the second one, right? I think you're highlighting maybe a point that this Venom Crest roster, again, very unexperienced in terms of rookies, have to work on, because they were a bit too naive, because many times, you know, as Laurie said, you know, they're playing for the vision, they're playing slow, but here, Maoki, right? He's looking for the opportunity. He's tired. Nothing has happened for the past 5 minutes, so he wants to make something happen. And it's the wrong decision here. He's fishing for something, but instead, he's the one who bites the bait. And yeah, he gets taken down. This turns out to be a huge fight. And while Rich Gang were already leading, the game wasn't decided, and this really was the final nail in the coffin. So if there is one thing this Venom Crest roster has to work on, it is that patience, because it's quite clearly here that patience from Maoki has run thin. He wants to make something happen, and ends up being the one who gets made to look a fool in this one. They end up getting, I think, the ace, no, not the ace, Elijah's in top lane, but get 4 kills, and that transitioned into Soul, and yeah, at that point the game became near impossible to be played from the side of Venom Crest.
Trouble. I know there's something brewing. I know.
I'm fuming. Why is my Corki walking out for an auto attack? No, but obviously this whole thing comes with experience, right? And obviously he felt very safe there. He had 3 members of his team right behind him, but there was a fantastic flank from the Wukong. He was not on vision. He was looking for that Corki. So overextensions like these can cost you a lot, especially in that late game. TPs are not that fast anymore. Well, they're fast enough that late into the game, but especially in the early game, TPs are not that fast. So you need to be careful, especially when you're on a knife's edge, to not make plays like this. Walking up just for an auto attack on the Braum, getting flanked by the Wukong. When you don't have vision, you have to be a lot more cautious.
Yeah, and let's just look at that again. If there's a player with the most damage, right, in these stats, well, who else but Nomi, the 5-time Norwegian champion. What an NLC debut. Obviously a veteran of the Norwegian scene, but his first steps on to the big stage here in the NLC, and he lived up to the reputation he has down in Norway. 10-0, not even dying once, and I thought he had a great performance, although the game was very long.
I agree with you, so let's talk with the winners as well. We have, I believe, Nyx is waiting for us. So the jungler coming in from Rich Gang with a 2-0 on the first day as well for Group B. Hello, pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the interview. How are you doing? I have no sound whatsoever, so...
Oh, sorry.
Now we're talking.
Now it's fine, right? Alright.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really happy about today. I think first game we couldn't play with Nomi. I mean, also Rudy obviously couldn't play with leader and shit and stuff, but yeah, it was pretty clean game overall. And this one was complete like clown fiesta. It was something else, honestly.
Okay, let's be honest. We would like to keep it real on the interviews over here. You must be exhausted, like 40-minute plus game after playing versus Ready as well with the sub. You're exhausted, aren't you?
Yep.
Okay, I love that.
I just want to go sleep. It's really late here.
It's done. Tell me something. Okay, how would you describe your team? I heard from Banderas, everybody's like, it's like happy, everybody can have fun and all that. But leading the group and facing all these other teams, Ruddy as well, DMG, Venom Crest. If you had to pick another team to be at the top of the gang with you, because you're 2-0 right now, who would you pick?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Like, I literally don't know anyone besides Los Ratones and Rudy. Like, it's like, no offense, but I've been always playing in Spanish League and stuff, so I just don't know anyone. So I don't know. I mean, I would expect Rudy to be up there with us. So yeah.
Makes sense. Nix, I'm gonna let you rest. Have a good one. Just enjoy this one. I'll see you soon. Next week we have more. You ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready for the 4-0. Thank you very much, guys.
Oh, thank you. I'll see you soon. Oh boy, that's how you name it. Well, we're done with this one. We can move to the last game of the day. It's gonna be Chaos versus DMG. And I saw something specific, Duckley.
Yeah, I mean, Go on.
I know you want to talk. Who do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about DMG versus Chaos. This is a game that, while they haven't played before in the NLC with Chaos having only played one game before, these are two storied Norwegian organizations who have been, pitted up against each other multiple times in multiple different Norwegian tournaments. So I went digging and to see who comes out on top when these two teams play. And let's take a look at the stats here. These were my findings. DMG has an academy that has played against Chaos, and over the course of 32 games, DMG have won 20 of them. But the more interesting part is if you don't count in DMG's academy, then the main takeaway is the last time Chaos won a game of any meaning against DMG was 2021 summer in the Norwegian National League. Other than that, they have lost multiple best of fives, including the Norwegian final just in 2023. So Chaos, man, against their Norwegian counterparts here, can't seem to get the upper leg as they haven't won that meaningful game against them in 4 years. But maybe that can change here today.
I'm about to hand you some really bad news here. Comparatively, DMG did show a pretty good face earlier on in the game versus Venom Crest. However, Chaos seemed to have taken the game a little bit too slow versus Ruddy, and they completely lost control of the map. Now, we spoke earlier with Chaos, and they said that they were going to go all out and stomp that last game. I want to see a little bit more life in the early game.
Yeah,
I think there is fast.
There's a lot of pressure, right, on both of these teams. Yeah. Obviously, now we get Suhi back in. I think, from what I've heard, the main man on this Chaos roster, the guy to really look out for as the one who can shine the brightest. I'm excited for his NLC debut, obviously, I have to mention, a Dane. But also DMG, right, coming off a disappointing game number 1 with Venom Crest. They also still have a lot to prove, considering they have a roster in which I, at the very least, have quite a lot of expectations. So none of these teams would be happy going 0-2 into their final game day. Remember, you only play 4 games in seeding. It's 50% of your games done, and if you lost 50% of them, you can't finish anywhere near the top.
And he's Dane. So Aurora and Skarner being
asterisk.
Yeah,
it's like
anything
asterisk.
that happens.
It's like a 3-page essay explanation. Asterisk. He's just a Dane.
I'm sorry, before we move on into the Champions Select, we're already diving in. We still have 2 more bands. You have no idea how. It's not difficult. The pleasure we have to work with Duckling. We were watching the game and somehow it was saying, but yeah, the cuisine in Denmark is the top of the world because there's no way out of this. It's a loophole. He's always talking about it. Maokai being banned, Victor as well, Wukong. Varus is still available. Calm down, Duckling. You got this. It's a good cuisine.
I love you all. I'm happy working with you all. It's a great experience. I'm happy I'm happy that you accept all my Danish blabbering. So I very much appreciate that, as it is hard to not keep mentioning it. Regardless, though, to talk about something else than my nation and the bans instead, I think these are very sensible bans, right? What does surprise me is the fact that DFG haven't tried to target Suhi in his mid lane pool, a very mage-oriented pool, but instead the Corgi, something he has relied upon a lot as well, could definitely be seen in the mid lane here if it doesn't go into Artfla in the bot lane.
I'm very surprised that he didn't compare the Wukong art on the band to the Danish flag, which is got red and white. So we're going to completely bypass that. Corgi first pick again. We did see it being replied to with the Pharaohs on the other side, and it's going to be the same thing here for Fateski. And again, I want to reiterate that for both of these teams right here, when you're 0-1 on the first day, you definitely want to be taking that W. I think even more for Chaos. Duckling mentioned the historic rivalry between the two teams, no matter in which division they have faced each other. And I feel like for Chaos as well, coming as the underdogs of the entire group, and even maybe the entirety of NLC, it's so important to actually even grab one victory in this group.
Something the so far we're getting this stable one, and I do believe everything is going to change as soon as we hit on that fearless draft with the best of 3. Things are going to be extremely spicy. See? Oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the rotation will be here. Okay, so indeed they showed their hand quite early and lock in that Azir for Suhi in the mid lane. Expect them to play around him. Obviously, Azir not the easiest to play around early on, however, which does make things a little bit more interesting, as I would not be surprised to see a top lane here, or simply to give Taxvi more agency, pick one of the junglers that are stronger in the meta. It wouldn't be surprising seeing him something like the Jarvan, but I think top lane is also a decent option since you could get the counter pick already.
Yeah. There you go. He was banned on the previous one, and now he's picked Renekton, appearing for the first time today, even though he's banned.
I do like the Renekton here because Corki, Azir, you don't necessarily see them in the same team very often. You usually see them against each other. And both are champions that want to scale into the late game, specifically the Azir. You need an avenue to play through the early game. That's what we wanted to see from Chaos. We wanted to see them a little bit more active through that early, and the Renekton can do just that on the top lane. Now, of course, Cassante is not one of the champions that you can bully very easily, so you need a very active jungler in the early game, and 4 of them have already been banned out between the two teams. The champion pool is going to get trimmed even harder.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Taxi will put out here. He's someone who very much plays for the team, right? And you can see the junglers one by one being taken away. You could argue the Maikar could have been an option. They've banned that themselves. The Sejuani. I mean, the Jarvan is definitely still an option in there, but it wouldn't surprise me if DMG banned it next. I think Taxvi is really, he's the guy who built this team essentially, right? Getting the range from Chaos to build the team that has now gotten them promoted into the NLC. So he really is the glue, and it's key that he gets on a champion where he gets to be that, deciding factor, dictating the tempo and deciding where Chaos have to strike.
A few seconds before we left with the final ban, the Jarvan would be an interesting one. You still have some options as CC control in the jungle, but it's going to be the Viego, so at least it's open for them.
You do have a few choices through what we've seen. For example, the Amumu came through. You can go through much more dangerous routes if you want through the Talia. Potentially, we've seen Zyra jungle even in the LPL too. There's quite a bit of AP heavy damage between the Azir and the jungle, but it pairs up really nicely with the Renekton towards the top side of the map. Now, I wonder what else, because Ahri pairs up really nicely with Vi, so it's a great ban from the side of Chaos, and LeBlanc as well. So they want to get rid of any aggressive mid-jungle duo that can go up against that Azir in the mid lane to ensure that he has a very smooth lane phase.
Yeah,
there's another
one.
Insta.
I mean, that isn't surprising in the slightest. Bisco is quite a big mage player, from what I have gathered in the time that I have seen him in the Danish scene. The Syndra, something he's very comfortable on. Now back though to Chaos. They have to look in their final 2 picks here. I think Jarvan is the most obvious choice for the jungle, but I'm excited to see if they pull something out of the hat.
You could be curious with this and bring in Italy with the Renekton on the top side and something really tanky on the bot.
Taxi wouldn't be playing that. That's not kind of Taxi.
He doesn't want to. Okay.
No. I think the Jarvan, right? You can argue it's not the best thing here, but knowing Taxi's champion pool and what he needs to bring to the team, it's really what's left, right? It's table scrap. See how many jungle bans. It's pretty much 5 jungle bans actually from the side here of DMG, very targeting towards Taxi's champion pool. So it's not the best, but it's all he has to get. He can get his hands on.
I'm not a big fan of the Jarvan here. I'm just gonna go straight ahead.
I was feeling it. I was letting you think.
Because I feel like Braum is most likely gonna be locked in right here for the bot lane, which means Nautilus is gonna suffer so much, which means the Jarvan cannot play through bot side, the Jarvan cannot play top side to snowball the Renekton because you're playing against a Cassante, and mid lane is not necessarily really an option because you're playing with an Azir, and you lose very hard to Syndra plus Vi in the mid jungle duo. So I feel like these bans and Chaos not keeping in consideration that their jungler is one of the very pivotal gears in the whole machine, and he's only left with the Jarvan, unless he can do something miraculous in the early game. I'm giving the reins over to DMG because they've got a fantastic transition from the mid jungle duo early game into splitting on these big fights front to back with the Varus later on.
Definitely, this could be 0-2 for one of these teams. The other one will get a 1-1, so that's kind of a saving grace for them. And when you look into the rosters and the way the compositions are done, I mean, you got to be honest, the MG composition is looking extremely powerful.
Yeah.
If they get the time, they will be able to unlock the power. But where do you stand at the end? Because I know you're wearing the DMG shirt, but
I still am.
You had the graphic.
Yeah. I'm favoring DMG, right? I think the draft as well. Trouble is completely right. The Jarvan is by no means perfect here, but I think it's been a good move from DMG to really force Chaos' hand, right? Banning out 5 junglers. That is why I would have actually liked to see a jungle coming in the first rotation from Chaos, knowing how he's really the clock on the team, right? Or he, makes them tick. So prioritizing that jungler would have made more sense in my opinion from Chaos here, but they decided against it, and now their hand has been forced. It's an uphill battle for the underdogs here in the NLC and the brand new team in Chaos, but let's see if they can pull it off. I'm betting on DMG though. I think they're my favorites, and I did also predict them.
I'm with him. I think DMG have a much more put together draft, and I feel like Daxvig is gonna have to work overtime here to make this job work in the early game.
Let's see what happens inside of the Summoner's Rift. Well, we were promised a stomp from Chaos, but Bucci is comfortable that he's going to take this one home. Whoever wins this one will at least be able to breathe. The other one, it's a bad start, but a good start is to toss to the casters Jamada in middle court.
Are you recovered?
I'm recovered. Yeah,
yeah.
We've had some lengthy transition times. I managed to get myself a plate of food. Feeling energized, a little coffee. Yeah. Had some coffee. The coffee's been out for a little while. It tastes a little stale now, but caffeine is still caffeine. Hopefully, as energized as I feel, the teams feel just as much.
Yes.
In terms of looking for plays, in terms of trying to get things going for themselves, because I don't know if I can get a repeat of game number 4. I don't know.
I mean, it felt that long.
The one, yeah. Goodness me.
All I'm gonna say, Jamada, is we have got Chaos versus DMG. If they are not fighting often and early, then nominative determinism is just not a real thing.
I do agree. Don't know what that is, to be honest with you, but I agree. Yeah. League of Legends though.
Yes.
No lane swap.
No lane swap. Oh.
No late invade. Maybe.
A blessed day. A blessed day.
Just Braum and Varus. They're going to poke their head in. Yeah, get a ward on the Raptors. Okay. Standard 2024 League of Legends makes its way to 2025. That's nice. I'm here for it. Both junglers are going to be sliding on the top side though. As you kind of expected, and Trouble alluded to, right? Nautilus into Braum. It's a rough lane matchup. Very difficult to navigate throughout most stages of the game, frankly. However, I think very playable still, nonetheless, in terms of making plays happen, right? No matter what, you are still a Nautilus, you can still get things going, but again, it's just with that added caveat of walking away might be a little bit difficult with the Wither's Bite, and the Concussive Blows passive being stuck on you.
Yeah. I think Chaos would argue that as long as they end up winning the fight, Arozzi is going to be absolutely fine giving his life to make that happen, but I mean, you could already see almost difficult to just walk up to the wave. Calm Sky positioned up in front of that bush and could just slowly walk at the members of Chaos. Oh, Daffler having to flash away under his own tower at the level 1. This is not the start that Chaos would have wanted.
It's not the start you want at all, and you have to remember, I mean, both these youngs are pathing towards the bottom side, so if health bars stay, as low as this, you can imagine, surely sooner rather than later, our Daffler is gonna just look for a reset ASAP. But if he can't find the window for that, certainly a dive gets forced, and you just take it just for the sake of making sure he misses a fair bit of XP. I mean, maybe even looks right now, maybe there's a window after he clears this wave, just go take the L. Go look for the reset now. I think that's going to be the case. It still feels really, really bad to have to reset so early on.
You are making the best of a bad scenario, and especially up against someone like Bitse, who really sort of made his name last summer on a lot of these like sort of quite tempo early ganking junglers, I think is Jarvan was really the big standout pick, but he could get it done on the Vi as well. If you're stood in a lane with a little bit less HP than maybe you should, he is absolutely the sort of player that would be willing to take advantage of that. Top lane's going to be interesting as well. Bucci, obviously, coming in from last year, very, very storied player within the NLC already in his short career. And I mean, Turtle, he's just casually solo killing like MSI champions for fun. So we don't talk about it. I mean, look, we can say it was a solo kill.
I know. It's I'm just a cynical guy, you know. It's like, well, he solo killed Perks, but Perks playing not hot, man. I can't, you know, there's only so much leeway I can give. But it's still a solo kill on Perks, which is a very cool little achievement to chuck in your cabinet.
Nothing too crazy going on in these early stages. We do see on the mirror out there a small roam from Rutsu towards the mid lane off that first base just to see if Bisgard is going to overstep, give him any sort of angle, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. So returning back down to this bottom lane, and despite how badly that early trade went for Ardaffler, he's not exactly in the worst space. Went back to base, took a break, took a Kit Kat. And whilst he is a little bit down in CS, he's going to be able to collect the majority of this wave under the tower.
Definitely a much better start than the first 3 or 4 waves, being able to collect this one. But still, even once he picks up these waves, he's going to be down a good few hundred gold still. And that's just off the first couple of levels. So hopefully for him, he can continue to close the gap, but it's going to be very difficult early on. Bitzer is going to use this opportunity, though, all this bottom side prio. Just pick up this dragon, and I mean, realistically, Taxvig is down here on this side of the map, but I think it's going to be too hard to contest. Maybe a fight after the fact, but again, it feels so risky into Braum. Syndra might be able to shift down her first move, too. So it will just be first dragon. No real option for a cross map.
Yeah, well, I mean, the grubs haven't even spawned yet, and Bucci taking that base, returning back to top lane with as many items as his gold is going to allow, and that level 6 as well, means that maybe actually DMG could find themselves in a position to double dip. Taxvig is making a beeline towards the Baron pit. It's not going to be too delayed a trade just because of how early that Drake ended up being taken. And with Bitsay on the bottom side, it doesn't look like DMG are going to be able to secure that objective either. So potentially going to be a trade, potentially actually going to be a gank into the mid lane here onto Bisgard. Going very aggressive for this trade, but cops that flash exactly when he needed to prevent himself from being shoved back by Zui into the waiting arms of Taxvig.
I love being able to hear the all chat pings go off, because it's like Bisgard flashed and I just heard about 7 pings of different people pinging that his flash is down. So expect Taxvig, I mean, with flash, with ultimate, right? Syndra's very immobile. She's only got that Scatter the Weak to work with in terms of dissuading aggression. And if you're getting attacked from 2 angles, you can only fire it one way, right? You either hit Taxvig, stop the EQ, or you stop Zuhi from scooping you back. You kind of have to pick your poison in that regard. So very good angle of attack from Taxvig. Going to look for the reset after Grubs. And that is going to leave us an objective apiece for both Chaos and DMG. And I think that's kind of okay for both teams. I don't think either team is too fussed about that. Grubs, however, does feel a little bit better, I would say, for Chaos, just on the grounds of, you know, you've got Renekton. He should be able to hit the tower a little bit more than a Cassante should be afforded to. And maybe a Zero on a side lane at some point for a brief time as well, right? That pressure put down. Maybe you chip away at those towers just a bit. Those small little incremental advantages. Always something that feel very good.
I think we could also look at potentially like the denial, actually, making sure that actually Fatesky and Calm Sky aren't going to have those grubs, because they have been doing a number on Ardaffler and Rutsu in the bottom lane. That CS advantage continuing to grow here for the DMG AD carry. And Ardaffler with not too much to speak of in his inventory that is really going to give him all that much power. Like, yeah, the machine's nice, but you've not really got those combat stats. And with the amount of strength that the Varus has in the early stages, particularly with the press, the attack, I can definitely see a world where Bitsay just makes his way towards that bot lane ASAP and shuts this Corki down even further than he's already fallen.
Yeah, it's the curse of the Manamune plus Triforce build, isn't it? These early components sometimes feel rough. There's not many champions that, you know, build that combination of items, and it's like you hit Sheen, you feel good about it. I think Ezreal might be the only exception, and even then, it's like, is your name Dragdar? You know, is your name Dragdar?
Are you allowed to play Ezreal?
You know, are you? It's like, I love the memes. It's like, it's two entire. Like, it's pretty much just this, right? These are ground rules playing Ezreal at like the highest levels. It's, are you Chinese or Korean?
Yeah.
Or is your name Dragdar? That's it. Like, there's no other parameter allowed. Otherwise, you just end up looking like Jackie Love, you know, just eating forward every single time, because Jackie Love's the only guy. Listen, I've spent my tenner casting the LPL, watching that absolute psychopath for a little over a year and a half. I think I can.
Yeah. I think to a degree, though, it is a testament to the sort of longevity of his design. Ezreal has he has been in the game for absolutely donkey's years, but still feels like we're only just getting to the point where people are maxing out the mechanics on this champion. Probably still be saying that in 5 years' time, not gonna lie.
Probably, and I mean, it's also kind of important to note, whilst there's not much going on, so let's talk game design, sure. Like, Ezreal's kit didn't really change that much. Like, his gameplay pattern really didn't change that much with the rework, right? If you are maybe a younger League of Legends player, then perhaps you don't necessarily remember the Ezreal rework. This is just the Ezreal you've always had. Not that he's in the game, by the way, so it's not even really topical, we're just talking about it. But his old W was basically just an attack speed steroid and a very, very low amount. I was trying to find a word really
I mean like,
apt, but
to be fair though, Arcane shifting into that so you can grant the attack speed buff to yourself.
It was a cool little.
It felt cool.
Yeah, it did feel cool, but it felt right that they reworked the W and turned it into what it is now. And it does feel a little bit cooler using that version or this version, doing like the weird hybrid AP builds and stuff. Mostly when you're playing ARAM mostly. Though on the topic of Ezreal and Dragdar, I'm pretty sure he was playing some weird Ezreal build like Horizon Focus and something, and it was genuinely a relatively optimal build for
I swear, like he will pop something on Twitter every few weeks with just the weirdest item. And you look at it and go, wait, hold on, it actually works really well. Bitsay able to pick up that second dragon. Thinking about picking up a kill onto Zui, but itself and Calm Sky decide better than to engage on the Azir.
With the extra bodies around, right? You always run the risk of pressing your ultimate on Azir and then getting shuffled under the tower. And it's not exactly a game that this time around Bitsay was willing to commit to. We'll take those grubs though. And even though Taxvig is around, Turtle's looking for a reset, but he's cancelled it. Problem is there's just not really enough numbers around. Even with his teleport down to the bottom side from boot sheet. Doesn't seem like it's going to be contested, so grubs are over. 3 apiece.
Jamada.
It
12 minutes. No.
I know.
We're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting there. 12 minutes into the game. Let's talk about FaceSki's item build here. Going for the Kraken Slayer. Don't really see this all that often on the Varus. You got any idea what the thinking is behind this?
Well, my first natural response would be normally ADC players don't think much about their build. That said, Kraken Slayer plus PTA, it's a lot of upfront damage on a single target, even comparably to Bork at times. There are obviously HP-ish stackers on the opposite side on Chaos, but you are still going to be afforded a lot of damage, and also damage onto some squishies as Zuhi.
Discard, popping the ultimate, Zuhi diving in. That is a very, very simple first blood there for Biscard. Zuhi just not respecting the amount of damage that Syndra is able to output as Trade of engages here in the top lane. Arozzi though, gonna not quite get stunned. Definitely getting the worst end of things there. So it's the second time that we've sort of seen Bitsay go for one of these hovers. just waiting in the wings, hasn't been able to find a kill out of it yet, and with him returning to base, not going to get anything here for the time being.
That was a head scratcher. That was a head scratcher. But hey, DMG now have feats of strength, so tier 3 boots eventually available for them. Yeah, I'm not sure what Zuhi was thinking there. Maybe the 30 minutes of inaction finally got to him. You know, everyone's got a breaking point. I don't think we hit ours last game. Not quite. Not quite. No, I think we were close.
We didn't?
No. Oh, trust me. Trust me. I've, you know, been in the game a little while now, Middlecott, and I can tell you, trust me, we might have been, well, we might have been sailing there, but we weren't that rough waters. You know, the roughest of waters yet. But DMG at that first, that's gonna feel nice for Bisgard, right? I spoke about that mid-jungle 2v2, whilst we haven't necessarily seen that interaction per se. Syndra being the sole magic damage on this team, gonna be able to do wonders with all that additional gold. Though, as I say that, I look at the inventory. Blackfire, Torch, first, Syndra. Interesting one.
Ritsu's potentially not going to be a fan of what DMG are doing to him. Bitse just jumps on top of him and secures a kill for himself. Taxfig potentially going to be the next victim. Zuhi turning up, but there's just too much CC. Double kill for Bitse coming out of the jungle, and DMG really starting to come alive a little bit more in this game.
Yeah, definitely so, right? And I mean, hey, with a Vi in the game, like last game, I know we had engage tools, but they were kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Conditional on some things. You know, well, not used is definitely very apt. But they were conditional, right? Skill shot.
Yeah.
You know what you know what's unconditional? Once you press R, bro, you're in. You're going. And the enhanced blast cone, even with the flash over the wall, you're still gonna be followed. And even though it's quite deep, Bitse just doesn't really take damage. Just even Skullcrab wants in on the action. All that chain CC allows Bitse to pick up both those kills in that play. So gonna be a little bit accelerated towards the next item or so. We'll see how he gets on for the remainder of the game as that main initiator. Right? He is always going to be the first guy going in to a team fight, or of course trying to prevent one of the primary engagers like Rutzo or Taxfig.
I think we saw there a very nice encapsulation of what DMG wants to do with this composition. Right, there is so many pick tools available for them. We saw like Bitse diving in, casting the ultimate, and then we had Scat of the Week, we had the Chains of Corruption coming in, as well as I think Turtle's taken potentially a little bit too much damage to feel comfortable in the 1v1. She's not quite connecting there with his W, which means that he's going to stay alive. As in the mid lane, we're seeing another fight here initiated by DMG, but this one is not going anywhere near as good. Taxing flashing away for one more time, but Zui with the flash shuffle is not enough. Fatesky stays alive on slithers of HP, and DMG win another fight.
That Scat of the Week from Bisgard was huge. Retzel!
Oh my word, playing with fire, but Chaos don't quite get burned. They push DMG away from the tower and are able to get on out of there.
As much as he give up, he almost took her from DMG. Bisgard there. That Scat of the Week onto Zuhi to stop the DPS coming forward on the back end of that play was excellent. How did it kick off? We were looking at a topside fight. Bitse just barely misses that Q flash, but still finds the ultimate and just commits for our Daffler. Goes a little bit too deep, eats too much damage, whilst Fatesky is trying to kill off that Nautilus. Then it's about this flash forward. Doesn't quite scoop under Bisgard, and if he does, then it looks like a different play entirely. But then the Scat of the Week comes forward. All those orbs are on the floor from having hit Taxvig, so very easy connection made there. Scat of the Week goes wide this time on our Daffler, and Rutzo tries his best to CC down Bisgard for a little bit more damage, but no more kills come forward.
Could have been a lot worse on the back half of that play for either of the teams involved, but as it stands, it's still DMG with a slight advantage, but Chaos fighting back a little bit. They've not been too hot on these dragons, so this is going to be a very early soul point going over to DMG, but with that Rift Herald in pocket, Chaos have got the option of putting that in a lane, trying to take one of these outer towers and get a little bit more gold in their pockets.
Yeah, that's given that option. And DMG are gonna have Chaos and mass amounts of pressure come 5 minutes time. Could be a lot of objectives on the map too, as Bucci, how much work can or can he not get done here? Oh, doesn't quite interrupt Taxvig. He doesn't have IBG either, so even if you could get a dash forward and find a Q, get the auto in, it's not going to be enough for a Calm Sky to get involved. So just a free tower take. Good rotation from Chaos to claw a little bit of gold there. No answer on the map either.
Yeah. I think key as well, like that's a tower take that isn't using that Rift Herald, right? So they've still got the option of throwing that down somewhere. Zui with a little bit of free time, able to get damage down onto this bottom tier 1. And whilst only one tower has fallen, like I feel like most of the towers on the map are only one good push away from dropping, and whichever team is able to chain those maneuvers together is going to gain themselves a pretty significant map advantage.
Yeah, they will. I think for Chaos, the opportunity to really snowball off the back of one team fight is really prevalent here, just because of how low these towers are in mid and in bot, right? This is definitely a Herald charge by itself, whilst the tier 1 is not necessarily a super valuable tower just because of where it is on the map. Certainly can still yield a lot of gold and momentum, right? Maybe you get that charge all the way up to the tier 2. Life starts to look really, really good if you can kill that tower as well. For now though, Herald will be held on to, still got 2 minutes left of usage. And it comes at a bit of an awkward time because Atakan's going to spawn. Atakan's going to spawn in the top side of the map actually. And Baron will spawn 5 minutes after, but 2 minutes before Baron spawns, we've got Chemtech. They're creeping around the mid lane now, because it looks like they're probably wanting to put the Herald down in this area, but they have the information that Bit says on the side. Engaging into Braum is always a little bit scary. He's running away as hard, and there you go. Chains of Corruption.
Yeah, there it comes, Chains of Corruption into the Glacial Fissure, into absolutely everything. Nicely buffered. The EQ combo from Taxvig to keep the casualties to a single member of Chaos. But Faceski seems to just want to fight him in his face. Significant amounts of burst damage coming out from the Varus. You can't underestimate the power of that Blight proc.
No, you really can't. Blight proc plus, you know, Kraken Slayer proc at the same time in this case. And that's one of those instances where, you know, Kraken Slayer can really put in a lot of work. The additional, you know, proc every other auto because of Guinsu's being stacked up helps a lot. As we see a death. Was this a death in the picture?
I think it was a TP
it was interrupt on the TP.
Yeah,
of course, right. Just looked over at the HUD. So Bucci definitely saved that play a little bit too. Didn't even notice the teleport entirely. Taxvig trying to capitalize on some aggression from DMG, but just a little bit too slow to the punch.
Now going to be summoned. Chaos attempting to trade for the mid lane tower as theirs was taken on the previous attempt, and DMG I think wisely backing away, recognising there isn't too much they can do to stop this from going down. Turtle now getting into a little bit of a sticky situation here with Bucci. 2 items on both of these top laners, but the all-out just gives so much sustain to the Cassante in the 1v1.
Yeah, and it's, you know, double armor items as well. Thorn Mail plus, of course, this Iceborne Gauntlet. So not only is the heal cut there, but sticking power alongside the additional damage from the Sheen procs is really frustrating to deal with. Even with the items that Turtle's built, it's not looking like it's quite enough to cut through the all-out form. So that's definitely something, you know, if you're Chaos, you're mildly concerned about, right? That's probably not a side lane that gets better with time. It does look like it will have to be a Bucci has to misstep to make that 1v1 go awry. Now, we're 30 seconds out from this Chemtech Soul from DMG. If I was to be a little bit critical, I think their reset times are a little bit late, but I think it's not. Actually, it might end up marrying because Chaos are here, so if they end up having to walk in, this looks like a completely different fight. Though, as I say it, DMG have kind of won almost every exchange they've had walking in or being first to the objectives. Hasn't really mattered so far. And they're just going to push out just the presence of Braum, and that's why it can be so powerful. They know they can't engage onto him. So many other supports you can just turn and kill the support and then just look to snowball the fight, but Braum is so different. puts up the wall, takes so much less damage, applies the passive, potentially get knocked up, get chain CC'd off the back of it. It's so hard to ever displace him.
Can you tell that this dragon is going to be a soul? Chaos stacking 5 members in the way. Chains of Corruption going to go down, dropped onto the Nautilus. So looks like he's going to be dropped before, able to contribute very much to this fight. Will fall to Bizguard as Bitse and Bucci are going onto the backline. Facey's been able to get a kill on the Jarvan as well, and Zuhi pops the Emperor's Divide, but he's been cut in half. Too little, too late on some of those teamfight tools from Chaos. DMG get the 3 for 0, and they're going to get a soul off the back of it.
It's a complete wipe, isn't it? DMG, their carries are just pretty much untouched. Both still have flash up. Taxfig forces the engage on the backside once things really kick off, but there's no follow-up on his Cataclysm on top of the carries. They feel no threat to even flash. And initially, it's, you know, Fatesky is able to just cut through the health bar of the Nautilus. And this is where you think, well, you know, engage onto 2 relatively squishy champions. Well, there's just no follow-up because Bucci and Bitse are pretty much locking down the Azir, keeping everyone else at bay. So good job from DMG front to back. No real threat again onto Fatesky. And once those Almots come back up, they can do the exact same thing at Atacon. They can do the exact same thing at Baron, as both those buffs are going to be up and available. And on the same side of the map, with Chemtech Soul as well, we've seen Chaos have struggled to really finish off kills. That issue is just going to be accentuated with that buff.
DMG feel like in the Ascendancy would be a little bit anachronistic. They are Ascended, they are the team that is in control. Whilst the gold is not too significant in their favour, there is a lot of unspoken power in their composition, in their kits, on their backs as they're looking for another fight here. The engage a little bit more disjointed than we've seen in previous, but Chaos running backwards tells the story of the fight. They do not want to take on DMG in a straight up 5v5. They need to find a weird angle, they need to find a weird pick if they're going to hope to win out on these engagements.
Yeah, and I just don't know when it happens, right? If DMG stay in this very solid formation, Comms guy is just, he just understands. He knows he's really unkillable this game. And when Bucci's around too, it just becomes another massive wall. It's very, very hard to overcome. I'm going to start off Atacon here. I mean, Chaos, they're going to have to look to try and stop this from going down, because if the GA comes up, then it's just a free Baron.
I think they recognise that. Ardaf are going to be able to cleanse away as Vinci is engaging onto the Nautilus. Bucci potentially a little bit caught out there, but Santi has so much HP, so much sticking power, pulls back Taxfig, kidnaps him away. And it's starting to look a little bit too easy for DMG. Another couple of kills in their back pocket. Atakan, top tower, Baron. Whatever do you want, guys?
Yeah, draft. It's just so hard to play, right? And I feel like DMG, not only are they at a massive draft advantage, they're just executing better, right? They're capitalizing on these mistakes. Ardaf steps too far forward, immediate CC thrown at his face, right? Cleanse has to get blown, and it just snowballs into the rest of that skirmish. It was so hard, so hard to really see a world where Chaos could even begin to think to overcome this. And it's only a 3,500-4,000 gold lead, right? But it feels so much bigger. And it's going to grow now as Baron secured. Everyone's going to take a reset, and with GA from the Atacon buff, Baron and Chemtech Soul, it's just a matter of time, and it feels like more of a question of how much damage is DMG actually going to get done with this.
Wouldn't surprise me if it's a fair bit. Still that ring of tier 2 towers available for Chaos, so a little bit of strength on their side lanes, and with the waves pushed up, that is going to delay DMG in this Baron push. But I mean, we saw Zui TPing down towards the bottom side as soon as that fight really ended. He recognized, the rest of Chaos recognized that nothing more that they could really do in that situation. DMG have now got a couple of minutes where these sieges are going to be a heck of a lot easier, and usually when I'm seeing a team with a Nazir, with a Corki, I'm thinking, okay, this is a team that can stand strong at those structures, but DMG, it's just so easy for them to throw themselves forwards onto whoever they want, really, and those towers will provide scant protection.
I like that, scant protection. There's not really going to be much they can do. Bitset so strangely tanky as well. It feels like anytime he's gone in there, I mean, Chemtech's also going to help with that now. As I say it, I mean, look how hard. He's just face tanking.
He's just punching them repeatedly in the face, and Bucci's going to hit them over the head with the Entofos. Bizgard getting a kill in the bottom lane, and DMG are just having fun at this point. Chaos by name, chaos by nature, but they are not thriving in this chaos one bit. It's all about DMG. Bucci's got that revive. He knows he can do whatever he wants, as in the bottom side, the rest of his team are taking structures for fun. There's 3 dead. How much more can DMG get?
Should be the game. I mean, wave clear's gone. It's just the tanks here of Chaos, and even if people die, GAs are still up.
Yeah, they're just throwing themselves forward with reckless abandon. Nexus exposed. DMG finish off the day with a W.
Good, clean League of Legends from DMG. Not much else to say. 16-1 the kill score. You know, sometimes kill score's not super indicative of how a game went. That one, very much so. It felt like a 16-1 game from start to finish. Great stuff, and I think the draft, again, just credit to DMG putting together a composition that was very hard to break down and getting a very good read on what it felt like Chaos wanted to try to play for, and shutting it down before it even really got going.
And hear me out, Jamada. What I really liked about that game was how for the first sort of 12-13 minutes, nothing much really happened. Okay, but as soon as DMG saw that little slither in advantage, saw a way that they could win out these fights. Boom, 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 boom. Every single time. And unfortunately for Chaos, I feel like that's the second time today that we've seen them lie down a little bit and not really find the ability to make proactive maneuvers. I think the first game of the day for them ended much earlier in terms of how we were calling this game, but they were in it for a decent while up until they just let it slip away from them.
Yeah, like you said, it was 5 big booms and then not really much that Chaos could get going with, right? And it did feel like about 5 big skirmishes that more or less in sequence, back to back to back to back to back to back, that prevented Chaos from playing the game. Because again, of massive individual moments, I think Calm Sky had a fantastic game on the board that time around. So much presence, so much space bought for the rest of his team. Bizgard and, you know, the crucial scat of the week, I think, onto Zuhi in that mid lane play, pretty much, you know, it stopped the play from being potentially or realistically probably a Chaos winning play, right? And at that point, then maybe the game looks entirely different off the back of that, because the game was still close at that point. But you prevent that scoop from happening, or you prevent the damage from that scoop from following through, you get to win out and on the play, and again transfer that and transition that into a much grander lead.
Well, I tell you what, Jamada, it has been a mix of lots of different League of Legends games on the NLC today. If I could ask you to sum your experience up in one word, one single collection of letters from the English language, what do you reckon today's been?
Equilibrium.
I like that. Goodbye from us. We're going to be going to a break. We'll see you. Well, we won't. The analyst desk will see you on the other side.
DMG takes down Chaos, even though Chaos were saying, hey, we're gonna stop them. Well, DMG did a terrific game, and obviously Atakan showed up, did the withdraw, as you love so much, Troubling, and we were able to wrap this one up. The day is done, but I want to know more about the game itself before we wrap it up. Chaos versus DMG. Why did it happen? What it did?
Well, I just want to start by saying that I feel like the jungle pool was heavily chipped over in draft. There were 5 jungle bans from the side of DMG, and it seemed to have really struggled up the entire champa pool for the jungle for Taxfig. I feel like that Jarvan just didn't do the composition justice, especially because you couldn't play through top side of a Euronect, and it was against like a Sante. You go Bromed over on the bot side of the map, and your mid jungle duo loses to the Vice Syndra situation. So I just felt like in the early game there were just not many avenues for Chaos, and they just dropped way too many objectives.
I agree with you 100%. I need to know more about this Jarvan and the way it was supposed to work and why it was the Jarvan as well. So that's why we're going to communicate with the Jarvan itself. Taxvik is waiting for us on the interview. Pleasure to meet you. We got to talk about this Jarvan. We got to talk about this Jarvan.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Bit bummed out.
Obviously. Was it like lack of options, or were you like really keen towards that Jarvan?
Well, I mean, I did take 5 bans, didn't I? I mean, I did not really want to play Jarvan. I mean, obviously, it was good in the draft, I think. But it's not something I have been playing much lately, and I think that showed, sadly. But that's on me, I think. It's not like I didn't have options.
If you could go back, no bans on you, Tax.
No bans.
What would have picked? Yeah. What would be the pick?
This game, I'm taking the Viego, I think.
They gotcha.
Yeah.
So if you could define yourself in 3 champions that you love to play, so we get to know you more, Tax. Is it Viego? More.
Viego, I don't know.
I gotta learn, man. I gotta learn.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a really big Graves player, and I used
slapping the Graves. Okay.
Back in the day.
Echo.
Yeah.
Now I'm enjoying this because that symbolizes that you can play a lot of different play styles. And when we talk about that, as soon as we get into a best of 3, are you comfortable with the fearless draft? Do you believe your team will be capable of handling that?
For sure. That I'm not really too worried about. But for groups, I mean, actually, I will not go there, I think. But but I'm not worried about fearless draft.
Today was not a good day. It was not a good start. Obviously, like the team joining in, nervous system at 100%. What will change from today for day 4?
What will change? I think I think it's a matter of confidence. I think we just need to find our confidence on these officials, because we are not really ourselves, I don't think, in how we are playing, both our comms and our body language, if you will.
Okay, final question for you, just to get to know you better. Just one more question. What's your other skill in life? What's your other skill? I just talked with someone who was a magician. So what is your other skill in life?
My other skill in life.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking, I don't know. Can I curse? Sorry.
Well, now text.
my bad. Not even sure. I mean.
You can't say watch movies. No, that doesn't work.
No, of course. I like to think I'm really good with people. Is that a skill?
People.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. It's a people skill.
All right.
You interact with people. Yeah. Okay, I like that. So I'm just planning some content for the future with you and see how it goes. Okay. Tax, it was a pleasure to meet you. Let's see what changes from today to next day. And come on, I want to see Chaos. I want to see who you really are. That personality you were talking about, I want to see it. And why is that an L behind you, by the way? What is that?
L? Oh, it's like
on the other side.
Louisiana is like a Picasso poster that I haven't gotten to hang up yet.
Okay, that's another skill. You don't put up stuff. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon.
Alright. It was fun. See you guys.
See ya. I gotta get to know them, you know. I gotta break the wall, you know.
Lovely guy,
They're
actually.
not-
Lovely guys, actually. I mean, having talked with him over a few times, right, and seen him in the Danish scene grow on the DMG Academy roster, I was really excited for his debut, heading into the NLC. I think as a whole for Chaos as an organization, a debut to forget, but I really hope they can bounce back from what I've heard from these players and what. Like, I got sold on this roster chatting to Taxby. He really sold me on the talent that was in there, and it's disappointing we didn't get to see today. And I think he's right about the confidence thing, because you could see glimmers of the good mechanical skill that they have inside these 5 players. They just need to be able to, you know, bring it to the Rift. And as Trouble also highlighted, they're a bit too passive, right? I want to see that confidence. Go for those plays, guys. You have it in you, and I really hope they bounce back in week 2 and we see more of Chaos, because I think this team could be very fun to watch.
I feel like we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where it's like, I feel like teams, it's so much easier to figure out how to close out a game rather than to fix the early game. I mean, hell, it took you to a hell lot of time and years to figure out how to start to fix the early game. But the good thing is that Taxvik said, you know what, my skill is being good with people. So I feel like this is what a team of rookies really needs. People that are kind with other people and they want to help other people understand and develop and get better at what they do. So I feel like more of my developmental focus would be needed to go into the next week for them.
100% for DMG. Well, they're able to end up the day with a 1-1. I was promised a stomp. It was not really a stomp, so I have to talk with him again. Bucci, we have a conversation to set up. Bring him up. I want to judge him.
Is
the
he
interview.
There? Oh,
Easy. Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Wait, why is more light coming into your room now that it's later in the day?
Yeah, because I know how to use this thing.
Ah, it's a lamp, okay. Because Denmark doesn't have that.
I wouldn't call myself a genius, you know, but I mean, I am somewhat of a genius after all. Like,
you're
I have another lamp, but I only use one, you know. I'm humble.
Hey, it was a 1-1. Not bad, is it?
Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, I think honestly, I would have liked to get some solo kills or something. It was a bit boring, you know, just in top lane, like playing this. Oh, jag intervjuas nu. Nej.
Hello, man.
Alltså seriöst. Sluta.
Hey!
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting ganked right now, but listen. Okay. What was the question again? I forgot.
You just lost yourself. You said you wanted to get some more kills and all that. Bucci, tell me something. Previous split, you were complaining, I don't want to play Cassante. I want to play my champions. You're doing it again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, you know, lane swap meta.
If you could pick 3 champions, I just asked Tax the same thing. 3 champions. Come on.
I mean, my 3 favorite champions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still, you know, it's still Xante, Jace. Ooh, who is the last one? I don't know, like maybe Renekton or something. Like some of those.
Wow. Top laners are really complicated, man. We lack originality, man. So one of the things I've been getting a taste of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it does feel like Group A is way more action-packed than Group B.
Yeah,
Do you feel
I agree.
the same? Okay. So
I mean,
when they
you know,
clash
they have
against each
some,
other...
I mean, they have some like fun feet. Like, you know, I want to play against Baus. I want to play against Visechachi. I mean, like, you honestly, I won't lie. Like, I played against Baus a couple times in solo queue. Like, I don't know. Like, some of these games are like completely illegal. Like, he's stealing the games from me. I think. Like, he's stealing them. So, like, when I'm playing against this guy in competitive, you know, I will win. Like, there's no way I'm gonna get humbled in solo queue and in like competitive. You know, no way.
Tell me something. If you win, it's going to be a huge, like, it's going to improve your life. Let's call it this way, because you finally are able to defeat Baus. But if you lose versus Baus, I would like you to make a video apologizing to Baus.
I mean, sure. I mean, like, as long as, like, listen, if I win, I want Rat Slayer in my name. Like, Gucci Rat Slayer. That is gonna be my name then. Like, deal?
I love it.
Wait. Like what they do, like in the chat. Deal? Like the rats, you know.
Okay, he's the Red Slayer. But if you lose, you know.
Yeah, and then I do my apology video, and I will apologize to Baus. I will apologize to all the rats. Then I will just humbly step back and call him the superior top laner.
I'm so happy there's something called clips, because it's already clipped, by the way. Thank you so much for this, Bucci. Next week, are you ready for week 2?
Of course.
What's gonna change?
I mean, I'm gonna play against Banderas and Perks. I mean, but apparently Perks got solo kill today in Nor versus Maokai, which is a bit interesting.
Playing.
What?
Nord was not playing.
No, Perks.
Yeah. Okay. You said Nord, but it doesn't matter.
By, earlier today by Maokai, as Nor, So I'm not really scared of him anymore. And then, Banderas. I mean, listen, me and Banderas, that's gonna be banger. Like me and Banderas, we're gonna go at it. I mean, we'll see who gets Gesante, but I think I have an ace up my sleeve, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, Renekton probably. Okay. Hey Bucci, thank you so much for this one. I wish you the best for the next week, and I hope to see you again. Oh, the Red Slayer.
Was lovely having you.
On an apology. Oh, I'm so hyped about that one. Thank you so much, Bucci. I'll see you soon. Oh,
that's spicy.
The Red Slayer.
Yeah, I love Bucci, man. What a great personality to have in the NLC, right? He's really grown a lot while he's been here on light side and now DMG, and all pro top last split. He definitely has a mouth to follow that title. A bit up and down today, I will say. We saw some good, we saw some bad, but Bucci always delivers content, that's for sure.
You know what?
100%.
He said he's played against the Baus a couple of times in solo queue, and he doesn't know how his game is being stolen away. That's the magic. That's the magic of the Messi of League of Legends, baby. He takes the ball under your feet, and it feels like you've never touched the ball to begin with. Diving back into the game with just Watts, though, I feel like Chaos were doing good until the game completely slipped under their hands. They were pretty even, and again, we talked with Taxvik as well. That Jarvan didn't necessarily get going really early on in the game. I feel like you needed that extra power that the Viego that he wanted to play was going to bring into the game. However, DMG were very well started, banned that out last, and it felt like it was a pretty easy breeze. I feel like they got all of the neutral objectives at the beginning. They grabbed feats of strength really quickly over a whoopsie from the mid lane 1v1 where the first blood went over to DMG. So all in all, I feel like... Okay, I'm sick of seeing top laners with 30k damage. I can't even finish my thought. I can't even finish my thought because top laners always complain about top lane, yet they do that much damage on a tank build. Nah.
You have a very good point there, Trouble. Very good point. But I mean, DMG, right? This was really, I want to say, a must-win for them, at the very least, if they want to keep up with my expectations of them, and I think the expectations they have of themselves too. They believe that they can be a team in this league that can turn more heads and continue to do what they did from spring, right, and surprise everyone by getting into playoffs. So obviously they will qualify for playoffs here, but I'm more thinking in terms of how long of a run they can potentially make there. So crucial win for them to get on the board, also showing that first game was I don't want to call it a blip because they did definitely get destroyed by Venom Crest that looked very good in that game number 1, but shows that they also have something to offer, right? I think that's the right way to phrase it.
And with that in mind, it finishes day 2 of NLC Winter Split for the group stage. It's only 2 days. We still have 2 more for next week, so be sure to tune in. And talking about tuning in, obviously we want you to be comfortable. We want you to be cozy on that beautiful chair that Treble is currently sitting. And if you want one of those, it's up to you to participate. All you have to do is go onto Twitter, follow NLC, go onto Instagram, follow Arozzi Chairs, and then like and retweet the post. It's so easy. I don't know why you're not doing it. You can win one of these beautiful and gorgeous things. Like the thing I'm most interested about is the headrests. I've heard it's beautiful, like and really comfy.
It is, but I have a bun here, so it would bang against the headrest. So I had to take it off today.
Ah, okay. I was wondering, what is it? But yeah,
I have this at the back of my head, so it wouldn't. I can't,
It kind of complicates things. So also what we have is today's results. Oh, are you not aware of what happened during the day? go on to the VOD. But until then, I'll let you know. We had a beautiful day yesterday and a beautiful one today. It's Rich Gang taking down Ruddy on the first one, Venom Crest picking the first victory of the split, then Ruddy going for revenge versus Chaos, Venom Crest losing versus Rich Gang, and DMG dominating on the last one versus Chaos, who's the team who's taking on the O2 on this second day. And what do you have to say about this one, both of you?
Well, first of all, congratulations to Rich Gang for being the first team to reach 2-0 in this group. They were definitely contenders, I want to say, for the top 2, but they were absolutely not the ultimate favorites of the group, with Ruddy bringing the current roster with, you know, MSI champs, Worlds finalists, yada, yada, yada. So I feel like they've done a fantastic job for themselves. Not only gained that 2-0, but doing that by beating Ruddy on the first game.
Yeah, I think my main takeaways, if we look across all the teams, right? Venom Crest, they have the talent. B-Score had a, I think, good debut day on DMG. Had 2 very solid games, especially considering they got smashed in the first game. He did still look very solid for a brand new rookie, might I add. And as Trouble also said, yes, Rich Gang are here to play, but Ruddy very clearly stepped up as the Ruddy Sack unleashed their full potential, right, in game number 2 with Leader back in the lineup. So I think things are still very much open in this group, and I'm excited to see if game day 2 will change anything, or if Rich Gang will finish top of this, because that is very much the possibility now.
But what we have ahead of us, I'll show you what's on the schedule, what's on the menu, and there you go. You have the seeding stage of Play Day 1, Play Day 2 completed. Play Day 3 will be played on 22 of January, following it up with the last Play Day, which is the 4th one, on 23 of January next week. So be sure to tune in. You know the games. All you have to do as well is follow on NLC on Twitter. You have to do it in order to win that share, so it's, you know, complimentary. With it and in mind, Trouble Inc., it was such a pleasure to have you back with us. I'm really happy to have you on our team. Duckling, I'm happy you were with us as well, with all that knowledge. And have you realized that Duckling's beard is actually Danish? That's all for today. Keep climbing. I'll see you soon.